Alright, we're back with more fluffy madness.
Let's see. Hang on ammo. Cool, cool, cool. That's good. Hang on ammo. When she don't person who can get it to me from her mom is here now. Her mom is also the reason she can't talk very well. Like, why Solar? Why? Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that.
Stream Elements, welcome to the Fluffy Dragon's Den. Come sit, chill and game a while. Enjoy the show and have some snacks and drinks. I hope you all enjoy your chill and relaxing time here. Carrot W Carrot.
Handgun ammo.
Kaito Destiny My Akita, welcome to my channel. Kaito Destiny High Sidekick, welcome to my channel. At Kaito Destiny My Akita, welcome to my channel.
Alright.
Okay, cutscenes, Mr. Wiggles, Mia Wiggles, cutscenes, Mia Wiggles.
So, we're gonna see how well this works. I'm gonna have me some Lunchables pizzas here.
Let's see. Oh, it's this room. Oh, it's this room. Alright, okay. Let's see. Like, she never taught her anything until she was like 2? Oh, that's normal, Solar. People take time.
Okay, so what's the point in sealing the doors? I mean, you're in there.
It is okay. People take time. That's okay. No worries. Maybe I should. Nah, PT's not near those. Stupid PT just means how bad it shakes. You know. And this is basically maxed out without the scope. Yeah, we don't need the scope. And the redeemer doesn't redeem that very
Putting my nails, cause kitties.
Alright. Good night tonight. We go sleep well, my guy. You have a good one, alright? Have a good night. This reminds me of builders from what's it called? What's that Aliens movie? I forgot what it was called. They remind me of the builders. I know, she didn't learn to say hi until she was like 3. Only thing she knew how to say then was hi, no, and mommy. Yeah, so that's normal. So I don't have to tell you. That's pretty normal. She's getting there. Alright, some people are a bit slower than others. Okay? Let's see. Not really in my family. Oh, Solar, she's slow there, Solar. Everyone's different, Solar. I don't know what to tell you. Everyone's different.
Alright. Let's get on with this.
Well, I did beat him. Now what's this? The dogs. The liquor. The liquors are only 14k? Really? Jeez, where's the pan? Oh, the liquors. I'm so happy we haven't seen a liquor in a while now. I'm so happy we haven't seen a liquor in ages. I think I was speaking almost. Solar, that's you. Alright, Solar, that's you, sweetie.
Kaito Destiny Destroyer of Toots, welcome to my channel. Kaito Destiny Crystal Blue 42, welcome to my channel.
Who's this? Oh my god.
At Kaito Destiny
Blue,
Destroyer
hello,
of
welcome.
Toots, welcome to my channel.
Dude from Resident Evil 2 and the one DLC? Oh, Leon. Leon, what's happening, Leon? Oh, yeah. Come on, Leon. Oh, no, Leon, we're losing. Oh, shit. Who's this? He looks cool. Jesus, he's actually fighting back. Oh, Leon. You know, dude, you could totally kill me right now, but thank you. He's got sportsmanship.
Hello and welcome. My name is Kaito
Oh
Destiny.
my god, wait, is this like a
I'm a
4
Blue
or 5?
Fluffy Dragon. Hope you're doing well. Currently I'm playing Lightyear Frontier.
This is epic!
And we're just chilling and relaxing. I do hope you all enjoy your time here.
Guns, huh? No guns, huh? I can do that with no guns. Oh god, I got slapped. This is so dumb. Oh, God. Oh. Dude just broke through my armor. Okay, buddy, give me like a second just to heal, alright? Alright, blocked him. Yeah, buddy. Oh, what the hell? What the frick are you doing? What the heck is this?
Omnirk, so too Pandichan. Kaito Destiny Omnirk, welcome to my
Hey,
channel.
Omni.
Stream Elements, look, it's Pandichan, they were playing the headliners. Go
Also,
check them out and give them some
Polly, if
fluffy
you're still
cheers
here
and
and you
support.
want me to do the
Pandichan at
challenge
URL.
Pandy in that bikini,
At
she is the
Kaitostany
headliner.
Omnirk, welcome to my channel.
Okay.
Don't tell her I said that.
Let's do this.
I'm not gonna lie, that was epic. Who are you, dude? Mortal Edge. Mortal Edge, a formidable instrument of death. It is taken countless lives and its long bloody history. It has exceptional carry capabilities. Not only to the environment, but when the hands of a skilled user, it becomes, what was this dude? This dude was so cool. That was so cool! Shucks, man, I wish you could have been a friend. That was really cool. I get cheap though. I just start getting bullets mid-round, you know? I should have embraced the full melee. I'm sorry, man. You know what's very funny? First tries, eh? First tries. I've been beating most of the first tries. I'm shocked by that. But then again, most of my stuff's upgraded. I have armor, so, you know how well I do when it comes to crafting.
Alright, let's see.
So you can use this for an actual D&D campaign, or you can use it for an actual D&D campaign.
Yeah, but the muscles.
Let's do it, my wife. My wife. Why can't anyone do anything without technology? Kiss my jet.
Okay.
Better carry window? Is it now? Shucks, I'll swap it out then, dude. It's not that hard to maneuver and pick up a cat.
I really need to get a cart.
Yes, and how do you make it into an MMORPG? Oh god, exactly, that's a whole other thing too. But you can give a story. Alright, so save station's here, right? Where's the I should have went downstairs. I should have went downstairs.
Really? Really? Fucking.
It's not efficient and effective. Yeah, you're not noticing me on the bridge. Hey. Yeah, you're not noticing me on the bridge. How would you know? Hi.
Okay, since I don't have to worry about things despawning, I will just set everything here.
I can try. I can try. that gun. Can I have that gun, please? Holy frick, that's a sick gun.
Keith?
Oh, Leon. Oh, buddy. Oh, no. Oh, where's your superpower? Never mind. Okay, he's kicking my ass. He's kicking my ass, Leon. Oh, I'm sick. Oh, I'm sick.
Shut up. Keith?
That's such a cool looking gun. Yeah, Grace?
Keith?
You know, Grace, I'm all for you for pulling the trigger, truth be told, Grace. So if you can die first and then I die, no problem.
Hey, Keith?
She's also
Oh,
trying
it's
to
Grace.
stay-
Her anxiety's
stay-
improved yet? No. Still the same, more or less. But she's making ballsy moves now. I can see it. Oh, poor Leon. Oh, Leon. Oh, he's even coughing blood up, Leon. God, that's such a cool gun. I want that revolver, meow. I am such a sucker for pistols or hand cannons. Or like freaking revolvers or like long barrels. I'm such a sucker for that. Yeah, I'm not doing like freaking like 50 cents right now.
Yeah, let's leave it. I need to go explore.
Alright.
Oh my god, what is this? Hello, Jeff. How's it, my guy? How are you doing? Hi, Raven. What's happening? Hi. What's up, Jeff? How are you doing, my guy?
Pokemon community game A Wild Moltank appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
I mean, I play as Grace now, because I'm glad I can play it.
The difference between a three
Leon's being so cute.
financial
Hello, Jeff. How you been, my guy? How was your stream today? How was it?
how year you
Did it go?
these are the silver numbers to stay away. Let's some years
Oh yeah, how is it, Jeff? How you doing? Okay? Is it me as my game? Don't you dare freeze on me, game. You freeze. I will punch you the I played the WWE 2K26
Yeah,
showcase.
yeah,
Ooh,
yeah,
how was that? Was it fun? Does it feel pretty good? Does it run really well?
your car is
Well, there you go. Alright, there you go. That room looked like super Kamigandi for neutrino particle. No idea. Sorry.
Pokemon community game Moltank escaped. No one caught it.
Oh, it's on my face now.
Okay, we got tin, we got copper.
No, it wasn't fun.
I need to
It wasn't.
find-
What's wrong? What happened?
Where are things? Nickel.
Stuff as we questions. Well, nice to know so you're not good with kids. You yourself are not good with kids.
Nope, just nothing new.
It's not the chai, it's the grown ass woman. Who are you talking about? Whatever you chatting about.
Copper,
Yeah,
tin.
that matched against the rock. It's completely destroyed. That's really funny, Jeff. You know what's funny? He's not even the rock anymore, Jeff. He's like the devil. Oh my god. That joke from freaking Avatar. Alright, yeah. Don't get me wrong, he's still pretty cool, but let's be honest. You know, he's definitely downsized now ever since he went off the steroids and whatnot. Well, quotation on the steroids.
Carroot.
Okay. bitch. I literally had to hunt you down, Grace. Look, I know she's cute. I won't lie. Grace is kind of cute. I won't lie. But yeah, your aunt. Oh, look at you! You grew a sad. Oh no. No! 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 I'm back to playing Grace. Ah, shit. Leon. Hello, Leon. I see. It's hard seeing you from this side, eh? Oh, Leon, my brother, my man.
What kind of drinks do you want? We got Pepsi. Is there anything else you want?
I haven't died though.
I don't know.
I had a backstage brawl, and then I got chopped by the users and ran a masked iguana guy. Oh my god, that's funny. What the heck, Jeff? That sounds really funny.
I told you, say please.
She asked me, where is your sister? I don't know. Did your dad leave? I don't know. Did your sister have a phone? I don't know. Where's her own child? She's literally right there. So,
Shall I
but
get
she's
your
really
shirt?
Alright, so there she's also
Yeah.
rat and stuff. I have written 1.3k words for the Lord
Cause I-
campaign for the last hour. Okay, so, okay. Okay, Becky again.
Why'd you just make so weird?
Oh, she's joy. She's happy with
Well,
it. Let's see.
It's Leo.
That child is in her room. She's gonna take one step into my room. And that iguana guy started biting my ear like he was so dead.
Ew.
Nah. If she could fricking stomp all the enemies on the floor's head in like that, they would have lost. Nah. No. If Grace could have done that way earlier, I would have been fine. Okay. You got some good legs in you, Grace. Doesn't feel like you do.
I've had a few.
120k points, what I spent on one. I wonder, you know, so what do you spend? But Jeffrey, what are you going to be up to now, my guy? Where's my keys? I do see mad people as a bothering that look that funny. You can fix it. You can fix it, right? Don't forget. I need to remember my pistol is still facing. Good night, morning.
Yeah, that was ball.
Sleep well and sleep dream, guys. Sleep well, dude. God, I'm still doing saving with you like this? Yo. It's kind of funny. Alright. Sorry to tell you people, but that is me. I am quite. How are you guys? How are you? Okay, how are you? Sleep close like you have good ones. Elixir is quite good. Alright, kind of smug. It's okay. Smug's not too bad. I think it's still a whole bunch. But yeah, no, unfortunately, it is one thing, so I am gonna go with it. By ending stream, yeah, it's 1 in the morning. It is 1 in the morning. I am quite bad right now. Alright, I am quite bad. I'm quite bad. Very bad. Okay.
What do we have here?
Lovely people have a good one. You should all be getting sleep right now. It's 2 in the morning. It's 1 for me. So please do get some sleep. Get some rest. Okay. I know. You've got your family there, Solar, so all the best. Alright, all the best. Okay. But yeah, love me lots, my little sister. Alright, you too, Sophie. You too. Alright. Now you can But yeah, I hope everyone has a good one. Jackie, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Let's go to Jackie. You too, alright. Love you, my little sis. Love you too now. I know you're lurking. She just asked me for a child juice in my brain. She's a little one. You can ask me so late. But yeah, I hope you guys have a good night. Alright, let's go sleep well and sweet dreams. Alright, have a good one. Mwah. Love you. Alright, bye guys. Bye bye. No, Ray, it's too late. It is too late, Alexa. It's already 1 for me, dude. I'm weak. But yeah, nice night, people. Bye bye.
Really?
Uh,
Fucking A. Well, at least I can get the other stuff.
all we had is that white thing. You say
Oh!
Alright.
my bad.
It said brown sugar. I'm like, in the fridge.
I thought.
Alright, let's see.
Yeah, let's. I want to get here. Alright, well, what do you want for breakfast? Right. Mikey? They're not open your mouth.
How low can you go? How low can you go?
What do you have? Melody? I'm talking to Melody.
Oh, yeah.
Seriously, what do you want?
Do you want burgers?
Oh shit, fuck.
So you want? Are we talking about lunch or dinner?
That's the same damn thing.
No.
Alien flying creature above my head.
You want cube steak and gravy?
Holy shit, fuck.
No.
Red color fire, that's all.
Now, her.
Are you wanting?
Ko-fi Streambot. Visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL. Kaito Destiny Paper Dragon, welcome to my channel.
Hey, Paper Dragon, how you doing,
Kaito
bud?
Destiny Paper Dragon, welcome to my channel.
That shouldn't have hit me.
Pokemon community game A Wild Barbaracle appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s. Frosty Tools sticking through these ad breaks supports the stream, thank you. For more fluffy madness. Frosty Tools. Meanwhile, let's catch up on chat. The chat's on a wild Pokemon chase, but that sneaky Moltank pulled a Houdini on everyone. Meanwhile, Kaito Destiny's KO5 is just a click away for those feeling generous. And look out, Barbracles dropped into the fray. Will it be another escape artist?
Oh no, I'm up.
Kaito Destiny Deep Dust 200, welcome to my channel. Kaito Destiny Deep Dust 200, welcome to my channel. Pokemon community game Barbaracle escaped.
Welcome.
No one caught it.
My name is Kaito Destiny and the Blue Fluffy Dragon. It's nice to have you all here. Currently playing the game called Lightyear Frontier.
Stream elements, feel free to come in and join the fun for crazy adventures
Currently,
through the
I found
worlds.
a
URL.
ancient ruins, and now I'm gathering the shinies. I hear the shinies. I will take the shinies. New construction. Five out of 10 in ancient ruins. Scavenge everything, loot it all. 4 more? Okay, I guess this side is cleaned up to a point. 3 more pieces. Clothes and culture.
Stream Elements, welcome to the Fluffy Dragon's Den. Come sit, chill and game a while. Enjoy the show and have some snacks and drinks. I hope you all enjoy your chill and relaxing time here. Carrot W carrot.
I really wish they would let me craft stuff on demand. Need copper. Nope. I got stuck. How is this the nearest city? Oh dear. This is gonna be a long walk home. I got knocked out. almost there. We're almost there. Dun 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 dun. Hey! How does that hit me when I get out of blast range? It makes no sense. Oh, those goddamn onion bombers. Oh, I wonder if Monkey's awake yet.
Pokemon community game. A wild leopard appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s. Pokemon community game. Leopard escaped. No one caught it.
Let's see. Upgrades. Okay, I'm gonna drop all this right here.
Wise bot 3 viewers, plus 3, alarm clock 54 minutes and 29 seconds.
Alright, let's see. Let's take a look at Discord here. Oliver, quit it. Just lay down, damn it.
Ko-fi Streambot. Visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
Apparently something blew up over here. Ah. Num 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 num.
Pokemon community game. A wild Baxcalibur appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s. Frosty Tools. Sticking through these ad breaks supports the stream, thank you. For more fluffy madness. Frosty Tools. Which Daphne du Maurier novel begins with the haunting line, "Last night I dreamt I went to Manderley again"? Find out when the ads end in about a minute. Pokemon community game Baxcalibur escaped. No one caught it. Frosty Tools. The novel that opens with the evocative sentence about Manderley is Rebecca. Stream Elements, welcome to the Fluffy Dragon's Den. Come sit, chill and game a while. Enjoy the show and have some snacks and drinks. I hope you all enjoy your chill and relaxing time here. Carrot W carrot.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit! Run! It's getting closer to me. It's gonna be a massive what the fuck. You look into the murky depths of the floating facility. There's no telling what other experiments may have been conducted down there, and you suddenly not too eager to find out. What's so funny?
Thank you. So, come on. Come on. Was that it? Alright, you tell her bye-bye.
Hi.
That's how you gonna say bye. Thank you. Huh? Didn't get five. You told me to get the two. Okay, I got the two. I didn't get 5 of them.
What? You crapped a what?
That's, no, he's picking one. Got, he's over trying to say that the 10-pound bag of sugar was heavy, and he had to count him. He started crying. I said, technically, you just cried, Kaito.
What a sad, sad little man. Oh,
Oh, I thought so was still
ba-da-da-dum.
Ooh, that is soft. No, really? Good job, Dodo. Yeah, Mama's gonna put that in. She goes, hey. She says, I'm saying what's for dinner.
What's for dinner is
Scaring her, Mike.
So you're having munchkins for lunch? Okay. You need barbecue sauce to make the baby back ribs?
Baby back ribs.
that's right. Baby back ribs.
Hey, just be wary. Fat bastard might try to invite himself over if you try to do that.
Mikey, don't terrify Mother Bob.
Nope, that didn't work. Sounds like someone's constipated.
He's just puking it.
I had to put all my lights. This don't look like you can.
It was like this. No
What
chemical.
color moon?
Make it a little sweeter.
What about
We gotta do.
Cleanse the corruption.
So soft. Da-da-da. She just wants your hug, Mike. Give him the huggy, Sabby. Huggy. Oh, Lord.
Pokemon community game A Wild Gummy appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
I have feelings I can. Mikey.
Hi ho! Hi ho!
Yes.
After more chill madness we go. I got 2 more of these left.
I'm trying to get dinner.
Let me get some anime manga stories up here so we have something to
Maybe I
watch.
just don't want to. I don't know.
Seamless motion, Jinwoo counters with equal force while landing a decisive blow. The aftermath is swift. Balzac collapses, his body still while his head lies detached beside him.
Pokemon
As he
community
lays
game
there,
Gummy
a wave of
escaped.
disbelief washes
No
over
one
him.
caught it.
He hadn't imagined Jinwoo's might to be this overwhelming. It stuns him that he couldn't endure even 10 seconds. Accepting defeat, he admits that he had underestimated his foe. However, he adds, with a hint of lingering pride, that he isn't at his peak without his mount. Jinwoo, curious, asks if that means he'd be stronger astride a horse. To that, Balzac confirms, his tone steady while explaining that he was never meant to fight on foot like an ordinary soldier. Being a cavalry knight, Balzac believes firmly that a true knight must engage in battle while mounted. With that thought, he rises and reattaches his head without hesitation. Observing him, Jinwoo curiously inquires whether Anatolius failed to provide him with a steed or any kind of beast when he inducted him into his ranks. In return, Balzac responds that such an effort was indeed made, yet complications arose. His identity as a Dullahan had created unexpected limitations. Although he isn't entirely certain of the cause, one truth remains that Dullahans are unable to ride any living creature. Jinwoo finds the situation increasingly troublesome. The idea of acquiring an undead mount appears far more complicated than he anticipated. Reflecting on it, he notes that while he has encountered undead beings that walk on 2 legs, he has yet to come across any undead creature moving on 4. Meanwhile, Felicius silently scoffs at the conversation, inwardly mocking their struggles. In his mind, while locating an undead horse seems as easy as picking his nose. Just then, Angela joins in, suggesting that had the black market merchant kept Felicius around, they might have forced him to lend them some assistance. Upon hearing this, Felicius privately acknowledges that the girl possesses sharp instincts, though he still wouldn't lift a finger to aid her, not even if he were alive. However, Jinwoo responds while expressing doubt about the merchant's usefulness. Though he concedes that the man led a formidable force, he also points out a glaring weakness that his chimera crafting skills were severely overrated. According to Jinwoo, what that merchant called chimeras were merely undead creatures revived with a bit more precision. Most of them even retained their original shapes. Perhaps the only notable enhancement he ever made was replacing the head of the scaly dragon king that Lucio once battled. Pondering this, Jinwoo questions whether someone with such limited capability could truly build an undead horse from the ground up. In his mind, the answer remains doubtful. The man, while intelligent, lacked the skill to match his reputation. His talent, Jinwoo thinks, was far less impressive than many believed. Still, Felicius disagrees silently. He considers that the only reason he has preserved his original form is because it remains the most efficient. From his perspective, the humans around him sound utterly naive, while having no real grasp of what the undead are capable of. Shortly after, Angela blurts out that if anyone manages to create an undead steed, she'd eat her own hat. In response, Jinwoo mentions that he will keep an eye out for any undead mounts as he continues his search elsewhere. Hearing this, Felicius grows irritated and hopes, with dry amusement, that Angela seems all right. He's eating, breathing, and functioning, but there's still concern about whatever mischief he might stumble into next. Another adds that the real issue isn't external trouble, but rather the damage he tends to inflict upon himself. According to them, he doesn't get involved in too many wild stunts, nor does he go around wrecking things. As their conversation continues, another Naga worker approaches and casually asks what the group is chatting about. The others greet her warmly and offer her something to eat while assuming she's on break. However, she informs them that she's just returned from lunch and has to get back to her duties. Still, her curiosity lingers, and she asks again what they had been discussing. In response, one of the workers brings up a new topic while mentioning that she hasn't met him yet, and that, finally, she has a newcomer assigned under her. Pinky immediately becomes curious and asks where this newbie works. They're quick to tell her that he's stationed at the burial grounds. Her expression shifts in an instant as she's taken aback. Wanting more information, she inquires about who he's working with. They calmly inform her that he's working completely alone. This news stuns her even more, and she quickly turns to one of the workers, clearly upset while accusing him of mistreating the new guy just because he holds authority over him. The worker tries to clear things up while explaining that it's all been a misunderstanding and that the newbie actually volunteered for the role, but Pinky isn't convinced and raises her voice, demanding to know how anyone could send someone alone to such a place, and questions how long he's been out there. He answers that it's been around a week. Pinky gasps, shocked, and blurts out that there's no way his sense of smell is still intact. In her mind, he must have already passed out from the conditions. Without wasting another moment, she declares that she's going to check on him right away. She refuses to lose her one and only junior colleague and expresses clear disappointment in all of them for letting this happen. As she walks away, clearly disheartened, one of the Naga workers casually wonders what could possibly go wrong. In reply, another comments that she'll be fine, and honestly, it's probably better for her to witness things with her own eyes rather than listen to their explanations. Someone else quietly questions why they're suddenly being seen as the villains in all this. Meanwhile, Pinky moves forward, her frustration rising with every step. She's furious with the workers while struggling to understand how they could leave the newbie in such a place. The thought of him spending an entire week in the burial grounds weighs heavily on her mind. A creeping fear takes hold. She worries that she might already be too late. As her thoughts spiral, an old memory surfaces. She recalls how, when she was first brought into the world, a Naga worker had looked after her with great care. The memory stings, and she starts to wonder where that kind soul is now. The guilt seeps in deeper. A question begins to echo in her mind that could this all be her fault? Is the newcomer suffering because she had been too cherished to ever consider sharing such responsibilities? Determined to set things right, she rushes toward the burial site, shouting heartfelt pleas for forgiveness while calling herself a sinner. The further she goes, the more uncertain she feels. At one point, she even questions whether she's gotten lost. The sign indicates it's indeed the burial area, but strangely, the overwhelming stench she expected is missing. Noticing a door ahead, she stops, alarmed by what it might mean. An enclosed space behind it could suggest poor ventilation, and if so, he might have suffocated. With urgency, she pushes the door open and steps inside, her only concern being whether he's safe and still breathing. She calls out while shouting that she's come to rescue him, but what she sees inside halts her in her tracks. The place looks completely unfamiliar and nothing like the chaotic burial grounds she remembers. The usual piles of corpses once dumped and crudely covered in dirt are nowhere to be seen. The putrid smell that used to hang in the air is entirely absent. Instead, every body lies properly laid to rest, sorted by species and the time of their passing. The scene before her is calm, almost reverent, and not at all what she expected. As she takes in the peaceful scene before her, a thought crosses her mind that could he have managed all of this entirely on his own? Her eyes drift toward a structure nearby, one she's certain she hasn't seen before. Curiosity nudges her forward. Peering through the window, she spots Felicius inside. The moment she sees him, it hits her that he really is her junior. Inside, Felicius sits quietly while sipping tea, yet his thoughts are anything but calm. He reflects on the constant challenges his own body presents, especially when it comes to summoning. From outside, she watches him speak softly to himself, puzzled at first by his words. He murmurs about the week he has spent absorbing miasma, yet he remains unsure whether his physical form can endure the pressure of another summon. As she observes him, a wave of emotion settles in. Despite accepting his circumstances and lasting through the entire week, he now stands at the edge of his endurance. His concern isn't just physical, it's heavy. He fears that his strength might finally give out. Meanwhile, Felicius continues weighing his odds. He thinks that perhaps with more experience and enough caution, he can push forward without issue. He clings to the hope that careful effort will be enough. Watching this, he feels a deep sense of admiration. Even though he knows he's nearing his breaking point, he still tries to offer something meaningful to the labyrinth. It moves her, especially knowing that he's younger than her. Despite that, she can't help but feel a sense of respect. Her gaze falls on the distinct horns, the textured scaly skin, and the defined form shaped by long hours of labor. Unlike others who waste time lounging around the bar, he's been transforming himself through tireless effort. At that moment, she makes a decision. If he keeps pushing like this alone, he's bound to collapse. But with the two of them working side by side, they can finish the job in half the time. After all, the burial site remains the most avoided corner of the labyrinth. That's why it'll just be the two of them now. With her mind made up, she steps forward and approaches him. With warmth and purpose, she lets him know that she's there to support him. Then, without hesitation, she invites him to join her, and together, they'll bury the dead. Religious expresses to her that he believes he had already informed everyone of his intent to oversee the burial site alone. However, she responds with reassurance while telling him he doesn't need to shoulder the weight of the task all by himself. She admits she hasn't yet contributed, but he insists that his efforts stem purely from personal will. Moved by his resolve, she praises the quiet perseverance he continues to show while putting the needs of other Naga before his own, and remaining firm despite the alluring promise he could embrace. He acknowledges that she seems to grasp his reasoning, and in return, she comforts him, while assuring that her presence is of her own choosing. She gently reminds him that even if he did give in, none of the Naga workers would fault him. Still, he refuses entirely. He reminds her that this burial site is a sacred space granted to him by a Naga maid, something he holds dear. He points out that she must also have responsibilities elsewhere, and that abandoning those duties just to be here would be unwise. Then, with a quiet intensity, he questions whether she's able to challenge the labyrinth's law. At that moment, she begins to truly understand. Despite the harsh conditions he faces, he does not waver. His concerns are not centered on his own struggles, but on preserving the labyrinth's harmony. She marvels internally that how can someone with such steadfast loyalty still exist. Without raising his tone, he urges her to depart if she comprehends his stance, as his time is consumed with his responsibilities. She concedes while acknowledging the scale of his workload, but adds softly that there's no need for him to be troubled. Dominique, she mentions, is already aware of the difficult state of the burial grounds. With a calm but determined air, she assures him that if she explains the situation properly, Dominique will surely understand. She promises to return with formal approval while offering a small reassurance before departing. Her final words are light, but carry weight as she tells him to wait. Hearing this, Valicius finds himself quietly taken aback. He finds himself stunned, unable to grasp who this eccentric Naga really is. Finally, after a long struggle, he manages to resume his training. Each day while following every meal, he must engage in meditation within chambers dense with miasma, 3 times without fail. Skipping even one session is out of the question, for his purpose isn't merely to accumulate miasma, but to fundamentally transform his physical form. Deep down, he begins to suspect that the Naga maid might assign that strange pink creature to the burial site. A thought crosses his mind that should he just split the area into 2 sections to avoid unnecessary trouble? Meanwhile, Pinky makes her way to Dominique, who grants her permission and encourages her to give it her all. Yet despite this, Valicius remains uneasy. He reflects silently while believing that someone with her erratic nature isn't suited for the gravekeeper's work. Then, a darker notion creeps in that could she be planted here to keep watch over him? He doubts anyone truly knows his secret, yet a lingering sense of suspicion hangs in the air. If they don't have proof, they might still be watching. The idea unsettles him enough to wonder that should he eliminate her? If he locks her in a miasma-heavy chamber, she wouldn't survive even 10 minutes. But the risk is too great. If their informant vanishes, it would surely draw attention. Instead, he shifts his focus. He must seal off the runes with deadly miasma levels, and begin carving out a hidden tunnel that leads to the underground Chimera lab. Driven by urgency, he resolves to complete everything before the day ends. The following morning, precisely at 8 a.m., she appears before him. Calmly, she notifies him that the new recruit has arrived. Introducing herself as Pinky, she shares that she's been officially placed in the role of the Gravekeeper's assistant from this day forward. She informs him that she's been removed from all other assignments, and from now on, they'll also be sharing living quarters. Noticing his intense gaze, she casually remarks that he shouldn't look at her that way. In response, he questions whether she has been told about his terms by the Naga maid. She affirms it with confidence while explaining that the Gravekeeper's directives take precedence over Naga hierarchy. She also assures him that he will receive 1 uninterrupted hour of solitude after every meal. He emphasizes how critical that rule is, and adds that they must never disturb one another's personal space or initiate unnecessary conversation. She acknowledges the boundary with an easy tone, mentioning that the place likely holds a great deal of energy. Yet internally, Valicius finds her attitude shallow and a bit crafty. With a calculating mindset, he decides to assign her work so grueling that it drains her completely. His plan is simple that once the situation
Ko-fi Streambot visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
Asks if she's prepared for her first day of duty. Deep down, though, he quietly wishes that the workload proves too much for her, perhaps even to the point of collapse. Despite his hidden thoughts, he can't help but feel a sense of pride while believing himself impressive for starting a demanding day with calm determination. Meanwhile, she seems genuinely thrilled, eager to give her full effort. Soon after, she notices a stack of discarded remains and curiously asks about them. He informs her that they're leftovers from the morning meal and instructs her to sort out the usable pieces and bury the rest, all before lunchtime. He coldly adds that she's free to give up if the work feels overwhelming while assuring her it isn't too late to quit. However, her reaction isn't what he expects. She grows emotional and asks if he had been carrying out all this grueling labor alone. Touched by the thought, she becomes even more determined to support him wholeheartedly. He then prompts her to begin, and she responds with enthusiasm while saying that she's ready and they can handle it together. As he watches her spirited response, Felicius reflects to himself. Though she's full of energy now, he doubts it will last for long. An hour slips by.
Pokemon community game A Wild Rapidash appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Informs him they've completed everything before lunchtime. He offers a brief acknowledgement while complimenting her effort. Internally, though, he admits he's genuinely impressed. He had expected her to collapse before midday, yet she endures more steadily than he anticipated. Of course, he reasons
Frosty Tools sticking through these ad breaks supports the stream. Thank you. For more fluffy madness, Frosty Tools newscast update from Kaito Destiny's Chill stream. The chat's been on a wild Pokemon chase, with a slippery Gumi dodging all attempts at capture. Talk about a rigged escape. Meanwhile, a majestic Rapidash has galloped into the scene, sparking another round of Poke Catch excitement. Done.
The extra food makes sense. She casually thanks him for bringing the meal and jokingly calls him a dummy. The Naga worker, caught off guard by her words, repeats his question about her presence. She answers again while explaining that she's moved into the quarters here. The revelation stuns him. Hearing her playful jab, he becomes overwhelmed, and tears begin to stream down his face. Yet she responds softly while expressing regret and claiming she simply followed where her heart led. Trying to keep his composure, the Naga worker assures her he won't stand in her way. Though she's left, he says he'll find comfort in knowing she's happy. He turns to Felicius with sincere eyes and urges him to look after her while warning that if she's hurt or made to cry, he won't forgive it. With trembling emotion, he confesses his love and begs her to cherish the moments they share.
Pokemon community game Rapidash escaped. No one caught it.
Felicius stands quietly while observing the entire scene with sharp suspicion. To him, she seems completely unhinged, just another unpredictable Naga. He can't shake the feeling that everything is orchestrated. In his mind, this drama is only a setup to lower his defenses. He believes that once he lets his guard down and begins absorbing the asthma, the real assault will begin. But he isn't one to sit back. With determination, he resolves to disperse his own miasma while using it as a subtle way to monitor her every movement. In his eyes, there are no blind spots. If anyone is being watched, it won't be him, it'll be her. Finally, after the meal, his allotted time alone arrives. The atmosphere shifts, and she vanishes from sight within the burial grounds.
Alright,
3
let's
days later,
see.
along
What
the
can
outer
I
edge of
upgrade?
the Naga labyrinth, Jinwoo and the imp-headed worker make their way forward. As they walk, Imp casually remarks that he has always found the Naga labyrinth strange, but quickly adds that what truly feels strange is Jinwoo himself. Curious, Jinwoo questions the reason behind such a comment. The worker explains that, despite being the one in charge of the labyrinth, Jinwoo is often seen working alone. In response, Jinwoo remarks that it's because of his small stature. However, the imp struggles to see the connection between size and solitude. Jinwoo goes on to clarify his point. He notes that if someone were as large as the scaly Dragon King, they would naturally attract too much attention. Likewise, someone like Felicius, who is undead, would usually be surrounded by others of his kind. The undead, after all, rarely travel alone. The imp listens but doesn't seem entirely convinced, and simply lets the subject drop.
Sprout can, long range can that plants sprouts.
Soon, as they near their destination, their eyes catch sight of the merchant responsible for overseeing level 10. She immediately raises a whistle to her lips and blows it sharply. Startled, Jinwoo asks for an explanation while wanting to know what the sudden act is about. The imp scratches his
Stream
head and
elements,
is
welcome
about
to the
raise
Fluffy
another
Dragon's Den.
Before
Come
Jinwoo
sit,
can
chill,
press
and
further,
game a
the
while.
merchant steps forward
Enjoy
and
the
informs
show
him
and
that
have
there's a
some
required
snacks
step
and
must be
drinks.
completed before they
I
can
hope you
proceed
all
to the
enjoy
next
your
step.
chill and
Jinwoo
relaxing
appears
time
puzzled
here.
while claiming he hasn't
Carrot
tried
W
this
carrot.
before. In response, she hands him a pen along with a duplicate form, and calmly informs him that it needs his signature before they continue. Jinwoo places his signature on the document while turning to the imp, mentions that he always assumed all black market merchants were sneaky imps like him, so seeing a demon appear had caught him off guard. The imp nods in agreement while admitting he understands why Jinwoo might think that way. In fact, he adds, imps used to manage the deeper levels up until a few years ago. Naturally, Jinwoo asks what led to demons taking over those duties. In response, the merchant in charge explains with a sharp tone that imps are immediately executed when spotted on the lower levels. While the deaths of imps, seen as worthless and plentiful, don't raise concerns, the loss of cargo they transport is entirely unacceptable. Frustrated Frustrated, she remarks that she's left to handle the fallout caused by those greedy and unreliable imps. Yet despite her irritation, she reassures Jinwoo not to worry. She admits she's been eagerly anticipating this mission and hasn't slept in 3 days. Though she'd appreciate any concern from him, she insists it's not necessary to fuss over her. Still feeling cautious, Jinwoo quietly asks whether the journey will be safe. She gives a composed response while expressing gratitude for his care. At that moment, the imp chimes in to vouch for her resilience. He claims that, regardless of her appearance, she belongs to a high-ranking species on par with the elite demons deployed to the wasteland. According to him, missing 3 days of rest is nothing. She could endure 3 months without sleep and still function without issue. Just as the merchant begins to say something further, Jinwoo remembers something important. He steps aside with the imp and brings out the labyrinth seed he had previously promised. The imp's eyes light up with joy as he receives it. Fully aware that this gift now secures his safety, he no longer has to worry about dying. Seeing the exchange conclude, the merchant notes that it seems Jinwoo's business here is finished and instructs him to return to headquarters. With a grateful nod, the imp offers them a warm farewell while hoping for a smooth and safe trip ahead. As Jinwoo watches the imp vanish through the teleportation technique, a thought lingers in his mind. He reflects on the black market merchant teleportation ability, unable to ignore how efficient it seems. Unlike the labyrinth portals, it doesn't leave behind any trail, whether now or during the auction. It always appears as if they tear something open just to activate it. Yet the imp used some kind of object, perhaps a tool or artifact. Jinwoo begins to wonder if this means the imp isn't bound by the same limitations. If a large number of demons suddenly appear deep inside the labyrinth using this same method, the consequences could be devastating. While Jinwoo is still lost in his thoughts, the demon in charge gently informs him that this teleportation method can't be used to travel to other labyrinths or to the surface. Hearing that, he turns toward her, slightly embarrassed, and asks if his concern had been that obvious. She reassures him with a calm tone while explaining that every labyrinth master reacts the same way upon witnessing this kind of teleportation. With the moment settled, she suggests they proceed to the point on level 10, where the hired mercenaries are already stationed. Without hesitation, she reaches out and takes his hand while preparing to activate the teleportation. Jinwoo, somewhat puzzled, questions her gesture. She explains that physical contact is necessary during the process. It ensures the coordinates remain stable and aren't disrupted mid-transit. As they stand side by side, her grip remains steady. But when the teleportation doesn't initiate right away, Jinwoo becomes concerned and asks if something's wrong. She denies any issue while claiming there's no problem at all. When he presses her for a reason behind the delay, she responds with a hint of sentiment while saying she's simply savoring this moment between them. Soon after, the teleportation activates. In the blink of an eye, they materialize somewhere deep within level 10. As Jinwoo scans the vast space around them, he realizes just how enormous the area is. The ceiling is so high it's not even visible. Now it truly feels like they've reached the deeper parts of the labyrinth. Breaking the silence, the demon in charge addresses the assembled mercenary group, casually mentioning they're 5 minutes late due to a personal matter. The head of the squad responds with indifference while assuring her it's not an issue. She raises an eyebrow, playfully reminding him that since she's the employer, she has no reason to feel nervous. Then while turning to Jinwoo, she starts introducing the group. She describes them as the mercenary force assigned to escort black market traders on level 10, and identifies them by name, Outcast. Shortly after, the squad leader steps forward while presenting himself as the captain. He mentions he's already heard plenty about Jinwoo and assures him that they'll vouch for him while suggesting that posing as an apprentice within their group should cause no problems. Observing the outcast troop, Jinwoo notes that it's hard to determine their races, as all of them wear masks concealing their features. He extends a hand to the captain while exchanging a firm handshake while expressing his anticipation for working together. In that moment, the captain silently observes Jinwoo's arm, surprised by its structure. It's unlike any beast hybrid he's ever seen before. Meanwhile, Jinwoo is already analyzing the group's strength. Internally, he commands his parasite to assess the fighters around him. Within moments, the evaluation is complete as each of them registers as standard-level combatants, roughly equivalent to level 3 dungeon babies. Jinwoo turns to the level 10 in charge while questioning whether she's serious about the group of mercenaries being the escorts for the deeper levels. From their appearances, they don't seem equipped for such a task. They look more like random people picked off the streets. The in charge, however, reassures him while explaining that the outcast mercenaries are actually better than those who had been responsible for escorting them to level 10 over the past 5 years. She adds that they are no different from the private troops used by the black market. And while they aren't the only mercenaries operating as bodyguards on this level, their record far surpasses that of any other group. As they continue to stand there, the in charge suddenly senses a disturbance. She realizes that a swarm of giant worms is heading towards them, while coming from 200 feet below the ground. The captain of the mercenaries acknowledges the situation while explaining that the worms likely detected the red flash and tremors from their teleportation, but he remains calm. In fact, he considers it fortunate. It would have been much more problematic if the creatures had emerged during a trade. Turning to Jinwoo, the captain motions for him to rest while reminding him that, as an apprentice, he is essentially considered cargo in this situation. He then commands his troops to prepare for battle while urging them to finish quickly before more creatures gather. Jinwoo listens carefully while reflecting on the approaching giant worms. He realizes that the number of worms is far greater than he initially expected. They aren't just a few scattered creatures, but a large swarm. Jinwoo recognizes the creatures as blood panther-grade worms, beasts capable of growing up to 10 meters in diameter and 10 meters in length. These creatures inhabit the lower and sub-levels of the labyrinth. Despite their size and ability to move freely underground, they are disoriented and unable to determine their location accurately. They move by sensing vibrations from creatures above ground. Jinwoo recalls an incident in which a single worm had made its way up to the middle levels and slaughtered an entire team of 100 people. He remembers that this team had been operating on level 6 of the Kaiju Gate. Now he understands the gravity of the situation. The mercenaries are woefully underprepared for this. Only he and the level 10 in charge possess the ability to handle these creatures with ease, and it's clear to Jinwoo that this will be a massacre. At that moment, the captain of the mercenary squad quietly remarks that things aren't always what they seem, while pointing out that Jinwoo depends too heavily on his parasite for judgment. Suddenly, a giant worm bursts from beneath the surface. The captain calmly assesses the situation, while noting that there are 5 of them, and instructs his team to handle 1 each. However, one member quickly reminds the group that he's a healer, not suited for direct combat. Another mercenary teasingly retorts that the healer is usually in charge of preparing lunch, and shouldn't try to escape the battle with that excuse. Without further delay, the entire squad rushes into combat against the massive creatures. Meanwhile, the healer stands back while gripping his weapon and contemplating his next move. Determined, he decides to use the flash technique. He releases a blinding burst of light from his weapon and shouts a command while urging the creature to be healed, though clearly, it's more of a provocation than an actual attempt at recovery. Witnessing this, the captain scolds him sharply, frustrated that he ignored his earlier warnings. He questions whether the healer plans to attract every creature on level 10 with such reckless behavior, while knowing full well that if chaos erupts, he'll be left cleaning up the mess once again. Just then, strange violet-colored bubbles start popping through the surrounding air, bringing a surreal and tense atmosphere to the scene. The captain immediately alerts his team to stay vigilant. Meanwhile, Heejin casually comments that she's merely tidying up the disaster caused by Yujin. Watching the entire display unfold, Jinwoo grows increasingly confused. He starts questioning what exactly is happening. Despite not sensing any significant increase in power from the mercenaries, they effortlessly eliminate 2 of the giant worms within seconds. At that point, the level 10 in charge, the demon, shares some insight with him. She explains that the outcast mercenaries aren't simply a group of random fighters. Their name holds a deeper meaning. They were once warriors liberated during the Great Underground Conflict, but on their path toward freedom, they became societal outcasts. These individuals are underground humans while originating from the deepest levels, who ultimately chose to abandon any dreams of reaching the surface. The in charge of the place begins explaining, her voice calm but carrying the weight of many years. To begin with,
Gold
she tells
Leopard,
how
hi
the war
Kaito
between
and
the
Dragon
creatures
Mama.
underground and the humans above
Kaito
ground
Destiny
started
Gold
before
Leopard,
anyone could
welcome to
imagine.
my
Gold
channel.
Leopard.
At Kaito Destiny Gold Leopard, welcome to my channel.
Less than a century has passed since humans captured during that time became slaves. They were treated as nothing more than nameless prisoners or food. Moving on, she continues while revealing that those prisoners eventually gave birth to the underground humans, including Jinwoo. These underground-born humans, she notes, received the blessings of the underground and were fundamentally different from their counterparts who lived above. Because of that, they possessed overwhelming efficiency as workers, thanks to their superhuman strength and stamina. Furthermore, it didn't end there. The humans born in the deepest levels were even more blessed than those born in the upper levels, and this drew the attention of the underground aristocrats. Eventually, a group formed with the sole purpose of breeding humans in the deep levels. That, she explains, is the reason why underground humans could live in places that no above-ground human had ever reached. After she finishes this lengthy explanation, Jinwoo quietly mentions the name of the sunken sea tentacle mother. The in-charge seems visibly shocked upon hearing this, and wonders aloud how he knows of her. Jinwoo eagerly responds while showing no hesitation that he had been raised by her too. He calls her his mother because she took care of him, made him a king, and brought him the respect he now receives. The in-charge
Wisebot
studies him,
4
her eyes
viewers,
narrowing slightly.
+1,
Then,
alarm
her
clock
thoughtful
1 hour
tone, she
46
reflects
minutes.
aloud while wondering what could possibly explain how humanity, barely capable of reaching even the lower levels, somehow managed to win the Great War. She questions what kind of entity could have brought such a long conflict to an end. Was it the underground king? The aristocrats? The human leader? In the end, she adds, that doesn't really matter. What does matter is the truth that underground humans receive more blessings than anyone ever expected. She tells Jinwoo they have an endless ability to adapt and grow, even in the harshest labyrinth. It was fear. She confesses that the aristocrats feared the underground humans might one day take over. As a result, under the pretense of freeing prisoners and ending the war, they chose instead to expel the underground humans. Their true plan was to wait until those humans lost their strength. By doing so, people from above wouldn't be able to gain the underground's blessings. However, some defied all expectations. They were those who turned their backs on their homeland and settled deep underground. These were the outcasts. She continues to give him more and more information. Jinwoo listens, but deep down he's thinking carefully while realizing how essential this knowledge is for him. It's primitive, raw, and truthful. As he processes it all, he wonders how some dungeon babies managed to stay and grow so strong. That's when she questions him while wondering aloud that why she's even sharing all this with him. She reminds him that the black market merchants are creatures of the underground too. And Jinwoo, he's a regular human before he's an
Pokemon
underground.
community game A
Her eyes,
Wild
that makes
Knackley
him
appears
clear.
catch
He
it using
responds with a
Poke
trace of
Catch.
seriousness while
Winners
asking what
revealed
she
in
thinks he looks
90s.
like. He utters that he looks like a demon. She doesn't deny it. On the contrary, she agrees while revealing that he is correct. She is a demon, a longtime friend of humanity. Then she turns the question on him that is he suggesting demons don't belong in the underground? Her words surprise him. He begins to question her meaning, but just then, someone else arrives while interrupting the conversation.
Gold Leopard, they
The
did some
newcomer
more
steps in with
test
a
on my
confident tone
fiancé.
while
Some of
mentioning
test
they've
is
been
negative.
introduced without their
His
permission.
potassium
Still,
is
he
and blood
brushes it
pressure
off.
is high,
It
so
doesn't
they
matter,
gave some
since he
meds
planned
to lower
reveal
his
himself
blood
anyway.
pressure and gave
He
him
introduces
potassium
himself
through
as the
his
leader of
4.
the outcasts
Oh.
while removing his mask. His name is Lee Parayan. At that moment, more individuals arrive while joining them. A girl and a boy step forward. They introduce themselves as Heejin and Yujin, both in charge of support in battles rather than direct attacks. Then, two more members come forward, Jungwon and Suhyun. They handle patrol and lead the main attack. Lee Parayan reassures Jinwoo, confident in their strength while stating that now they've proven themselves, there's no need for Jinwoo to worry during their trip. Jinwoo listens and begins to piece things together. Naturally, he concludes aloud that they really are human. But then he asks, is it true they gave up on reaching the surface? Lee Purium confirms it, and Jinwoo presses further and he wants to understand why. Lee Purium looks at him closely while questioning Jinwoo's memory. Doesn't he remember what happened underground after the Great War when the prisoners were released? Jinwoo hesitates while admitting that he has no memories of that time. He doesn't recall anything from his escape. The answer puzzles Lee Purium. He finds it
Pokemon
strange.
community
That
game
kind of
Knackley
trauma, he
escaped.
believes, should be
No
unforgettable.
one caught
Perhaps
it.
it's psychological or
Gold
something
Leopard,
else.
I meant
He
his
mentions how
potassium
amnesia
is
a
low.
common occurrence
Dang
in some
cell.
cases. Then he decides to tell Jinwoo what happened. There was a harvest festival. Tens of thousands of imprisoned humans were released from the labyrinth at once. But to the underground creatures, humans were nothing more than food. So, under the guise of liberation, the humans were released, only to be devoured the moment they stepped out. For those born and raised in the underground, the scene was beyond comprehension. He recalls someone once saying that if I can get through here, I could make it back home. Then he questions out loud that what is it about the surface that would make humans risk their lives while ignoring the massacre happening around them? Does the surface really exist? An endless ceiling? A blue sky? Glowing clouds? A blazing sun? Countless stars? Rippling plains and a boundless sea? Even so, if all that is true, he wonders that how could those things be worth more than a person's life? They weren't moving toward paradise, he confesses. They hadn't even started the journey. They gave up. They wanted to survive. So, if the price of an unknown paradise is death, then let them run away. Let them disappear into the underground depths, where even hope can't reach. Into the shadows, away from the sun, into the soil. Not to fresh air, but to screams. Not to laughter, but to the cries of their kin. They chose to survive in the darkness. Paradise wasn't for them. They rejected the surface. They returned to the labyrinth owner who had once freed them and begged to be taken in again. The owner, while thinking this was loyalty, accepted them back, not as prisoners, but as soldiers, at least until the labyrinth collapsed. Jinwoo questions what he means by that. Lee Purium doesn't elaborate. He doesn't want to talk about that part. He simply shares that the owner was killed in battle, but they managed to escape. What mattered more, he explains, was what happened next, and how they came to receive the underground blessing. He admits that, even though their employer had requested it, he's reluctant to share this
Stream
for free.
elements.
It
Hi
was the
everyone,
fruit of their
as a
life
heads up I have sleep
Jinwoo
apnea
stands
and tend to
quietly
fall
and
asleep
listens.
sometimes in my
He
streams.
Nom, 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 nom.
Please
every
be
bit of
patient with my
information
disorder or try waking me up with my
and then
redeems.
wonders aloud that if Jinwoo is the first of their kind they've met since the liberation, does he still reject the surface? Jinwoo answers with a memory that he was born just 11 levels below this one. Yet, he made it to the surface that they had once rejected. He turns to all of them while asking gently, that is it really true that the air up there is warm? He heard that water falls from the sky, but no, sometimes ice falls instead. He begins to speak more, his voice filled with something almost like wonder. An endless ceiling, a blue sky while blowing clouds, a blazing sun, overflowing stars and rippling plains along with a boundless sea. Finally, he gives them a message that the destination is the above-ground base. Just 55 yards to the east lies a portal. He looks at them and tells them softly that they didn't fall away. They're just a little late. Everyone listens. No one moves. Jinwoo stands before them. Captivate their senses. Heejin and Yujin gaze around in awe, their eyes wide with amazement. Heejin, while beaming with excitement, remarks how bright everything appears, even marveling at the blue ceiling above them. Yujin responds while noting its towering height. Meanwhile, Suyang, while standing quietly beside Jungwon, inhales deeply and shares that for once, while nothing feels constricted in her chest. Jungwon nods while mentioning how refreshing the air feels. She adds while reflecting aloud that although the air carries no taste, she can somehow sense its flavor through how clean it is. At that moment, Jinwoo turns to the in-charge of level 10 and invites them to step into the open space as well. However, the in-charge gently declines while explaining that they can't abandon their duties. Jinwoo respectfully apologizes for disrupting their journey, but the in-charge reassures him while noting that additional time had already been factored into their discrete route. Eventually, Jinwoo finds himself beside Lee Pariam, the leader of the outcasts. Lee shares that although he had heard of fellow outcasts ascending from the underground, he never truly believed the surface would be this extraordinary. He reflects on how he used to imagine it as just a slightly improved version of the underground, yet standing here confirms it's far more a true paradise. He thanks Jinwoo while acknowledging the opportunity with deep appreciation. Jinwoo responds humbly while admitting he got involved only because the outcasts appeared unsure. With their capabilities, he believes they could have reached the surface on their own. Lee Pariam agrees and confesses that hesitation held them back. Then, without shifting tone, he begins explaining the term underground blessing while clarifying that it refers to mana. Jinwoo, slightly puzzled, questions the term, and Lee confirms while elaborating that all underground humans possess it. He continues while noting that the deeper one is born, the more concentrated the surrounding mana becomes. While saying this, he suddenly displays a flicker of energy in his palm. He then theorizes
Fire in the hole!
environment's mana, whereas humans lack sufficient time.
Paper Dragon hello Kaito and Dragon Mama 03.
Hey,
Kaito
Paper!
Destiny Paper Dragon. Paper Dragon, welcome to my channel. At Kaito Destiny Paper Dragon. Paper Dragon, welcome to my channel.
That while the mana at birth has some influence, it's not fixed. Since infants only stay close to the mother briefly, their mana develops more from the surroundings over time. As a result, those from deeper levels gain greater initial advantages. Now, most underground humans merely gain a modest advantage from having mana, an effect that's barely noticeable. As he continues,
Gold Leopard High Paper.
playing and quarreling like children in the background.
I'm being sucked up by 5 PDs right now.
Creatures naturally manipulate mana as a defense. He points out that Jinwoo's subordinates likely assume he already knows how to control it, which is why he must learn to harness the underground blessing properly. He promises that with training, Jinwoo could surpass his current strength. This
Paper
proposal
Dragon
pleases
High
Jinwoo.
Gold.
Suddenly, the two decide to engage in a sparring match to test their abilities. Everyone else settles down to watch. Heejin turns to Yujin and wonders aloud why a fight has broken out. She expresses concern about attracting beasts. Yujin scoffs while teasing her and saying that no creatures would appear in a place like this, especially since it's privately owned. When Heejin asks what that means, Yujin admits she doesn't know. As they stand facing each other, Lee hesitantly questions whether the duel is necessary. Jinwoo reminds him of his earlier
How much
comment about
copper
being
do I
stronger and states
have?
that he won't believe in the so-called benefits of mana until he sees it in action. Lee sighs and agrees while warning him to give it everything. Jinwoo chuckles and comments that he wouldn't want to injure his future mentor. Lee then highlights the energy around Jinwoo while identifying it as uncontrolled mana dissipating into the air. He notes that those from the upper levels don't produce such ripples, while those from mid to lower levels display increasingly dense waves of power. As he explains this, Jinwoo suddenly unleashes a powerful surge while catching Lee off guard. Stunned, Lee acknowledges the remarkable force while calling it something beyond what he imagined from someone of level 12. Jinwoo attempts to respond, but Lee interrupts while asserting that despite the impressive show of strength, it isn't enough to defeat him. Frustration boils over within Jinwoo as he charges forward with his weapon. Lee easily sidesteps the attack while causing Jinwoo to stumble and fall. Calmly, Lee explains that just having mana barely improves the body, but purposefully directing it changes everything. Jinwoo, while growing increasingly determined, launches another attack with greater power. While dodging, Lee elaborates that mana can amplify not just strength, stamina, and reflexes, but also mental clarity while helping one anticipate and react to their opponent's moves. The force behind Jinwoo's latest strike surprises Lee slightly, but he still evades it without effort. Jinwoo finds himself behind Lee while seething with anger. He dashes again. At this moment, Lee introduces another aspect of mana control while channeling it into weapons. As he demonstrates by infusing his pickaxe with mana, he effortlessly blocks Jinwoo's charged blow. The surrounding area trembles from the impact. Lee explains that even a simple iron tool, with the proper mana, can withstand an attack from a weapon made of adamantium. He follows with a counter-strike while hitting Jinwoo in the stomach and sending him to his knees. Jinwoo reflects, frustrated that he managed to land blows on Labyrinth owners before, but now can't even touch Lee. What troubles him more is the fact that Lee has barely moved while keeping one foot rooted and an arm hidden beneath his cloak. Jinwoo admits to underestimating him, then reveals a transformation while releasing his full might. Declaring that he won't hold back any longer, he charges forward at high velocity. Lee responds with a calm warning that during this training, parasites are off limits. He then unleashes his own deeper power. As Jinwoo closes in, Lee conjures a cage-like structure formed of mana, while capturing Jinwoo mid-attack. Their duel continues, filled with intensity. After witnessing the sudden strike from Lee Pureyan, Jinwoo stands frozen in disbelief while trying to grasp what just happened. Lee, while noticing his reaction, wonders if he's stunned or perhaps assumed he alone carried the parasite within. He explains that while these beings are scarce, they haven't vanished entirely. They still dwell beneath the surface. So while encountering another shouldn't come as a shock. As the clash unfolds, Lee explains that this duel isn't meant to measure whose parasite is mightier. Rather, it's a way to judge Jinwoo's potential as an underground human. Upon hearing that, Jinwoo reflects on his current strength. Despite reaching level 12 while gaining enhanced capabilities through the parasite and holding the prestigious Labyrinth rank, he still finds himself unable to match Lee's prowess. He admits Lee possesses tremendous power, but Lee disagrees and questions whether Jinwoo has truly felt anything yet. Jinwoo confesses that he feels nothing but defeat. As thoughts race through his mind, he recalls enduring countless brutal fights on level 9, while Q surviving numerous brushes with death. Yet never once has he felt this kind of helplessness. Back then, he believed that no matter the enemy, as long as one fought with every ounce of strength, a path forward would eventually reveal itself. Even when he stood face to face with the formidable Anatolius, he managed to keep his composure and evaluate the situation. But now while standing before Lee, everything feels different. He mutters to himself, not because Lee is overwhelmingly strong, but because he himself is simply too weak. Lee acknowledges Jinwoo's realization and points out that understanding one's own limits is just as vital as grasping the opponent's. That awareness isn't just necessary for survival, but it's key to tracking personal growth. Life beneath the Earth's crust isn't merely a series of triumphs. Raw ambition can't conquer everything. One must always remember the deeper, while unchanging laws of nature, survival of the fittest, and the process of natural selection. He explains how their evolution was shaped by constant adaptation and relentless experimentation. Their hardened bones and skin, their muscle density, even their refined metabolism, all meticulously trained to withstand life underground, where even eating stones could be necessary to survive. Curious, Jinwoo wonders if all of this was achievable through the underground blessing. Lee affirms it with a nod. As those words settle, Jinwoo can't help but think aloud. It feels as if these people have become a new form of humankind. Lee accepts the idea without hesitation. In that moment, Jinwoo quietly admits to himself he's overestimated his own strength ever since earning the title of undefeated commander. Now, reality hits hard while reminding him that strength isn't just about victories, and it's also about accepting weaknesses and pushing past them. Jinwoo, with firm resolve, turns to Lee and expresses his desire once more.
Who tossing stuff at me?
The method of harnessing the underground blessing. He admits there's much he must protect, and for that he needs to grow stronger. To him, Lee has now become his second mentor. However, Lee casually responds that he had already intended to assist, and urges Jinwoo not to suddenly get too formal. It makes things awkward. Soon after, the group gathers at the center of the area. Heejin voices her wish to remain in paradise a little longer, clearly enjoying the peace. Yet Jungwon gently reminds her that although it's pleasant, they're still on duty. Yujin agrees as well, while mentioning that they have a promise to return soon. Just then, Lee turns toward the demon in charge while repeating a previous question. She responds, slightly amused, that she's already explained that they're not only journeying through the area,
Hey, Omni. What,
That's precisely why they've been granted 3 weeks
Let me take a look
instead of
here.
standard 2 to complete the mission. Acknowledging that, Lee notes that they still have 1 week left. But Jinwoo, while feeling the pressure, remarks that a single week isn't nearly enough to narrow the power gap. Lee, however, reassures him. There's no need to worry. They won't be training him in combat techniques. Instead, their goal is to reshape his physical state. If he adapts quickly, he might even be able to start circulating mana today. Jinwoo appears puzzled at the mention of mana circulation.
Omnir
Sensing his
just
confusion,
adding another
Lee
block
instructs
term
him
to
remove his
Automod.
shirt and sit on the ground
Gotcha.
Kaito Destiny
to
Omnir,
demonstrate the process
welcome to my
firsthand.
channel.
Jinwoo hesitantly questions the need
At
to take
Kaito
off his
Destiny
shirt,
Omnir,
but Lee
welcome
explains
to
that
my
it's essential
channel.
for the method to work properly. Without further delay, Jinwoo complies. He sits down and takes off his shirt. Meanwhile, a few individuals from level 10 begin snapping photos and whispering among themselves, clearly curious. They wonder aloud what exactly lies within the bodies of underground beings apart from the underground humans. Amid the murmurs, Lee turns to Jinwoo and poses a thoughtful question that why does he think those dense gemstones are embedded within their bodies? Jinwoo speculates that it likely relates to mana, and Lee confirms he's right. These down gems, as they're called, function as cores. They circulate mana in place of blood and serve as reservoirs of energy. Lee elaborates further. The deeper one ventures into the labyrinth, the denser the
Kofi Streambot. Visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
The more formidable the creature, the higher the quality of gem it carries. Pointing to a spot just below his own heart, Lee mentions that his own down gem, if ranked, would probably be classified around upper middle tier. Hearing all this, Jinwoo finds it almost surreal to think he now carries a stone inside his body. Yet Lee calmly responds while reminding him that a stone is hardly shocking compared to a parasite living inside his own body. He tells Jinwoo not to act like he's the only one burdened with something strange.
Pokemon community game A Wild Origorio appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
She whispers a polite apology before beginning. Jinwoo, while trying to lighten the moment, remarks that he's not about to explode or anything, which prompts a slightly offended reaction from Eugen. Lee steps in again while explaining Eugen.
Frosty Tools sticking through these ad breaks supports the stream. Thank you. For more fluffy madness. Frosty Tools. The Times newspaper didn't always tell readers if they'd need an umbrella. In what year did its first proper weather forecast appear? Find out when the ads end in about a minute. Paper Dragon, Poke Catch Great Ball.
Suddenly, she visualizes a vast space, so expansive it makes her wonder if she's looking at an ocean. The image leaves her puzzled. She questions what exactly she's seeing. Her mind tries to process the unfamiliar, but nothing makes immediate sense. Lee, while observing her confusion, also stands still with uncertainty written across his face. He then explains that he tried to forcibly create a pathway to allow the dormant mana stored within Jinwoo's body to move. The process will initiate in her heart, slowly traveling into the arteries. Over time, once Jinwoo adjusts, the energy will spread through his entire network of veins, while reaching every corner of his body. They'll keep repeating the process until Jinwoo learns to recognize the sensation, and eventually manage the flow himself. He instructs Jinwoo to focus, and Heejin quickly forms a soundproof barrier around them while generating a quiet bubble where no outside noise can interfere. Within that calm space,
Pokemon community game Origorio has been caught by Paper Dragon.
Even sense the presence of mana. However, once it begins to move, its effects will manifest physically. Since Eugen is guiding the process, the usual pain shouldn't arrive in sharp bursts. Still, because Jinwoo's mana channel has always remained sealed, the force of
Frosty Tools. The Times of London published its first weather forecasts, pioneered by Vice Admiral Robert Fitzroy, in the year. Stream elements, feel free to come in and join the fun for crazy adventures through the worlds. URL.
Surprised, he turns to Eugen for confirmation. She calmly responds while revealing that many of Jinwoo's mana channels are already open. Even more surprising, there are faint remnants of a previous down gem within him. After hearing Eugen mention that Jinwoo's mana tunnels are already open, Lee finds it hard to accept. From his perspective, Jinwoo didn't display any sign of having a skill, let alone any control over mana. Jinwoo, slightly concerned, asks if that poses a problem. Lee responds hesitantly while noting that while it's not exactly an issue, it certainly comes as an unexpected discovery. Curious, he then inquires if Jinwoo possesses any kind of special ability. Jinwoo admits he's not sure if what he has qualifies as an ability, but explains that he can sense the weak points of his opponents based on his power. Thanks to the parasite, he can even visualize the internal organs of those with lower strength. Lee, intrigued, asks him to try activating it now. Jinwoo answers that he can't actually switch it on or off. It triggers automatically when his eyes light up. Following that, Lee questions whether Jinwoo had used this skill during their recent fight. Jinwoo assumes he must have, since he doesn't control it consciously. However, Lee points out that no marks had appeared in Jinwoo's eyes during the battle, while implying that the ability wasn't active. This remark annoys Jinwoo, who demands to know if Lee is implying it's not an actual ability. In response, Lee counters
Stream
with
elements.
questions
Welcome to the Fluffy
about
Dragon's
how well
Den.
Jinwoo
Come
treats
sit,
the
chill, and game a while.
Jinwoo explains
Enjoy
that
the show and have some snacks and drinks.
portion of underground
I hope you all enjoy your
roughly
chill
1 in
and
10.
relaxing
Most
time
of them
here.
tend to be
Carrot
detectable.
W carrot.
As far as he's aware, there's never been any case of someone developing an ability after reaching the surface while suggesting they're likely innate. However, Lee disagrees. According to him, abilities aren't purely something one is born with, but they're influenced by environment. He describes them as a form of magic used by underground humans through conscious manipulation of mana. This revelation stuns Jinwoo, who listens as Lee further explains. Scouts, for instance, those assigned to observe the enemy, try to recreate the same sensation from the first time they activate it. This repetition helps them become more familiar with mana control, especially for physical reinforcement. Still, what they don't realize is that simply using an ability already involves instinctive mana control. It also makes processes like down gem formation and mana refinement easier. Jinwoo then asks how his skill detecting weaknesses fits into all this. Lee explains that true abilities manifest visibly, often with marks forming in the user's eyes. Moreover, abilities aren't active all the time during combat. They're deliberate, conscious forms of magic. In contrast, Jinwoo's detection seems more like a refined battle instinct, enhanced by the parasite that allows him to perceive through bodies. Feeling frustrated, Jinwoo asks if that means his skill is useless in the current situation, but Lee reassures him that it's not a concern. Since most of his mana pathways are already open, they just need to measure his mana properly, and then, with Yujin's help, guide it. Yet Yujin quietly shakes her head. She explains that all she can do is send small ripples, like tossing a pebble into still water. Creating large waves, let alone an entire tide, is far beyond her reach. Lee, slightly confused, asks her to clarify. She then puts it more plainly that this situation surpasses the scope of her abilities. Even if she attempts it, the effect would be too faint to register. Lee considers the situation more complex than expected. At that moment, Jinwoo wonders aloud what exactly is happening. Lee then explains in simple terms that their original strategy had been to form mana tunnels and rely on Yujin's ability to trigger the flow while allowing the mana to circulate on its own. However, since the tunnels are already open and Jinwoo's mana is unusually thick, Yujin's influence can no longer affect him. Without the intervention, it now depends on Jinwoo recalling the exact moment when his mana first awakened. However, Jinwoo struggles to understand how he's supposed to remember something he's never consciously used before. Lee, however, counters that if his mana pathways are open, it clearly means the awakening has already occurred. He must have used it once, even so he asks Jinwoo to think carefully. That was there ever a moment when he displayed strength beyond normal limits? Jinwoo reflects on this while mulling over his past. It couldn't have happened after becoming the labyrinth owner, he reasons, but nothing comes to mind before that. Back then, he had only worked as a miner deep underground before finally escaping to the surface. Lee then recalls something and prompts Jinwoo again. Didn't he once mention that he had no memory of his escape? Also, was he accompanied by anyone? Jinwoo confirms that he wasn't alone during the escape, but unfortunately, he was the only one who made it out. He explains that he lost consciousness at some point, and by the time he regained awareness, he was already ascending toward the surface by himself. Lee finds that particularly odd. It appears Jinwoo can recall the loss of his companions, but draws a complete blank about everything that occurred between level 12 and level 1. That time gap seems to be the most likely window when his mana had awakened. It's unfortunate, Lee remarks, because it's not like they can descend back to level 12 to retrieve his lost memories. Just then, the demon overseeing level 10, while grasping the leg of a monster, proposes an alternative. He naturally wonders if they should try using this one. Lee looks over and clarifies that does she mean the porter? She nods and explains that although it's typically used for carrying loads, this creature is still an underground beast. Like other illusionary beasts, it has a central nervous system that collects intel and distributes orders. However, it also possesses an additional function, an internal defense system that allows it to replay traumatic experiences. With her assistance, it might be possible to view Jinwoo's past in precise detail. She elaborates further. If given consent, she could guide the beast to trigger a memory sequence within Jinwoo, while letting him revisit the moment he first accessed his mana. Lee then turns to Jinwoo, gently asking if he's comfortable uncovering memories of his previous life as an underground human. Jinwoo doesn't hesitate. He believes this is a direct route to becoming stronger and sees no reason to avoid the past like a coward. With that, the process begins. The demon in charge calmly mentions that she needs a little time to make the preparations. But moments later, a sudden flash of energy lights the space. She observes that due to Jinwoo's immense mana reserves, his mind naturally resists mental intrusion. After all, while resisting an assault from a labyrinth owner requires incredible mental durability. She advises him to ease his body and willingly accept the hypnosis. Lee offers assurance as well, while reminding him that he doesn't need to worry about
Bullshit,
any
I'm
nearby
broke.
beasts.
I can't
They'll
buy
guard him.
anything I want
Now
even when
sitting
I can.
cross-legged on the ground, encircled by protective allies, Jinwoo begins the journey inward. As the process activates, his consciousness drifts backward through time. What surprises him most is that the memory dive doesn't just start from a major event. It pulls him all the way back to the beginning, to the very moment he's born. Then, through the murky veil of the past, they glimpse his first home, a human breeding farm operated by the mothers in the depths of the sunken sea. At that point in life, an infant understands nothing except the instinct to cry out for warmth and care. Yet in that place, the first step to building the perfect servant is to erase that natural response. A crying child is seen as flawed, but punishment is not precise, it's random and harsh. And ironically, pain only makes infants cry louder. So the method is cold and simple. Those who cry are removed until silence is all that remains. more pieces of Jinwoo's forgotten history begin to surface. Looking back, there's a steady pattern of staring up at the ceiling. After that, the babies drink milk from a strange creature. The red crib takes in all the waste they make. It's unclear if each grave is its own creature, or just part of a pillar. But to babies who haven't formed thoughts yet, those things don't matter. At first, they simply exist while watching as other babies grow around them. In time, they start to understand death. When they are finally able to climb out, the red cradle turns blue, and the pillars go down. New red cradles come from above and open wide. For a moment, the sound of newborns crying fills the space. Then everything becomes quiet again. After that, the babies are dropped to a lower level, like spoiled fruit being tossed away. Luckily, the ground is soft, so most survive. They aren't met by loving parents, but by beasts trying to act like humans. These creatures change from being hunters into caretakers. When the babies notice the noises the beasts make and touch the tools nearby, the beasts answer with different sounds. That's how they teach the babies to talk. Even though the creatures seem like sea animals, they somehow speak clearly. During this time, the children eat the meat and milk that sometimes comes from the pillar while growing up surrounded by noise and movement. This part of life underground is thought to be the safest and most peaceful. When the children can stand and pick up tools, the pillars drop again to a lower level. This might be when their bodies start changing through mana. Each level has its own purpose. The top level is for care, where the weak are removed. The next one teaches language and basic knowledge. The last level is for working before being moved elsewhere. That's where Mother is. The rules there are simple and dig all the time until Mother gives you a rank. The best ones are sent to high nobles. The average ones go to minor nobles. The rest are eaten. There's no way to escape the giant whale that swallowed the portal. For some, being eaten might be a better end. Those who are never noticed by Mother just keep digging for the rest of their lives. Strangely, there's some peace in the hard work. When hitting stone with a pickaxe, it breaks. If Jinwoo hits a certain spot, it cracks perfectly. Doing this over and over teaches him how to find weak points. Before long, he is ranked as a high-tier person. Soon after, he is sent to the Spider Juke Labyrinth on level 12, where his friends are waiting. After that, he enters level 12 and reconnects with his companions there. At that moment, Jinwoo and Lee are in conversation. Reporter Jinwoo, focused as always, is compiling his notes while reviewing what he has uncovered throughout the day. Lee, while observing his actions, questions him while wondering if he's genuinely enjoying himself, as if there's still hope of escaping alive. He asks why reporter continues documenting everything while knowing full well that no one might ever read it. Yet, an older man nearby gently remarks that Lee is far too young to always carry such a bleak outlook. Instantly, frustration flares in Lee. He doesn't take kindly to being labeled negative. He counters while demanding whether he should laugh in the face of what feels like certain death. He accuses the old man of being delusional, while pointing out that just because someone has lived a longer life doesn't give them the right to expect calmness from others. Meanwhile, Major Jang sits nearby, quietly observing. Eventually, he urges Sergeant Lee to take a seat and settle down. But Lee reacts sharply. He throws back a bitter comment while implying that the Major must feel insulted by the boldness of a low-ranking soldier speaking against him. When Major Jang once again addresses him by his title, Lee snaps. He insists the title no longer applies to him as his discharge date has long passed. His anger boils over as he raises his voice while accusing the Major of being useless, especially after being stuck in this underground hell for over a month past his official departure from service. Just then, Park Hyung-tae steps in. He urges everyone to remain quiet and composed. It's time for roll call, and any loud noises might attract the attention of the spiders lurking nearby. He calmly explains to the Major that Lee Ji-seok had been transferred here near the end of his military term, only to end up trapped. He notes how deeply frustrating that must feel, and gently suggests they all move on from this heated exchange. Turning toward Lee, Park Hyung-tae reassures him that his anger is understood. Still, he reminds him that everyone here shares the same grim fate. Now more than ever, they need to stay mindful and united. But Lee remains consumed by frustration, his emotions too heavy to cast aside. Suddenly, the familiar voice echoes through the chamber while instructing everyone to form a line for the roll call. Park Hyung-tae promptly confirms that all 7 of them are present. Reporter Jinwoo mentions that they have already informed the field manager Spider about one of their team members being buried alive during the last work shift. However, while following that report, the spiders begin eliminating the others one after another. Despite the victims begging for mercy while promising to do anything to stay alive, the spiders remain indifferent. Meanwhile, Lee turns to Jinwoo while questioning if they really have to witness the same horror every single day. But Jinwoo, while trying to ease the moment, reminds him that they're simply present for a head count. This response only fuels Lee's frustration further. He expresses his anger while pointing out that the spiders are fully aware none of them can survive, even if they manage to break free from the labyrinth. To him, the entire process feels meaningless and cruel. Shortly after, the spiders hand over their daily rations along with a fresh recruit. They also inform the group to train the newcomer and make sure he joins them in the labor. Following orders, Park Hyung-tae unties the sack handed to them and peers inside that what he finds is a child. The kid is actually Junior Jinwoo. At that moment, Park realizes the truth. This one is an underground human. And with that recognition, fragments of his own past begin to surface once more. Although Jinwoo was only half interested at first, he now firmly decides to become a military reporter. At the beginning, he talks about how he used to write articles exposing scandals involving uncooperative celebrities. Since his subjects refused to answer questions, the company redirected him to this new role. In his opinion, the backlash he received felt unjust. If the reports had been true, he believed they were a scoop, and if they weren't, then there should have been no issue.
Pokemon
Either
community
way,
game A
he
Wild
understands
Buffalo
why
appears
he was
catch it
involved.
using Poke
Shouting
Catch.
at him
Winners
exists.
revealed in
He
90s.
informs his boss that he's heading to the underground. He finds it amusing how quickly the man's attitude shifts, now treating him with surprising respect. He guesses it's because the underground is dangerous. After
Paper
all,
Dragon,
reports from
Poke
there
Catch
receive
Great
major
Ball.
attention and bring headlines.
Okay,
His
there.
line,
There's
while
all the
writing
wood.
few lines, should be easier than filming long documentaries. His plan
Finally.
is simple: sleep, collect a few interviews on level 3, then return. On a side note, the company instructs him to keep a diary. He suspects they might use it if something bad happens. Still, Jinwoo doesn't believe he'll die. Instead, he plans to publish the diary in his future memoir when he becomes rich and well-known. The next day, he prepares to descend. A film crew is assigned to accompany him. Jinwoo jokes that if he had known it was this easy to become a PD, he would have volunteered earlier. Soon after, he gets ready to meet the troops stationed on level 3. Since the military claims it has already secured that level, he assumes he'll return after filming a few battles. At this point, the reality of entering a battlefield hasn't really hit him. What bothers him more is how empty his wallet feels that he's had to purchase all the underground equipment himself. He hears that only 30% of the gear ever makes it back, which makes him think the company is simply making excuses to avoid spending. 2 days later, they reach level 1, yet no battles have occurred so far. Jinwoo is now part of the 30th platoon in the tank reconnaissance unit. Together, they pass through the Paju Gate while riding tanks along a well-maintained road toward level 3. They're informed it will take 4 more days to reach level 2. As they travel,
Pokemon community game
stations line
Buffalo
the road.
escaped.
Jinwoo even
No
notices
one
strange
caught it.
beasts, one resembling a human-sized rat with a horn. He also sees enormous chameleon-like creatures, similar to those he used to watch on YouTube. The journey feels more like a bizarre safari than a war mission, and he admits he's actually enjoying it. From a young age, Jinwoo has always been fascinated by war. He craves victory and thrives in the heat of conflict. However, once they arrive at level 2, while everything changes, communication with level 3 suddenly breaks down. Nervous tension spreads among the soldiers.
do
Bloodstains
this.
appear on the roads, and when he asks why no one cleans them, he receives vague answers. Something about keeping everyone alert, or how the stains would just reappear. Jinwoo isn't satisfied. He assumes the military just doesn't want to spend the money. As someone with military experience, he finds their excuses weak. He recalls the Grand Parade held 2 years ago after conquering levels 1 and 2, and questions why fear is being stirred again. He suspects it's all just a media strategy to create dramatic headlines. A soldier even jokes that the blood came from the last reporter, a joke Jinwoo finds tasteless. Deep down, he wishes the commander would one day read his diary and realize the errors
So
of
I'm
his
here while he runs
tactics.
to grab
Jinwoo
that, so I'm
values
just
honesty.
figure we
He despises
hang out,
lies.
chit-chat.
Eventually, they discover a massive wall of
Because I was
boulders
not
blocking
going to get
their
shaked,
route.
and then
This,
I
they
heard you
believe,
say,
is
oh,
what
I think we're
caused
going to get shaked, so I'm going to go get shaked. I was like, well, fuck it, I think we're
the
getting
jumbo
shaked, go
drills
get
needed to
shaked.
clear the way, but due to the size, the work will take at least a week. Clearly, the enemy erected the
What
walls
we were
delayed their
discussing.
expansion. What frustrates
And I
Jinwoo
wanted to
more
obnoxious
is
about it.
knowing they're only 2 hours away from level 3 by jeep. Command argues over whether to retreat or push forward on foot. With no clear decision, the platoon splits. Some return to wait for the drill, while the others move forward. Jinwoo is part of the group continuing toward level 3.
absolutely.
He wonders why they can't just go around using tanks, but his rank is too low to offer suggestions. This helplessness irritates him. Carrying heavy gear, they silently march
What,
along
is
an
it, did we
unpaved,
destroy
dark
all the
cave
healing
path.
rocks
The
here?
film crew appears exhausted, their eyes on the verge of tears. Still, Jinwoo feels a strange excitement, as though on a secret mission. Even after reconnecting the transmission line, there's still no response from level 3. They are now just an hour away. He looks forward to resting once they arrive. At the entrance to level 3, something feels wrong. Heavy weapons are ready. Standard guns aren't enough. Then chaos strikes. Jinwoo finds himself alive, but separated from the crew. He ends up with 2 soldiers. One is killed right in front of him. Jinwoo can't do anything. The beasts are too strong. Only a few survive. They warn him not to use his flashlight. Light attracts the enemy, so he writes by the faint glow of his watch. Soon, they're ordered to run toward level 3. A soldier throws Jinwoo out of harm's way while saving him. He becomes the sole survivor in the area. Though vision is limited, he hears a scream. He believes the operator is dead. Somehow, he reunites with the same soldier, Sergeant Lee Jisiak, who saved him earlier. The man's face is covered in metal shards. They realize they need to reach level 3 fast. Jinwoo regrets not expecting all this sooner. The enemy lurking at the entrance should have been a sign. Despite the military's claims that they control half of level 3, Jinwoo doesn't believe it. Being a skeptical reporter, he assumes it's propaganda. They scout level 3 in silence. Jinwoo notices the transmission line again and wonders how only the two of them managed to get this far. Everyone else is gone. Though grateful, he finds Jiseok's language crude and tells him to tone it down. Jinwoo, even now, avoids cursing. Tension clings to them both. Thankfully, the medical building offers shelter. On the first floor, they find food. Then, they set up sleeping bags and hide in vents above the second floor quarters. Jiseok says the main force will reclaim the base, but the drill needs 5 days to arrive and another 10 to clear the rubble. They must survive for 15 days. Jinwoo eats only the combat rations that don't smell bad. It's not great, but it's better than starving. They take turns stretching on the lower floors while avoiding beasts. Surprisingly, Jinwoo begins feeling attached to one of the beasts. He even names it Manny. Humor keeps them sane. At one point, Jinwoo jokes about how massive his recent bathroom break was, longer than Manny's fingers. Even surrounded by terror, they try to find ways to relax. Still, Jinwoo grows worried. He wonders if the beast is drawn to Jiseok's blood. When they hear noise in Sector C, Jinwoo suspects a beast is near. They realize their waste should have gone into Sector D instead. The beast lingers in Sector C for hours, but eventually leaves. They decide to stay hidden for 2 more days while hoping the jumbo drill has already begun clearing the path. While Jinwoo is writing again, Jiseok suddenly calls him, his face pale with fear. Jinwoo turns, confused, but then he sees it too. A beast stands before them. It flees. Jinwoo is shocked that it's Manny. The creature drags them both away toward its owner. When they arrive, the owner examines them with interest. He notes that both are surprisingly unharmed. He praises the beast for delivering them in such good condition while mocking its urge to eat them when they're worth much more. Then, a girl asks if they should be sent to auction. A boy steps in while checking their details. The girl informs him they're just regular adult males from the 30th unit. The boy shrugs and agrees that they'll be sold directly. The Spider Dude has requested many adult males, and so, Jinwoo and Jiseok, once a reporter and a soldier, now realize the harsh truth that they are no longer individuals with roles or missions. They have become products, ready to be sold. Jinwoo keeps writing in his diary, desperately holding on to the last thread of control he still has. He notes that he's still alive. Although they've taken his watch and his phone, somehow this diary remains with him. It becomes his only way to track time and stay sane. Since there's no sunlight, he can't tell how many days have passed, but it feels like nearly 2 months. Without sunlight, his eyes begin to fail. He can no longer tell what level they are trapped on. Meanwhile, the place is infested with spiders, each one as massive as a building. Even though these monsters could easily crush them in a single blow, the group is forced to dig through stone walls all day. He realizes he's now a slave. Up until now, he reflects, the surface world has never revealed this kind of underground life. Clearly, the media above ground has no idea what goes on down here. Perhaps this is just one part of a vast underground kingdom humanity hasn't discovered yet. People above still believe they are winning the war. They think the beasts are being driven back to the surface. But in reality, creatures like Joker Manation
Doing good there, Dragon Mama?
these underground lures. Moreover, the beasts don't care about humanity.
Just got done.
They're too busy warring with each other. Still, Jinwoo fears that if even one spider or beast reaches the surface, someone has to sound the alarm, and that someone must be him. Then he begins listing the people in his group, known as Group 8052. Altogether, there were 8 members. First is himself, Jin Jinwoo, a military reporter. Second is Sergeant Lee Jiseok. Third is Special Ops Major Jang Fisu, captured while leading an operation on level 3 at the Yoji Gate. Fourth is Park Kyung-tae, a boy band member caught during a promotional event at level 2 of the Paju Gate. Sadly, the rest of his group died. Fifth is Young Taisu, a baker taken in Chuncheon. Sixth is Oh Hee-mil, a cook also caught in Chuncheon. Seventh is Lee Jung-mi, a technician who got captured while fixing the Chuncheon Gate. Lastly, there's Yoon Hyun-jae, another technician who was operating a jumbo drill at level 2 of the Paju Gate when he was taken. After their capture, everyone starts whispering about red demons. One day while working, Jinwoo finds a glowing blue down gem. He's only ever seen these gems on the news. Surprisingly, just holding it brings him comfort, so he keeps it. However, during roll call, a spider snatches it from him. These gems are considered valuable, and sometimes they're required to submit any they find. In return, they're given something called special meat. Though it tastes odd, it's far better than the cave moss they usually chew. Eventually, he finds more down gems, 5 that are finger-sized and 1 that's as large as a fist. Thinking there may be a load nearby, he submits 2 small ones but hides the rest. He wants to take them back to the surface, maybe as proof of what he faced. As a reporter, he knows they would make powerful headlines. As a reward, they are given roasted meat. This time, the taste is different, and he suspects it might not be human flesh. The meat is too large. He guesses it could be from a wild beast. Suddenly, an attack happens during a mining session. Many prisoners from the neighboring group are killed. Thankfully, everyone in his group survives, likely because a spider guard is standing right behind them. Shortly after, something even more disturbing happens. He watches as a spider tears apart a wild beast and pulls a down gem from its body. It confirms his fears that the beasts underground are evolving in terrifying ways. He wonders whether even humans could evolve like that. Driven by curiosity, he swallows a small down gem while the others sleep. Immediately, his body rejects it. He vomits, convulses, and loses consciousness. One of the hidden gems is discovered because of this. Fortunately, there are no lasting side effects. But once he wakes up, his group surrounds him while asking what he was thinking. They remind him he could have been starving since they received meat when they turned into gems. He laughs it off while saying maybe he just lost his mind for a moment. Later, as he continues writing, he reflects that it actually felt like his body had begun to change. Even though the gem had no taste while swallowing, it left a soda-like flavor after he threw it up. Afterward, he decides to stop trying to embed the gem into his skin. Without proper medical treatment, a wound could become infected, and anyone who is defective is removed immediately. He keeps that option as a last resort. Eventually, he grinds a gem and dips his food into the powder. Soon after, his emotions shift. He feels stronger but also loses control. He clenches his fists so tightly his nails dig into his skin while drawing blood. At first, he doesn't even notice. The energy flowing through him feels almost addictive. At one point, he almost charges at the spider guards. Thankfully, he regains his senses just in time. If he hadn't, he would have been killed. The pressure builds inside his body. His eyes and nose bleed. His hand is injured. But still, he swings his pickaxe, terrified of being disposed of. At this point, Jinwoo is sure of one thing. The down gems are the source of the beast's power. And clearly, they affect humans too. Still, he avoids placing them under his skin. He's seen enough movies to know such things never end well. He decides he needs more data. When he finally returns to the surface, he plans to report everything to his superiors. So, he begins experimenting on others. First, he sprinkles a little gem dust on Hyunjae's breakfast. It's 4 times the amount he took himself. Hyunjae doesn't know. He kindly offers to keep watch so Jinwoo can rest. Not long after, Hyunjae dies. On October 6th, while mining under the gem's influence, he becomes overwhelmed and attacks a spider. His pickaxe fails to pierce the spider's hide. Instantly, he's ripped apart. A man has died because of him. Yet strangely, Jinwoo feels numb. Maybe it's because he's become used to death, or maybe the underground has broken something inside him. Oddly enough, he thinks Hyunjae might have preferred dying this way, numb, high on power, without fear. As he stands before the lifeless body, he quietly expresses gratitude for Hyunjae's earlier kindness. He vows he won't leave this place so quietly, even if it means continuing these experiments. He must survive so humanity can finally know the truth. Amid the chaos of the prisoners, no one hears his whisper.
Okay, so...
A new recruit arrives, Kim Jinwook, a high school student. Jinwoo gives him twice the dose he took before. Jinwook becomes emotionally heightened, but manages to finish his work. His eyes and nose bleed, but he doesn't notice. One day later, they all sit together. Jinwoo gently tells him to eat more to recover faster. Jinwook thanks him with a smile. But the next morning, he wakes up with intense muscle pain. Again, Jinwoo tests him the same dose. Bleeding resident. Marked as defective, Jinwook is taken away. Later, a new recruit shows up, Captain Lee Byung-chul. His body is powerful, so Jinwoo tries a triple dose. Predictably, he loses control and attacks a spider. He's killed instantly. Just before dying, Jinwoo thinks he sees Byung-chul's eyes glowing. Maybe it's his imagination. Soon, another recruit arrives. He has no name. He's an underground human, possibly raised by the beasts. Jinwoo considers stopping the experiments, but then changes his mind. He needs this data. The child already shows powers that humans only gain from consuming down gems. On October 16th, he records his next trial that is akin to the data. Park Hyung-tae approaches the child and gently inquires where he had been before arriving here. The child struggles to explain clearly. He vaguely mentions a large pillar and a huge fish that had swallowed him. He says he was inside the belly of this fish, where he spent around 30 nights digging alongside many spiders and others like him. When Park curiously wonders if there are more like the child, the boy denies it. He mutters that the big spider had consumed them all. However, Park finds it hard to make sense of the child's scattered words. At that moment, Ji-woong offers her thoughts. She believes the child might be referring to a period of about 30 days when he was working underground with other human-like beings. Perhaps the tall pillar was once their home, and the giant fish could have been some kind of travel machine. Hearing this, Park quietly admires her ability to interpret the strange account. Yet, she humbly remarks that it's just her guess, and she can't say for certain. Meanwhile, Lee lies nearby and mumbles that it sounds like the kid was toiling away just like they had been before. The way he sees it, the spider feeding on captives was nothing unusual for the boy. He figures there's no need to guide the child much while considering he's already been through it all. Then Jinwoo softly mentions that it's a relief they can even talk with him. He shares that another child from the next dormitory, another underground human, hasn't spoken a single word yet. Soon after, Major Jang comments that the kid seems to endure hardship well. But Lee finds such talks about toughness tiring. He notes that the kid's eyes are wide and glowing, which has nothing to do with strength or endurance. To him, the boy is simply a child shaped by a broken world, unaware of what it even means for someone to live or die beside him. He even wonders if the child truly understands what death is. Not just toward the spiders or that underground nightmare, but toward everything that had turned this child into little more than a digging machine. Yet, as the kid starts yelling with crude language, they're all stunned. Park and Ji-woon quickly caution him, urging him to forget such harmful words while telling him they're not meant to be spoken. Right after, Lee grows irritated and demands what he just uttered. Underneath it all, Jin-woo reflects. For those like him, life had always meant wearing the same worn-out clothes while bearing the same blank look, and living through the same dull days. The boy, however, had met surface dwellers for the first
Pokemon
time.
community game A Wild Tyrant appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Moved by this, the
Kofi
child
Streambot visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
John Kisu, Oh Hyunil, Lee Ji-woon, Park Hyung-tae, and Lee Ja-suk. Ji-woon quietly
Frosty
marvels
Tools
how
sticking
quickly
through
the
these
parts
ad
of
breaks
the
supports the stream. Thank you.
born above
For more fluffy madness.
However,
Frosty Tools now, a verse from our collective tale in the chat where wild Pokemon roam, a buffalint appeared, far from home. With great balls thrown, hopes were high, but alas, it fled, under the sky. Then came Tyrant, fierce and bold, catch it quick. The chat was told. While Kaito's KO Phi Lin.
perhaps a nickname would do, but the child disagrees. To him, a nickname holds no meaning. What he
I
longs
really
for
agree.
is a proper name,
Okay, it's
something
just-
that truly belongs to him.
I like this Frosty Tools bot mod. It's
But as he grows louder,
it's very
he tells them to
entertaining.
stay quiet so they can think. Suddenly, an idea strikes Lee. In a sharp, unexpected moment, he thinks perhaps they should just call him Chatterbox. Lee casually suggests the name Chatterbox. After hearing this, Park nods in agreement while pointing out that since the kid rarely stays silent, the name fits perfectly. Gradually, the rest of the group also finds it suitable. Jung Tae-soo even mentions that it's a cute name and quite easy to recall. However, she remarks that the child
I wonder if the
doesn't
text,
understand
the
that
freaking
because
subtitles thing's been working for
she
this
quietly
game
figures
thing.
it might be due to Lee Ji-suk's earlier teaching.
Pokemon community
After all,
game
this is
Tyrant
the stage where
escaped.
the boy begins to
No
learn
one
about the
caught it.
outside world.
Da,
Then,
da, da,
out of
da,
nowhere,
da,
a sudden
da,
bang
da, da,
echoes
da.
through the
Hey!
air, breaking the moment. Jinwoo instantly drops to the ground, stunned. His eyes widen in disbelief as he spots the kid gripping a wooden stick and claiming he feels powerful. He even remarks that the meat
Axel
Jinwoo
Puff,
has
hey.
is the best he's ever
Kaito
had.
Destiny
This
Axel
makes
Puff.
Jinwoo
Hey,
Axel
Puff.
Puff, welcome to my channel.
How you doing, sis?
consuming nearly 30 times the standard amount.
Axel
In fact,
Puff I see or on both.
after refining Jin,
At Kaito Destiny Axel Puff. Axel Puff, welcome to my channel.
but as he watches
Yes,
Kaito
I'm
Destiny,
on both.
so too Axel Puff.
isn't a monster.
Stream Elements
Look
look
at
it's Axel
these!
Puff they were playing Heartopia.
The rest of the
Go check them out and give them some fluffy cheers and support. Axel Puff at URL.
Park quickly
I'm
Axel
streaming on
Puff,
4
good you.
things at once. It's like madness.
catches a glimpse of Chatterbox.
Although I can't get the text to, or the chat to show up on the OBS yet.
Thought crosses his mind that did the child just develop cataracts or something? Ji-woon also freezes for a moment when she notices the
Good, good. Yeah, well, I slept during stream, so it's like, oh, I'm awake.
someone turns to Jinwoo while asking if something exploded to damage the wall like that. But Jinwoo calmly responds while explaining that it's nothing like a bomb or illness. It's just something unique to underground humans. Meanwhile, Park picks up a small piece of meat lying nearby and turns to Jinwoo with a questioning look. Jinwoo, while trying to stay calm, fibs that he was saving it for later in case he felt hungry. But before he can fully cover it up, Chatterbox blurts out the truth that it's the special meat Jinwoo had given him. Jinwoo keeps trying to silence him, clearly uncomfortable. Then, to everyone's
Axel
surprise,
Puff I wish they had the speech chat on the other one as well.
Jinwoo breaks into a sweat, caught off guard. Fear flashes in his eyes.
Yeah.
He stammers while wondering how he could possibly
Stream Elements welcome to the Fluffy Dragon's Den. Come sit chill and game a while. Enjoy the show and have some snacks and drinks. I hope you all enjoy your chill and relaxing time here. Carrot W carrot.
At the time, Parker thought it was just an underground disease, but now the pattern is clear. Every one of them ate this meat, and those who didn't die quickly fell ill. When that happened, Jinwoo would comfort them and offer his own meat, encouraging them to eat well to regain strength. Now, Park tells him to go ahead and eat it himself. Shaken, Jinwoo slowly lifts the meat in his hand while bringing it closer to his mouth. But just as he's about to bite into it, Chatterbox steps forward. Without thinking, Jinwoo throws the meat to him instead. Chatterbox catches it and eats without hesitation. Park watches the scene unfold stunned. He demands to know what Jinwoo is doing, but Chatterbox simply smiles and cheerfully announces that he feels stronger again. He mentions he can sense Jinwoo's care through the food. This unexpected moment leaves Jinwoo silent, yet oddly relieved. He reflects quietly while admitting to himself that although the action wasn't right by moral standards, it was something he had to do. A sacrifice made not out of cruelty, but out of hope. And now somehow that hope begins to grow. He believes that with Chatterbox, this strange child born underground, they may finally find a way to the surface. There's something about them, something that feels like a key to freedom. Jinwoo makes up his mind. He promises to explain everything soon. After the next roll call, he will share everything he knows and reveal a plan to escape this nightmare. Soon after, the familiar voice of the spider creature rings out while calling the prisoners into line. As the roll call begins, the monster delivers unexpected news. It declares that the human prisoners have achieved victory. The treaty has been signed. In just 1 month, they will all be set free. As the spider mentions that freedom will come after a month, Park grows confused.
Wisebot 5 viewers, +1. Alarm clock 2 hours 37 minutes and 26 seconds.
It assures that no interference will come from their side once the prisoners choose their path. Whether they wish to return to the surface or remain and serve the Duke, the decision lies entirely with them. This revelation shocks Park, especially the part where it implies that humans have actually won the war. The idea that the prisoners will be set free surprises him. A wave of happiness spreads among them as they begin to understand that they've survived, and soon they can return home. Still, they must endure just a little longer, 1 more month. Meanwhile, Jinwoo's thoughts begin to spiral. He reflects on everything he's done so far, all his questionable actions, and wonders what the truth.
Oh god, it's the King Kai's beast again. Holy shit.
It stresses that he must be feeling disheartened, especially being dismissed without having accomplished anything under the Duke's name. However, it quickly adds a note of reassurance. In recognition of the long hardship the prisoners have faced, the Duke, known for his mercy, has chosen to offer them one final opportunity. In just 15 days, all human prisoners will be gathered to participate in the battle on level 12. They march with determination toward the front lines, driven by a sense of duty, prepared to shatter the walls of the labyrinth and spark the fire of war. In that moment, Jinwoo reflects inwardly while believing that his choices weren't mistaken. Nearby, Park holds a small diary in his hand, while glancing at Jinwoo with a questioning look. He inquires about the book, though his tone carries a deeper meaning. Jinwoo responds while explaining that it's a PD's journal. But Park's expression reveals he isn't asking about its label. Jinwoo then adds that it could be seen as a survival log, or even a research record. However, Park clearly doesn't want vague answers. Frustration rises in his voice as he confronts Jinwoo while blaming him for the deaths of their companions. He accuses him of conducting experiments without consent, which led to the loss of 3 lives. Jinwoo, with a calm but heavy tone, admits that 3 people died because of his actions, but questions if that loss truly outweighs everything else. Park stares at him, stunned, and demands clarity. Jinwoo explains that those 3 sacrifices were made to protect the 8 who are still alive and beyond that, to ensure the safety of millions more. Yet, Park finds this reasoning hard to accept and calls it nonsense. Jinwoo, while unwilling to back down, questions why Park only focuses on his current situation. He wonders aloud if Park even thinks about the people living on the surface. Park responds that those people are safe now, but Jinwoo pushes further while asking how he can be so sure. He urges him to look around and think carefully about what level they're really on. He reminds everyone of the beast influx that occurred 2 years ago, while asking if they remember how many people died during that time. As he continues, he mentions that, by chance, they now have 2 survivors who were captured. Then, while turning toward the old man, Jinwoo asks if he knows from which level those creatures emerged. Young Tae-soo replies while saying he heard it was level 2 or 3. Jinwoo confirms this and adds that the largest of them back then were chameleons, massive enough to match a 2-story building. But now, compared to the spiders lurking on this level, those creatures seem insignificant. They all know deep down that they must do whatever is needed to escape and warn the world about the looming threat before these creatures rise to the surface. Yet in response, Young Tae-soo speaks with doubt. He gently reminds Jinwoo not to rush ahead of himself while pointing out that they just heard the news that the war is finished and freedom has been promised. However, Jinwoo remains unconvinced. He questions the so-called victory and doubts the offer of freedom. He wonders how anyone can actually believe that. He recalls clearly what was said that they're being sent to fuel another war. Urging everyone to come to their senses, he emphasizes that they're being pushed straight toward a battlefield. Driven by suspicion, he then turns to Major Jang and questions what became of the prisoners who were previously deployed for the war. Just as the Major begins to respond, Jinwoo cuts in while revealing the harsh truth that every single one of them is dead. Only one person returned, and even that was barely. He insists they're not being released. It's all just a fabricated story designed to boost their
Now I have
morale
a
moments
chance.
before throwing them into death's grip. Even if,
Yeah,
just for
because
the
right
sake
now
of
I saw
argument,
my global
Jinwoo
damage and
considers
it's
that the
fucking
offer might
wimpy,
be
wimpy,
real, but
wimpy,
they'll
and
be
I need a
released from
shot,
the lab.
okay?
He challenges the logic behind it. He asks if they seriously think the spiders will kindly escort them back to the surface. How are they supposed to escape?
We might
Where
do
will
one
they
more
find
loop and then be
supplies,
done with
food,
crap.
weapons, or even a map? And more importantly, how can they be sure of which level they're currently trapped on? At that point, Jiwoon tries to offer a bit of hope. He mentions that if a treaty has indeed been signed, that equivalent
Okay, I
military
need
force
copper.
will be handed back to the army. Still, Jinwoo remains deeply skeptical. In his eyes, everyone trusting that promise seems foolish. Suddenly, Jinwoo raises his voice while urging everyone to pull themselves together. He tells them to stay strong, keep pushing forward, and believe that they'll make it out soon. But then, he reminds them of a grim truth that just yesterday, every prisoner in the next sector was wiped out. Still, he insists they must face the struggle as one. If they hold on and stick together, he believes the military will eventually come for them. He repeats the hopeful message they've been told that the war is over, and they'll be returning home. According to the treaty, the law-abiding, kind-hearted spiders will carry out the official transfer of human prisoners to the Korean military. Jinwoo calls it a beautiful and thrilling idea. But then, with a sharp turn in tone, he adds a bitter remark that maybe, like characters in an apocalyptic film, they'll all join hands in sorrow and cry together, comforted only by the belief that they lived good, righteous lives trying to save everyone. He challenges them all with a question while asking if that's really the ending they want. Do they truly see themselves as the main heroes in some scripted drama? At that point, Yoon Tae-soo quietly urges him to calm down. Jinwoo takes a breath and apologizes, but his words carry frustration. He tells them this isn't the heartfelt story they might be hoping for. This isn't about a group of noble adults while sacrificing themselves one by one, just so one lost underground child can escape and finally see daylight. He makes it clear that they are just ordinary humans, powerless even to harm these terrifying creatures. There's nothing special about them in this situation. Yet, despite everything, Jinwoo refuses to give in. He won't obey blindly or sit still waiting to be rescued, only to end up devoured. He's made up his mind as he won't accept a future where they're nothing more than prey. Jinwoo makes his decision clear that he's going to get out of this place no matter what it takes. After hearing his words, Park starts to feel uncertain and overwhelmed. Then, Lee steps in with a calm voice while pointing out that this isn't really the time to argue about right or wrong. He admits he doesn't completely disagree with Jinwoo's actions, though he also adds that if he had been one of Jinwoo's test subjects, he might have felt differently. Stepping closer to Jinwoo, Lee asks a pointed question that why does he think they've all been following the spider's orders for so long? The answer, he says, is simple. They've been powerless, with no real way to survive on their own. Every day they've lived in fear, doing whatever it took to avoid a brutal death. So, when Jinwoo found a hint of hope in the down gems, he began testing them while hoping there might be a key to escape. Lee admits it's unfortunate that Jinwoo hid this from everyone, but guesses he probably did it to avoid catching the attention of those spider monsters. He suggests that the question of ethics can wait until after they escape. For now, he makes his choice that he's going to stand with Jinwoo. Watching Lee just outside with Jinwoo only fuels Park's anger. His frustration deepens when the Major then asks Jinwoo directly if he has a plan. That question only adds to Park's rising fear. Meanwhile, Jinwoo explains that he does have a plan, though it's still in early stages. He believes the enemy won't launch a battle right at the heart of the battle. Instead, they'll likely be deployed to the outskirts. Jinwoo reveals his strategy to use the confusion of the battlefield on the war day as their chance to escape. As soon as the chaos begins, they'll make their move. The Major, however, expresses doubt. He says it would be nearly impossible to outmaneuver the spiders in the middle of a fight. But Jinwoo responds with confidence that he's already prepared something for that. He then reveals a small batch of moss capsules. Each one contains only 0.1 of the usual dose found in a down gem. He instructs them to take one every day for a month. Gradually, they'll raise the dosage. If all goes well, by the time the war starts, their bodies should be able to handle 3 to 5 times the normal dose. That way, they'll unlock strength beyond what they've ever known. They'll become something different, something stronger, a new kind of humanity. But just as Jinwoo looks back at his past, a strange feeling washes over him. A chill runs through his body, sweat gathering on his skin. The memories don't feel right. He suddenly realizes that this isn't the past he remembers. A week before the war begins, Park mentions that additional forces are now positioned along the side, where they've been doing. He also points out that more prisoners are being brought in as reinforcements. In response, Jinwoo mentions it seems this area will likely turn into a battlefield within a year, and they're fortunate in that regard. Park wonders why Jinwoo considers them lucky. Jinwoo explains that it's because they've had time to get ready, and preparations have already started. Quietly and steadily, Jinwoo has been digging a narrow path to the side while staying just beyond the main attack route before the spider's view. For about a week, he and Lee Jaseok have been working on it, and with the aid native capsules,
Anybody need help?
progress has been going smoothly. However, Major Jan brings up a concern while noting that a straight tunnel doesn't really serve as a possible solution. Still, Jinwoo shares that he wanted to investigate before informing the group. Just 2 days ago, they stumbled upon something unexpected at the end of the tunnel.
-2, no healing. Healing
When
is
the Major
disabled.
wonders
Good thing
if it
everyone's
can be
full.
connected to the spider's
Double
twin
skill
labyrinth,
chest.
Jinwoo acknowledges the
Absolutely.
concern, but confirms it appears to be separate. The tunnel, he explains, leads directly into its deeper sections, rather than just brushing its edges. By the height of the corridor, it doesn't seem as vast as the one they're currently standing in. Despite this, the Major warns that the danger doesn't disappear just because it's smaller, but Jinwoo reassures him while stating that they haven't come across any monsters with humans. It appears to be an abandoned labyrinth. As most labyrinths are built in a mage-like fashion, he believes they might be able to use the spiders inside.
Oh, nice. I got that.
He also thinks they could even cut them off completely by expanding the tunnel. Yet Major Jang expresses another concern that they might end up lost inside and gone. Jinwoo understands, but stresses that they need to find a solid solution before reaching that desperate point. He then asks about their current supplies. Ji-woong answers that they've got around 2 weeks' worth of preserved food, which was given to them by the spiders. However, the meat they receive through trading down gems tends to spoil fast while making it difficult to store.
Pokemon community game A Wild Paras appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
That if they begin now, they could use 1 down gem each day to get meat for their meals. Then, about 2 days before the war starts, they'll use the remaining gems to trade for as much food as they can, except for 8 small ones, and store all of it inside the tunnel the next day. Then, at that point, the Major brings up a different idea that he wonders why they shouldn't just trade the down gems for food now and make their escape immediately. He questions the need to wait until the war begins. In reply, Jinwoo mentions that he's already thought about that option, but there's a major obstacle: the foreman who controls the smaller spider units. He reminds them how, about a month ago, the foreman had an exact head count of everyone in the dormitory. Because of that, if they suddenly disappear, a squad might be sent after them, and their chance to escape would disappear altogether. Following that, the Major suggests they should make their move during the chaos of the war instead. At that moment, with thousands of prisoners possibly trying to flee while slipping away, might be more doable. Lee then brings up a new question that he's curious why they're keeping 8 of the small down gems. Jinwoo responds by explaining their purpose. Those specific gems, he shares, are being saved as their own personal self-destruct triggers. Young Tae-soo then adds his doubts while saying he doesn't believe anyone can just stroll out of the facility without trouble. Still, Jinwoo clarifies that it's each person's decision whether to use them or not. However, since everyone's tolerance has increased, and they can now handle about 4 times the standard dose while swallowing a full gem, could allow someone to bring their existence to an end within a few seconds. Soon after,
Pokemon community
Jinwoo
game
chimes in,
Paras
pointing out that a
escaped.
single down gem
No
is
one
enough
caught it.
to create roughly 100 capsules, each holding 1 dose. Hearing this, the Major reflects and realizes that using 1 entire gem is the same as taking 100 capsules at once. Jinwoo simply nods and reminds them once again that it's meant to act as a final option, a true self-destruct button. At this point, it seems they've done everything possible to prepare before the war begins. Right now, thousands of prisoners continue digging along the attack line while progressing roughly 20 meters each day. So by the time the battle starts, they'll need to retreat around 200 meters. However, while escaping won't be simple, they'll still have to push through the spider's position right behind them. On that day, the plan is clear. Each person will take a single 1-dose capsule early in the morning before beginning work. Then, the moment the war breaks out, they'll take a 5-dose capsule to reach the tunnel. With that much strength, it'll be possible to leap 3 meters high. At that point, they're supposed to use the surrounding prisoners as a distraction and make their escape. Parker is shocked when he hears that and questions what Jinwoo means by calling them bait. Jinwoo calmly explains that there are countless prisoners here, and most haven't built any tolerance to down gems. It's just not realistic to bring everyone by slipping past the spiders. Then, he turns toward Park and teases him while asking if he always reacts so emotionally to every small thing, or if he's just worried about the headlines once they escape. Jinwoo then mocks him further while joking that he must have forgotten Park is a reporter himself. After that, Jinwoo tells Park to step aside and not let his good child attitude get in the way. Finally, he lays out the full plan. Then he asks if anyone has any complaints other than Park. As the room stays silent, Jinwoo glances around and remarks that it looks like nobody has a problem. With a grin, he announces it's time for the main characters to step into their own story. When the day of the war finally arrives, the spider monster appears and delivers a speech. It refers to the humans as pitiful and urges them to welcome the honor of becoming the frontline warriors
Nobody's
at the start
using
of the war.
grenades. I
According to the
totally love
creature,
that
they are no
heat
longer just prisoners, but heroes
Man,
whose
that
names will be remembered throughout the underground world. While listening to this, he finds the speech ridiculous. He thinks to himself that he, Jinwoo, and the Chatterboxes are stuck in the middle of the battlefield, and one wrong step could mean the end. As he glances over at Park, he notices that Park still hasn't pulled himself together. It's obvious that fear has him frozen. wells up inside Lee as he looks at Park and recalls how Park used to act like a leader, at least before the reporter took over. Now, while watching him collapse under pressure feels like a betrayal, Lee's irritation rises, and without another word, he pushes forward with a powerful leap. Right after that,
Amanda,
the
if
spider
you give me
monsters
that
begin shouting that the Lord
cooldown,
is
I'll
warning
trade
while
you for a
commanding
helpless
physical
power.
forces to act as meat shields. They warn that anyone who dares to run will be killed. Suddenly, loud roars echo
That's
through
the
the
more health you have, the more
and the
damage.
chaos explodes all around them. In the middle of it, Park collapses onto the ground, overwhelmed by the destruction. At that moment,
It's
he
for
realizes he's caught in
grenades,
the
so
middle
it's
of the
less time
crossfire.
to
Urgently,
throw.
he decides to take the capsule and escape while he still can. As he pulls out the capsule and prepares to swallow it, a violent shockwave from the
Purple's better
destruction
than
nearby
blue.
causes it to slip from his hand. In that instant, something inside him shifts. His good child syndrome rises again while whispering
Help,
that
please.
kindness
I
always
need to
brings
get like a
kindness in
fucking
return.
banana.
A voice within reminds him to always choose
No, I
goodness
mean,
while believing the
The
world
health
will
portal,
reflect
I
it
need a
back.
banana.
As he holds onto that thought, he begins to reflect. In the underground, he's always tried to be honest and kind. People praised him for it, though some criticized him. Still, he continued down that path. He remembers how Jinwoo once told him he had the good child syndrome, and now those words echo in his mind. A new doubt creeps in that was he only pretending to be good? He thinks about all the things he's witnessed. The truth about people when they're facing death. He's seen human nature laid bare, faces twisted in fear, desperate and selfish actions. Even as he stood at the edge of losing his humanity, he clung to the role of the selfless one. He lived trying to help others while acting with clear intent. But now, in this moment of collapse, he begins to question if that was truly the right path. Is this the reward for his kindness? Slowly, he begins to understand perhaps he should have allowed himself to be a little more selfish, a little more ruthless, just once. As Lee supports Chatterbox over his shoulder, he notices that Chatterbox appears semi-conscious.
Let's see.
With worry clouding his face, Lee questions whether he can stand while checking on him and gently shaking him in an effort to
Amanda,
bring
just
him
run
back.
around and try
He
to
calls out repeatedly while
fight
trying
him
to
and
snap him
bring
out of his
people
daze.
back.
Just then, Jinwoo, Jung Tai-Su, and Oh Hyunil return from the battle. Seeing them,
Really?
visibly frustrated,
Shoot for
still
Maxie
watching over
first.
Chatterbox mutters in confusion,
Back
while
up.
wondering what's wrong
There we
with
go.
him now. Once they regroup, Lee acknowledges their arrival. Jinwoo responds while mentioning that the center route where Lee had been stationed is the only area reached so far. He then inquires about Hyungtae while asking whether he had been with Lee. At this question, Lee falls silent, sorrow overtaking his expression. The moment he quiets down, the others instantly realize the truth that Hyungtae didn't survive. Jung Tai-Su and Oh Hyunil, while seeing Lee's reaction, also turn solemn, the weight of loss settling over them. After a short pause, Lee asks about Major Jang and Jinwoo. Jinwoo responds while explaining that there's been no update and assumes they're likely still stranded on the moon.
I gotta
He
remember
begins to
this delay
explain the
though.
group's current layout. Weaver is stationed on the left wall.
Because the
Lee was
downside is,
positioned at
the only thing I
center,
don't like about
and
these
Major
circles is
Jang
I
and
wish
Ji-woon
it
were deployed
counted
on the
down
right
a
side.
little
According to
slower.
him, the two of them should be the only
On
human
the
line
revive
that has
time.
already quit the group. They can only hope those two manage to survive and find their way out.
Delay, though.
Tension rises in Lee as he processes all this. He wonders aloud how they could possibly keep going under such uncertain conditions. Jinwoo then turns to Lee and asks whether he gave Chatterbox his capsule. Lee admits that he didn't, only he had taken his as they had left in a hurry. Jinwoo insists that Chatterbox must take it now while stressing that they're out of time. Lee protests, mentioning Chatterbox's poor condition. However, Jinwoo cuts him off while telling him this isn't the moment to hesitate. He has to force it down his throat if necessary. Then
There
Jinwoo
is the
glances
health
toward Jung
right
Tai-Su
here,
and
guys.
asks whether the old man took his
Giving
capsule.
everybody
As Lee
power
helps
out.
Chatterbox swallow the capsule, Jung Tai-Su confirms he did take it.
Aggro,
Jinwoo
help.
then wonders why he's still struggling. With a mocking grin, Jung Tai-Su explains that it's not some miracle tonic that grants instant strength. Jinwoo, puzzled, questions whether that isn't its exact purpose. Jung Tai-Su calls that idea absurd, saying it simply helps with his aching joints. It doesn't reverse age. This causes Jinwoo to grow uneasy. Internally, he starts realizing the truth that physical strength still relies on the body
no,
itself,
please let me
and
get
the
a
capsule
banana.
merely enhances efficiency. It doesn't burn fat or build muscle overnight. Bodies that are worn out remain limited, regardless. Observing Jung Tai-Su and Oh Hyunil, he notes that both are struggling. Even though Oh Hyunil has the power in hand, his body is buckling under the pressure while panting with every step. With this in mind, Jinwoo deems them a liability. He decides that he, Lee, and Chatterbox will charge through the spider cluster in the center and divert their attention. He instructs Jung Tai-Su and Oh Hyunil to stick close to the right wall and
That's
head
what I
toward
have.
the
Bring
front.
up
At
regenerate
this,
armor
Lee
or
reacts
throw
with
into the
concern and
banana.
asks why they're not staying together. Jinwoo replies that amid such disorder while splitting up boosts their survival odds. Oh Hyunil accepts this plan. Jung Tai-Su agrees while pointing out that differing speeds would only slow them down. They choose to survive separately and reconnect later. Even as Lee remains uneasy, Jinwoo places a firm
With
hand on
your
his shoulder.
health
while
already
calming him.
maxed,
He
Amanda,
questions
I would
what's
say take
bothering him
the
so.
ring of
Reminds
regenerate
him of what
armor.
happened to Hyungtae, how going off script had fatal consequences. Jinwoo reassures him that he has thought this
Not
through.
like Max. Like, I mean, like his health is like insanely already
He
high.
urges him to focus on survival while emphasizing how he sees Lee as one of his own. He adds a final personal reminder
That's
about Lee's
you
mother
lose
waiting
a chunk of your health, so I wouldn't recommend that since you're running
As
health
the
as
group
a
prepares
power.
to move, Jinwoo tells everyone that Lee could
Possibly benefit from it.
acknowledges the instruction and wishes him luck. Jinwoo tells Lee to keep watching Chatterbox. Then, the trio, Jinwoo, Lee, and Chatterbox move forward while navigating the terrain. However, their path is suddenly obstructed. Jinwoo notices and commands a quick sidestep. They must leap 3 meters to the right, where a smaller spider crouches beneath a larger one. Using it as a step, they press forward.
We got
Soon
health
after,
rocks on there
Jinwoo
because I think
informs
me
the
and
group
Agger
they'll
have the
lose
healing
enemy in the
portal.
sandstorm. He warns them not to lose sight of him. Lee affirms. As the three continue through the spider-infested area, Lee reflects on their movements. They are keeping low to remain unnoticed while using smoke as cover and carefully avoiding danger. Around them, the spiders are preoccupied, either fighting or hunting other humans. Lee begins to piece things together. Something doesn't feel right. Jinwoo had claimed they'd be the bait, but this stealthy tactic contradicts them. Lee realizes that just running won't distract all the spiders in this chaotic mess. The earlier plan while escaping after
Oh god, it was so nice.
using others as distractions makes no sense anymore. Eventually he understands. They're not bait at all. In fact, the spiders already prefer crawling along the walls. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Okyuno questions Young Taisu while wondering why he agreed to be used as a pawn. Young Taisu admits he knew the entire time. He explains that it's better for the younger ones to live on. As someone already nearing his end, he doesn't want to become a burden. He's ready to go. Hearing this, Okyuno grows anxious. With determination, Young Taisu apologizes for involving him, but assures him he will get him out safely, no matter what. Suddenly, Young Taisu swallows a raw gem. Okyuno is stunned while reacting in disbelief. Before he can stop him, Young Taisu shoves him away and draws the attention of the spiders to himself while turning into a living decoy.
Man, I got
As
a
the raw
dice
gem
shot
kicks
over
in,
here.
Young Taisu's power surges. He calls out to the spiders while mocking
Oh,
them
y'all
and
bitches
challenging
got
them.
some mangoes.
Bursting with strength and fury, he charges at one spider and crushes it with a single punch. Elsewhere, Jinwoo and Lee witness the chaos of the fall. Lee wonders if there are
Mango
enemies
right
in the wall
here,
too, unable to make sense of
and
it.
there's a
But
health
Jinwoo
rock right
realizes what has
here.
happened. He activated the self-destruct option. He consumed the raw gem. Watching Young Taisu destroy spider after spider, Jinwoo admits it's remarkable. Even minion-level creatures are falling easily. These are the same enemies that couldn't be scratched with 5 doses of the capsule. However, despite the power, Young Taisu's aged body starts to falter. It's too much. Jinwoo observes this and concludes that if he were to consume a raw gem, he'd need to manage the power carefully. He then tells Lee they need to leave now and Young Taisu won't last. Lee agrees, but just as they are about to move, Chatterbox surprises them. Suddenly, full of energy, he refuses to flee. Lee is shocked. Chatterbox turns back toward Young Taisu, determined to help him. He remembers the promise that is the promise of bread. No matter what, Chatterbox chooses to fight beside his friend. Despite Lee's protests, Chatterbox breaks away and rushes back into the battle. Okyuno ends up falling to the ground after being struck by his opponent's powerful attack. Meanwhile, Young Taisu pulls everyone's attention toward himself while making sure his teammates can stay safe. Eventually, Okyuno regains his senses. He slowly realizes that none of the
I
enemies
haven't
are coming
blinked in
for
so
him.
long I've been
They're
staring at
walking
this
away.
game.
At first, he feels confused and wonders why they have
I'm
suddenly lost
working
interest
on
in him,
it!
only to understand a moment later that their focus has shifted to Taisu. Taisu now sits right in front of the opponents, fully aware that all of them are about to charge at him. He prepares himself mentally, even willing to give up his life. Although Kunio has injuries, he pushes through the pain and manages to get back on his feet. A thought runs through his mind that Taisu has bought him precious time, and now he needs to escape as quickly as possible. He knows exactly why the older man did this to keep everyone else safe and buy them a chance to leave. However, just as he turns to go, he glances back and sees the enemies swarming toward Taisu.
Will you quit trying to scratch me?
The
Damn
idea
it.
of leaving his partner behind in such a brutal moment makes him freeze. And that's when his eyes spot Chatterbox nearby, and joy instantly lights up his face. A shout escapes him that Chatterbox has come to help. Gratitude rushes in as he believes that, with Chatterbox there, they still have hope. The old man still holding on while refusing to give up. And now even a young boy stepping forward to protect him. He silently observes the chaos. Yuno glances around and scolds himself while wondering what he's even doing. The thought of running away while others risk their lives makes him feel no better than the very enemy they're fighting. With that, determination replaces doubt. He chooses to stand with Taisu and not let him face the battle alone. As he steps forward, his eyes lock on the golden orb in his hand. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jinwoo makes his way forward when a voice catches his attention. Someone is there who should be. His anger flares up as he shouts while questioning what's going on. Lee Jaseok was supposed to guard the entrance and stop anyone from reaching this place. Jinwoo grows furious while yelling at him, demanding answers. But before he can say more, a terrifying monster charges at him. Jinru narrowly avoids the attack but crashes to the ground and gets injured. The monster is far too strong, and he realizes he can't win this time. He gives into the situation, thinking it's over for him. Yet, to his surprise, the monster suddenly pulls back and walks away without finishing him off. Shock fills his mind that he's still alive. Just as he relaxes a little, other monsters start closing in on him. Fear returns as he understands that death is not far. He rises to his feet and calls out for Chatterbox. Turning back, he notices GCL standing still with his head bowed. Confusion spreads. Why isn't he moving? Why isn't he protecting the others? Jinwoo's voice rises as he demands to know what's going on. He warns Lee Jasiak while telling him they're in a war zone and hesitation can mean death. However, as he's shouting, he doesn't realize a monster has crept up behind him. The creature grabs him by the arm, ready to strike both of them. At that exact moment, something strange happens. Just when both prepare themselves for the end, they fall to the ground unharmed. Fire bursts in front of them, and they realize they're still alive. Confused, Jinwoo wonders what just happened. Did the monster melt in the fire? As he speaks, Lee Jisung, still lying behind
Pokemon Community Game A Wild Drawcloak appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
That's not who it is. Meanwhile, more monsters appear, and Jinwoo's eyes widen.
Health, guys.
These aren't the
Get your
main
health
threat.
here.
They're just the beginning. Flames rise again. Realizing the danger, he gives up on the thought of
Frosty Tools sticking through these ad breaks supports the stream. Thank you. For more fluffy madness.
Opponents surround him.
Frosty Tools, can you guess the middle name of the actress Uma Thurman, known for her roles in films like Pulp Fiction and Kill Bill? Find out when the ads end in about a minute.
He's trying to die. He doesn't understand why this fool would do this. Chatterbox with teary eyes.
Kofi Streambot, visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
Tyson hears those words but doesn't know what to say. Just then, another voice calls out to him, and he instantly knows it's human. The boy charges in while shouting that he's come to help. He never left because he couldn't bear to abandon his teammates. Taisu gets angry once more while asking if they think he pushed them aside for no reason. Yuno answers that he was thrown out to escape, but he refuses to live with the guilt of running away while others suffer. He explains that they can survive if they use the down gem's power together. Taisu stares at him and questions whether he swallowed the full gem. Kunil confirms it while mentioning that the reporter claimed it would make them explode within seconds, but he feels in control. After that, Taisu then turns to Chatterbox while asking about him. Oh, Hunil panics and shouts out while questioning what's going on. Taisu explains seriously that the down gem isn't some magic fix, it only numbs the pain.
Pokemon Community Game Drawcloak escaped. No one caught it.
Taisu glances at Hunil's legs, and points out how the human body can't handle this kind of power. He admits that both of them are already at their limits. The gem his own numbness is fading.
Frosty Tools Uma Thurman's middle name is Karuna, which reflects her father's interest in Eastern philosophies.
They still have a duty. They must protect the kid. Taisu makes up his mind. He orders Hunil to take care of Chatterbox. Without waiting for a reply, he turns and walks away, ready to face their enemies alone. Behind him, voices scream his name, begging him not to go. But by then, nothing can stop him now. At that moment, Oh Hunil feels deeply troubled, his mind overwhelmed with fear that Jung Taisu might head into the fight alone. Meanwhile, lost in his thoughts, he fails to notice a monster creeping up from behind. His attention stays fixed on Jung Taisu, leaving him completely vulnerable. Luckily, before the danger reaches him, Chatterbox spots the incoming threat. Without hesitation, he leaps into action while launching himself at the monster with a powerful kick that knocks it to the ground. A strange phrase on his lips blurts out to him. Immediately after, Oh Hunil snaps back to reality, his eyes locked on Chatterbox. He realizes there's no more time for grief, so he must protect her. With fierce determination, he understands he needs to take
Kaboom.
Another challenge rises. The path of heat created earlier is now covered with lava while making any
Bring a
escape
bigger
impossible.
orbit.
He understands Chatterbox, in his current state, won't think clearly. Even if Hunil tries to force him away like the old man once did, Chatterbox would surely return. At the same time, pain pulses through his legs while growing worse with every step. There's no way he can make it to the rendezvous point like this. A plan begins.
Stream Elements, welcome to the Fluffy Dragon's Den. Come sit, chill, and game a while. Enjoy the show and have some snacks and drinks. I hope you all enjoy your chill and relaxing time here. Carrot W carrot.
A trembling voice urges him not to repeat the same mistake he once made. The big guy doesn't feel so happy as he tosses Chatterbox away from the battlefield. But just then, a figure rushes into view. He shouts to Major Jang. The Major races toward them, desperate to reach them in time. When he finally does, he wraps Chatterbox in a hug, his relief showing clearly. Oh Hunil quickly points to the direction they must take to escape and urges them to go. Right then, Major Jang notices Hunil's legs, injured badly and unable to bear weight. shadow of sorrow crosses the Major's face. In the middle of this, Juno reflects on their situation. The spiders focus only on Chatterbox now. It's because they've never considered him a threat. In their eyes, humans are like insects, too weak to do any real harm. The old man and Chatterbox might have reached a level where they can hurt the enemy, but to the spiders, even they
Okay, so
probably
this
seem no more threatening than wandering dogs. He knows he must draw their attention. Being a mere annoyance won't be enough. If he's going to protect his team, he must look like a real threat. He needs to be more than a stray dog. He must become a terrifying beast. As his thoughts swirl, the frustration inside boils. He wants to keep everyone safe. He needs them to escape. Rage flares within him, and he screams at the spiders. His voice roars through the battlefield that he's right there, and he'll tear them apart. Every word is a deliberate trap, meant to pull the enemy's focus to him and buy his friends time. His thoughts burn as he must become like a starving bear. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the tunnels, Jinwoo and Lee are together. Lee warns the others not to touch the food supplies. He explains that the tunnel is partially collapsed in some areas, but it's still crawlable. Even though the ground trembles from the monsters, the narrow tunnel stays intact because of the strong underground bedrock. It's tight, just big enough for a grown man, which means the spiders can't follow. If they can make it through, they'll be safe for a while. Jinwoo listens carefully and asks if there's any word from the others. Lee informs him that nothing has come through yet. At that
Kitty
point,
fall?
Jinwoo reflects. He remembers telling someone
Kitty took a drop. Oh god.
Now
You
he
okay,
regrets
sweetie?
it. Losing such a physically strong underground human is a major blow. While trying to drop the dead weight, they ended up losing a valuable asset. He believes that person went toward the edge of the battlefield and might still be alive.
Kaito Destiny Paper Dragon, welcome to my channel.
Lee hears the cry.
At Kaito Destiny Paper Dragon, welcome to my channel.
Hey, Paper Dragon.
Danger is gone.
Big Mac or bang
Major
the
Jang
For everyone who's watching and lurking, we're just chilling in my Discord, having a good relaxing time.
And quickly asks about Chatterbox. Major Jang explains that he had to knock Chatterbox out because he was thrashing around too much. But there's no time to talk. The spiders are chasing them, and they need to move now. Suddenly, a spider approaches from behind. The Major reacts instantly and pulls his bag away to fight. His hands move swiftly. He doesn't even need a weapon. With just his strength, he takes the spider down. Jinwoo witnesses it, amazed.
Like,
He's
I wanted
struck
to
by
catch
how
the
easily
Pokemon
the
in
Major
chat.
defeated the creature with only his hands. He wonders if the Major's intense physical training really built up his body to this extent. Knowing time is short, the Major shouts for everyone to get into the tunnel. The tunnel lies ahead, their only chance at safety. They all rush in. Eventually, they reach the tunnel's end. Jinwoo breathes out a statement. They all made it. Everyone comes out, but then they realize the Major is still inside. All of a sudden, the ground shakes. Rocks start falling. Movement ripples through the place while confusing them. But Jinwoo notices the real danger that the tunnel is collapsing. Panic sets in, and he shouts the Major's name while urging him to come out quickly. He searches desperately while calling out again and again, and hoping Major Jang will return before it's too late. As they all keep their eyes on the Major sinking into the soil, a deep concern spreads among them. Everyone feels the tension while including Jiwoong, who suddenly notices something odd. She remarks that the earth appears to be pulling him in. Meanwhile, Lee repeatedly calls out for Major Jang while urging the others to pull him back up. Thankfully, after a brief struggle, the Major is pulled to safety. Once he catches his breath, he mentions they might be safe for the moment, though the situation remains tough. He explains that given the urgency, he had no other choice. However, the escape path is now completely blocked off for the rest of the team. They will have to dig their way back once the chaos behind the wall calms down. At this point, Jinwoo brings up something painful. He reminds the Major that they are the only survivors left. Park Kyung-tae had fallen during the first explosion, while Jung Tae-soo and Oh Hyun-il lost their lives trying to protect Chatterbox. Then the professor quietly adds that he also saw Hyun-il. He recalls how Hyun-il had thrown Chatterbox toward him, and when he turned to check why Hyun-il wasn't moving, he noticed something horrifying that Hyun-il's legs seemed to have turned necrotic. Hearing this, Jinwoo freezes in shock. The thought of Hyun-il's legs turning necrotic shakes him deeply. He then turns to the Major and asks if he happened to notice any beam of light near Hyun-il. After pausing to reflect, the Major slowly nods and admits there might have been a quick flash of light. Suddenly, Jinwoo begins to connect the pieces. He realizes Hyun-il must have used a raw down gem, but a troubling thought follows that could skin necrosis be a possible side effect of that gem. The Major, still weighed down by regret, confesses he had expected losses while crossing the battlefield. Yet, he can't help but think that if he had stayed by Hyun-il's side, things might have turned out differently. Disappointment washes over him. Just then, Jiwoong gently reminds him that it wasn't his fault. He had carried both her and Chatterbox safely across the path. Jinwoo agrees while adding that they managed to make it through the central path only because of their comrades' sacrifices. Right now, they're barely clinging to life, and if they press their luck any further, they all might not make it out. Eventually, the Major quietly agrees with Jinwoo while accepting the painful truth. Major Jang mentions that they've gotten past the most dangerous zone, but things aren't
Life's
finished
better than
yet.
hell.
He urges everyone to concentrate on what lies ahead
Inquiry,
rather than dwelling on the losses, so their comrades' sacrifices hold meaning. With no time to spare, he turns to Jinwoo, asking about their next target. Jinwoo responds that they must locate an exit from this level. He adds that they can't be certain if the place is truly abandoned, so they should move carefully and not rush. Once they escape, their next step will be finding a route to the upper level. As the group gathers and stands still for a moment, a loud sound suddenly echoes through the air. Jinwoo instantly becomes alert while wondering where the noise is coming from. The Major points out that the sound is coming from the far side of the wall. Without wasting a second, Jinwoo shouts for everyone to run. He alerts them that the wall is breaking, and within seconds, the monsters burst through. Panic hits as they all begin to sprint, but amid the chaos, Jinwoo trips and hits the ground. A bitter thought flashes through his mind that why is it always
Yeah,
me?
right?
Just then, he notices another monster emerging right in front of him. From behind, Lee Jisok spots him fall and urgently
Been playing
urges
with
him to
puppy
get
all
back on his
day?
feet. However, Jinwoo finds himself unable to get back on his feet. As he lies on the ground, his eyes suddenly lock onto the monster's face, and to his shock, it looks just like Park Hyung-tae. A wave of confusion hits him as he wonders if it could really be Park. Yet before he can process the moment, voices around him rise, everyone shouting at him to get up and escape quickly. As this unfolds, the Major watches the scene closely and mutters in disbelief while realizing that the administrator has somehow tracked them all the way here. Lee, confused and frustrated, questions why human prisoners would matter so much in the middle of a battlefield. At that moment, Jinwoo responds while telling them that the monster he saw was Park Hyung-tae. His words leave the others in shock. He continues while explaining that he clearly saw Park's face. The monster that just helped him had his face. But the Major can't accept it. He insists that Jinwoo must be mistaken while pointing out that Jinwoo was at the brink of death and might have imagined it. Still, Jinwoo remains fully convinced of what he saw. The Major then reminds him that the monster had already been killed. Was Jinwoo really suggesting that Park Hyung-tae should die a second time? Before they can say more, a large monster suddenly charges from behind. The Major immediately urges everyone to move. The group breaks into a run again, though tension rises quickly as the Major notices their speed slowing. At this pace, they'll be caught. Jinwoo, catching up beside him, mentions that the effect of the capsules is beginning to fade. Jinwoo stands frozen in shock for a moment. Then, without warning, spears begin to shoot out from the wall. As he pushes forward, Ji-woong quickly alerts him that they've entered a trap-filled labyrinth. It's risky, but at least it has bought them some time. However, as she moves ahead, Jinwoo notices something wrong and urges her to stop while warning her not to step on it. But it's too late. Her foot lands on it, and suddenly she falls. Pain shoots through her legs and she begins to tremble, her body shaking from the shock. Jinwoo sees her struggling, clearly in pain. At that very moment, he notices a monster approaching fast from behind. Thinking quickly, Jinwoo tells Major Jang to take Chatterbox and escape at once. He decides to carry Ji-woong himself while knowing that Chatterbox must come first. He is their top priority. Without hesitation, the Major listens and follows his order. Jinwoo then turns to Ji-woong while asking if she can stand, but her legs are badly injured. Without waiting, he tells her to get on his back. Ji-woong, filled with guilt, quietly apologizes. She feels responsible while saying she can sense the blood draining from her legs, and even in the middle of the battlefield, she had to be carried the entire day. Now it's happening all over again. Despite the chaos, Jinwoo urges her to stay strong. He tells her to leave and escape, but he can't quite hear her response. The noise around them is deafening, and he keeps asking her to speak louder while struggling to focus amid the confusion. Finally, Ji-woong tells him that she will buy them some time. After hearing this, Jinwoo hesitates, then moves forward and thanks her deeply for setting the trap that may save them all. As Jinwoo departs while leaving Ji-woong behind with the spider monster upon Ji-woong's own plea, both Lee and Major Jang are left startled by his choice. Neither of them feels content with Jinwoo's decision. Lee, shocked and uneasy, turns to Jinwoo while asking what exactly he has done. Jinwoo, filled with regret and anxiety, believes everything is his responsibility. With trembling nerves, he tries to explain to both Lee and Major John that Ji-woong had mentioned he wouldn't escape without his legs. Ji-woong had planned to stall the spider and trigger a trap. Despite Jinwoo's attempt to stop her, Ji-woong had insisted. Major Jang, while standing beside Lee, confirms they all heard Ji-woong's final cries. Trying to ease Jinwoo's panic, he reassures him that it wasn't his wrongdoing. He adds that the trap worked well while giving them a brief advantage. Then, with a calm tone, he says that Ji-woong's brave sacrifice can be honored later. Right now, their main goal is survival. He places a comforting hand on Jinwoo's shoulder while encouraging him to focus so
I
that
feel like going
Ji-woong's
to my
death
mom's
will
house
be
and getting my
confirmed.
ramen.
Jinwoo agrees, takes a deep breath, and states they should move quickly. Lee, however, remains angry and suspicious. Quietly to himself, Lee mutters that everything sounds like nonsense. He believes Major Jang is being misled. A memory flashes in his mind as he remembers the exact moment Jinwoo flung Jiwon into the trap and left her with the spiders. Lee's thoughts race. He realizes it isn't the first instance. Another scene emerges. Jinwoo once used an old man as a distraction tool. Lee becomes convinced that Jinwoo discards anyone the second they become a burden. He reflects bitterly on the down gem experiments and labels Jinwoo a psychopath. Fear grows in him. He feels he must warn Major Jang before things spiral further. He prepares himself to speak up, but then imagines how the conversation might unfold. In his thoughts, Major Jang gets angry while accusing him of dishonoring Jiwon's last act and trying to split the team. Lee realizes bitterly that the Major won't trust someone reckless and brash like him over Jinwoo, who always takes charge. So, he decides to remain silent for now, but vows to speak up if Jinwoo acts suspicious again. As these thoughts consume him, a terrifying realization hits Lee that he isn't very strong. He mentally counts the team: himself, Jinwoo, Major Jang, and Chatterbox. Among them, Chatterbox, though underground born, possesses immense strength and follows commands without question. The down gem has no side effects on him. Major Jang, with his sharp instincts and elite training, stands out as the most capable member of the crew. When Lee thinks of himself, his heart sinks. What has he done to prove his worth? He feels completely useless. A cold dread fills him as he fears that he'll be the next one cast aside, just like the others.
Pokemon community game A Wild Woobat appears catch it using Hope Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Insisting that he's fine, just remembering Jiwong's sacrifice. Jinwoo sighs while sharing that Jiwong likely didn't want to die, but down here, with her legs gone, no way to stop the bleeding, and no medical supplies, he probably didn't want to slow the team down either. He reassures Lee by gently resting a hand on his shoulder,
get
while
your
reminding
last
him how
health.
critical
This is
it
our
is to
last
stay focused. Infection from even the smallest wound could be fatal. Suddenly, Lee imagines a twisted version of Jinwoo, a devilish figure vowing to throw him to the spiders. The image terrifies him, but Jinwoo notices his discomfort and sincerely checks again if he's okay, while wondering if he might have hurt his head. Lee nervously says he's just lost a bet. Jinwoo emphasizes how even small cuts can be lethal in their current state, while warning Lee again to stay careful. In his mind, Lee questions whether what he saw earlier was just in his head. As he continues to hand over the rations, he panics and refuses whole, insisting that he must carry them himself. Jinwoo, surprised, says it's okay and jokes that he'll take over if it gets too heavy. Lee insists that he needs to contribute something. Jinwoo, though puzzled, agrees and turns to Major Jang while offering to carry Chatterbox. Major Jang, grateful, replies that Chatterbox appears awake but hasn't moved, likely still unconscious. He gently passes Chatterbox to Jinwoo, who lifts him onto his shoulders. Meanwhile, Lee stays stuck in a storm of thoughts. He clutches the rations like a lifeline while thinking that if he gives them up, he'll be abandoned next, just like the others. Eventually, they reach a split in the tunnel. Major Jang announces that
Pokemon community game Woobat escaped. No one caught it.
And reminds them that they've been on a single path so far, that the spiders are catching up. If they choose the right path, they might shake off their pursuers. Major Jang agrees and decides to inspect the left corridor himself. He instructs Jinwoo to watch their back while carrying Chatterbox. Jinwoo nods while telling him to be cautious. Then, Major Jang turns to Lee while asking him to check the right corridor. Though still shaken, Lee complies. As he prepares to head out, Jinwoo asks Lee if he plans to take the rations along. Lee, frightened, says he must as it's his duty. Jinwoo clarifies that he's not trying to carry them himself, just asking him to leave the bag temporarily while scouting, but Lee refuses while saying he must hold on to it. Jinwoo then realizes what's troubling him and questions if this is about Jiwoo, or perhaps the past incidents with the old man and Hyunol. He asks Lee if he sees him as the villain here. He explains that with the old man, he only gave a suggestion, and the man agreed. As for Jiwon, he volunteered. Jinwoo says he didn't force him, especially not with a weapon. He tries to make Lee understand that he didn't cause any of it intentionally. Then, he looks at Lee and asks if he truly believes he's just using him too. Jinwoo admits that even if Lee thinks he's scum, he should remember that Lee saved his life on level 2. Why would he abandon someone who once saved him? Jinwoo reminds Lee that they teamed up before, helped each other clean wounds, and even though things didn't go perfectly, they worked well as a pair. He puts his hand on Lee's shoulder while saying he only wants to survive together. Lee, slowly realizing, begins to recall everything, the time when everyone else gave up, but Jinwoo kept going. He remembers that although Hyun-tae offered emotional comfort, he took no real action. Jiwon had indeed offered himself as bait. Now Lee understands that without Jinwoo, he would be among the other prisoners, stuck in the battlefield. Jinwoo finishes by promising Lee that he won't abandon him. He says they'll make it out and Lee will see his mother again. Lee, finally moved, gently taps Jinwoo's chest and says he'll check the right path. He apologizes for misjudging Jinwoo and misunderstanding his intentions. Jinwoo reassures him it's all right. He says that after being down here for so long, none of them are truly okay. He thanks Lee for trusting him again. Lee responds with mutual respect. As Jinwoo watches him leave, he reflects silently. He never imagined someone as smart as Lee would end up in such a state. has probably hit his breaking point. Just then, without warning, a new monster appears right in front of Jinwoo. Lee Ji-suk walks with heavy steps, lost in his thoughts. At that moment, he reflects on how tough things are for everyone. Deep inside, he tells himself that they're all stuck in this mess together. But even so, he knows he's been complaining instead of holding it in like the others. While they make sacrifices and try their best, he's been having ridiculous thoughts. Eventually, he realizes that it's his turn to do what he can. Suddenly, just as he's caught in his reflection, something catches his eye. A spider is heading their way. Jinwoo's voice rises as he calls out while warning him about the incoming danger. The fear is clear and he's
Elemental,
terrified.
do we want
The
to try
spider looks
Anvil?
deadly, and both of them want to live. Jinwoo stares at the spider approaching and begins to panic. He keeps repeating that he didn't mean for this to happen. He swears there was no plan for any of this. His apologies keep coming, full of regret and fear. But Lee can't hold back his anger anymore. In a burst of fury, he shouts Jinwoo's name. Meanwhile, the spider gets closer, and panic spreads through them both. They run, desperate to survive. Lee, overwhelmed with fear, keeps yelling that he saved Jinwoo, and in return, Jinwoo was supposed to watch out for him. They were meant to escape together. He trusted him. However, Jinwoo runs ahead while leaving Lee behind to face the nightmare alone. Lee stumbles and falls, the sense of doom washing over him. He breaks down, tears flowing, certain that this is the end. He clutches a stone in his hand while wondering if the self-destruct button can help him bring the spider down. But he knows it's hopeless. The spider isn't weak. He wouldn't even survive a few seconds. Still, he considers it. If nothing else, he can at least help someone before dying. He gets so frustrated, unsure of what to do anymore. Just then, the spider lunges. Lee gasps as he feels the blow and screams out in pain. His body gets covered with wounds as the spider keeps attacking. He falls hard, the battlefield around him filled with blasts. The fight turns brutal, his strength wearing thin. Thankfully, when all hope seems lost, Young-tae arrives while rushing in to help. He battles the spider fiercely, doing everything to protect Lee.
1, 2,
Eventually,
3,
he wins
4,
while defeating the
5.
spider and returns to Lee's side. With a worried look, Park Young-tae takes in his condition and mentions that it hasn't been long since they last saw each other. But Lee is looking rough now. Lee looks up, shocked but relieved. He tells Young-tae he thought he was dead. He looks amazing for someone they believed had been killed in the first explosion. Lee confesses they left him behind thinking
is
he
your fire
hadn't
shot
made
at
it.
100?
But all this time, he's been watching over them. He admits that he should have listened to Hyung-tae instead of the
I know,
reporter.
but what's the
That name
percentage
triggers
of that?
confusion in
Is
Park
it 100
Hyung-tae,
yet?
and he asks who the reporter is. Lee answers
Yeah.
bitterly
No,
while
no, no,
revealing
no,
the name
your
as Kim
fire
Jinwoo.
shot.
The anger boils in his
What
voice.
percentage does it
Jinwoo
say?
left him behind, ran when things got hard, and never looked back. Then Lee begins to vent.
Alright,
Jinwoo
then
has
don't
always
throw a
used
fire
people
shot
as
because it's not
foes,
going to do
always stirring
anything
up
since it's
trouble
already met.
and running when danger came
So
too
you can
close.
take poison
He brings
shot,
up others,
random
Juno,
shot,
Jinwoo,
fire
victims of
starter
Jinwoo's
would
selfishness.
increase that
Hyung-tae
doesn't
listens
cap,
and
so I
mutters
would do
that so
fire
it was all
starter
Jinwoo's
or
handiwork.
toxic if you have
He had thought the
anything
others were
poison.
simply killed trying to escape. That word, handiwork, confuses Lee, so he questions
Oh,
him.
demolition.
Hyung-tae quickly backtracks while saying he misspoke and urges him not to take it to heart. Then Lee, still lying on the ground in pain, mentions he has a favorite axe. He shows Hyung-tae a gem hole holding it weakly. Hyung-tae questions why he didn't use it as he could have fought back if he had. In response, Lee explains that using it would have been like trading his life to buy time for Jinwoo. He believed that resisting would give Jinwoo a better chance of escaping. But now, he can't stand the thought of letting that man reach the surface. He insists that someone must stop him. He doesn't deserve to be saved. He must stay buried underground. Frustration and anger pour out of him. Hyung-tae listens quietly and then responds gently. He thinks maybe there's been a misunderstanding. He always believed Jinwoo was a good person, and perhaps Lee is wrong. Lee bursts out emotionally. He tells Hyung-tae that he doesn't understand, but then tears come again. He breaks down while shouting that Hyung-tae is right. He was mistaken all along. Only Hyung-tae saw Jinwoo for who he really was. He should have trusted him. As Lee cries, Park Hyung-tae rises and begins to walk away. His thoughts drift back to Lee and Jinwoo. At first, he felt that everything Jinwoo did had made his past life meaningless. He remembers how he gave everything to make others happy, while ignoring his own pain. Even when he was broken and shattered, he told himself it was okay as long as the people around him were smiling. But over time, it was Jinwoo who made him realize the truth. None of it mattered. The only thing that truly matters is yourself. All the good intentions, all the sacrifices, they were wasted on people who never truly cared. People who laughed while he turned himself into a clown for their amusement. He remembers praying while begging for just one more chance, and the underground granted that wish. Ever since then, he's been searching for the others to repay his past debts. He reassures Lee that he didn't come to save the others out of kindness. Then he remembers the moment when he first saw Lee again, and thinks to himself that finally, he has caught up with him. A strange voice reaches Hyung-tae's mind. At first, it tells him he should have allowed himself to be just a little more disgusting if he had one more chance. It mocks him while calling him a human, the absolute bottom of the food chain in the underground. It describes him as a pathetic life form, a weakling who isn't even permitted to breathe down there. Meanwhile, Hyung-tae, startled and confused, thinks the voice feels like it's speaking directly into his head. Then, the voice calmly reveals that it is the one who oversees the evolution of the pretty foal. It urges him to surrender while promising a new opportunity if he does. Naturally, Park Hyung-tae becomes suspicious. He questions why a great overseer of evolution would care about someone like him, a lowly human. However, the voice soon returns and explains that it cannot escape its host. Even now, with the voice inside his mind, the holes remain trapped in the idea of being a soldier. It shares that its previous host ignored its advice and refused its power, ultimately reaching a pathetic end befitting a mere soldier. Furthermore, the voice warns him that he will soon meet the same fate. Still, it reassures him that his chest and head remain intact, unlike its former host who lost his head. Once again, it urges him to embrace a new body, new power, and this new opportunity to become the next host. At this point, frustration builds inside Hyung-tae. He shouts back while asking the voice not to rush him and begging for time to think things through. After all, what he truly wants is trust and a chance to understand the offer in front of him. But soon the voice grows more urgent. It warns that time is running out. It reminds him that its fate is tied to its host. Hearing this, Hyung-tae grows angrier. He lashes out while yelling that they're both stuck in the same mess. So why act so full of pride? Why insult him by calling him weak? He argues that's no way to ask for a favor. In frustration, he continues while mocking the voice and asking if glaring at him with a big dumb eye is supposed to scare him. He's tired of being manipulated. Suddenly, he brings up Jinwoo while revealing the betrayal he suffered and how all the stress he bottled up is finally pouring out. As a result, he makes a firm decision that he's going to live how he wants from now on. Yet again, the voice responds. It tells him that such strength of mind is meaningless in the face of death. It reminds him that he only has two choices, life or death. Eventually, Hyung-tae accepts the offer. He confesses that he was ready from the beginning. However, he believes the choice isn't his to make it belongs to the voice. He demands to be accepted, but warns that it shouldn't think it can control him. Instead, he claims that he will be the one in control. Overwhelmed with power, he starts shouting with joy. The monster inside responds with excitement, and together they make a contract. Sometime later, Jinwoo is walking alongside Major Jang. Suddenly he spots someone ahead that is Hyung-tae. Shocked, he calls out to him and turns to the Major, while insisting that Hyung-tae is the one who stopped the spider. However, he quickly realizes something's not right. Jinwoo stares, puzzled, and asks about the body. In response, Hyung-tae tells them that he hasn't fully adjusted yet, and warns them not to try controlling him. Just then, the monster's voice
Wisebot
echoes
3
again.
viewers,
It states that the
-2,
future isn't
alarm
complete
clock
yet,
3
but
hours
decisions
28
must
minutes
be
and
made before they
36
become
seconds.
whole. This time, Hyung-tae's anger flares. He refuses. He doesn't care if he's complete or not. He demands that his first bite be Jinwoo. The monster, surprisingly, agrees. Meanwhile, Jinwoo and Major Jang are both stunned. They see no one else nearby, yet Hyung-tae appears to be talking to someone. Breaking the silence, Jinwoo asks who he is speaking to and what those strange attacks were. Coming back to his senses, Park Hyung-tae realizes they can't see the monster, so he decides to lie. He explains that he got infected by something like a parasite, but claims he can control it now. He expresses regret for what happened to the others and wishes he'd been faster. As he steps closer, Major Jang instinctively backs away, frightened by Hyung-tae's monstrous appearance. Jinwoo notices this and speaks up. He questions whether the Major really thinks Hyung-tae isn't himself, just because of how he looks. However, Major Jang believes they're dealing with an enemy. He accuses Hyung-tae of attacking them and pretending to be their friend. Hearing this, Hyung-tae can't help but laugh. He challenges the Major while questioning how he dares call him a monster. He reminds him of how hard he worked to take care of everyone. He watched over the cook, the nerd, kept an eye on spiders, and even respected the old man who was practically useless. Then, he brings up Hyung-tae, the only one they could truly rely on, and accuses Jinwoo of killing him. He recalls all
I
the
was
times he
muted.
tried to keep hope
I
alive,
forgot.
only to be painted
I was
as
gonna say,
troublemaker
do we
by
want to do 6 or do we want to do 4.1, but starting over on fucking hard mode?
This time, Major Jang begins to understand. He finally recognizes Hyung-tae's name.
It died. I died like my whole thing like froze for 2 seconds and then I was dead. And so it said I was in a lobby by myself, so it ended the fucking
Judging him
run.
based on his appearance. For the first time, Hyung-tae feels relieved.
Yeah?
He smiles and tells the Major there's no need
Oh,
for
hold on,
anger.
y'all. I might be going
A
back
lot
to
has
crab.
happened, but in
Hold
the
on.
end, things have
Boop,
worked out.
boop,
Hold
However,
on.
he disagrees.
Hold on.
He doesn't
Send me an
think things
invite.
have turned out well.
Send me an
He's been
invite.
through too much to believe that. Quickly, Park Hyung-tae explains what he meant. He says that while he might look like a monster at first glance, his body is
okay, hang on.
surviving underground. Turning to Jinwoo, he states that this is the kind of new human he always
Okay, let's see.
Hyung-tae is evolving, even in that moment.
Alright,
Jinwoo,
it
however,
is
believes he's
on
lost
the
his mind.
left
The
side,
Major agrees while
lucky,
thinking he
regular.
sounds completely insane.
On the right
Despite
side,
their
it is
concern,
nightmare,
Hyung-tae reveals that he isn't
ambushing
fully complete yet,
elites,
and that they both
unfair
still
bosses,
Jinwoo, puzzled, asks
wandering
what he means.
elites,
Hyung-tae
and
calmly
slow
responds.
recovery.
They have a chance to become part of the new humankind, the Exhausted, he sits down. They've all been fighting endlessly,
Invite.
and he's drained.
Yeah,
Then
invite.
he makes his real intention clear. He tells them to fill his belly and become his meal.
We'll
He
try.
invites them to join him in achieving the dream while becoming one in his body. Suddenly, his monstrous side breaks through. He loses control and begins to attack. Immediately, Major Jang shouts at Jinwoo to take Chatterbox and run, but Hyun-tae blocks the exit. Jinwoo panics. The Major yells at him to go back the way they came. He's willing to risk everything to protect the others. As Hyun-tae
Everybody
lunges,
just
the
go
Major jumps
to-
between them. The monster inside Hyun-tae demands that the Major get out of the way.
See, for me, it only says new run.
He just hands over Jinwoo. It admits it's been waiting for this moment for a long
Alright.
time. Still, Major Jang refuses. He pleads with Hyun-tae to regain control. He
Oh wait,
insists
I'm in a
that the
lobby by
monster is
myself. That's why.
overtaken.
Hold on.
Suddenly, the monster inside Hyun-tae
Try to
roars
join
in
you again,
fury.
I guess.
It insists everything is under control. It declares that this is its body, and that everything
Yeah,
happens
because Maxie apparently, we're gonna
it
see if
laughs
we can
wildly
resume
while
it.
asking why it didn't live this way before, and what was it so afraid of. Calmly but firmly, the Major answers. That
It
fear,
takes
he
a
says,
second.
is what makes someone human.
No, it
Humans
keeps
don't
loading me
grow
back to myself, so let me try to
They grow
join
by
you.
learning to adjust to one another's flaws. In contrast, the monster disagrees. It claims that's exactly why humans are seen as weak and inferior. But now it boasts it is something different. It is no longer human. It is the new humankind. Finally, the Major delivers his last stand. To him, Hyun-tae is just a lowly
Pokemon
zombie.
community game A Wild Ariados appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Alongside Chatterbox, both desperate to escape and save their lives. They know well that the road ahead will be filled with danger. As they continue, Jinwoo suddenly spots Jiseok in the distance. At once, he
Frosty
calls out
Tools sticking through these ad breaks supports the stream. Thank you. For more fluffy madness,
he brings unexpected news.
Frosty Tools attention. Coming soon to a chat near you. In a world where elusive Pokemon roam free, the chat of Kaito Destiny faces the ultimate challenge. A wild Woofit appears, hearts race, but alas it's a daring escape. Rid. Cries the crowd. Just as hope wanes, an Ariados drops in for a web. Gold Leopard, I'm making a castle in Ark.
Everyone freezes. Moments ago, they were certain it had been killed. In a blink, their happiness turns to pure terror. Jinwoo
Okay,
yells out.
because yeah, every time I
completely unable to
try,
believe
it,
what he sees.
it just keeps
Panic
loading me
tightens
into a
around
lobby
his
by
chest.
myself.
The monster turns to him and, with a menacing tone, questions where he thinks he's going. At that moment, Jinwoo is stunned. Everything had been going according to plan until now. He wonders bitterly why it's always the righteous who die first, as if fate is setting the stage for tragedy. Without thinking,
Kofi
he takes
Streambot
off.
visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
Maybe because I died
He
in one.
believes this is how these stories always go. The weak fall one by one. Eventually, the strongest is left behind to make the ultimate sacrifice and destroy the enemy, all to ensure our hero survives.
Pokemon
As the
community
gap
game
between them closes,
Ariados
the monster
escaped.
taunts him once
No
more,
one
demanding
caught
to
it.
know why he keeps running away. Jinwoo trembles, yet forces himself to move forward. In his mind, he clings to the belief that he is the main character. After all, everything had followed the usual path while gaining strength.
Stream elements, feel free to come in and join the fun for crazy adventures through the worlds. URL.
He realizes, perhaps painfully, that this must be the hero's first true battle.
Right
The
here?
monster listens, yet seems confused.
Oh, God.
It wonders aloud whether
Run,
Jinwoo
everybody,
is already
run.
given up because that, it says, would be boring. Eventually, both of them stop. They stand face to face, silence pressing between them. Jinwoo stares at the monster and firmly insists that this is his awakening. According to him, this is the turning point. It's the moment when he stops being a nobody and becomes someone unstoppable. He focuses while forcing his mind to remain calm. A strange energy begins to
Nope,
rise
I don't
inside
have
him.
anything and
Without
everything is
hesitation, he hits the down
locked.
jack. The power surges through his veins. He channels it into his legs and muscles, takes a deep breath, and then
All
charges
my
with
weapons say
everything.
locked.
He declares that he now holds complete control over the
I have
monster.
11 health.
Shockingly, nothing happens. The
What?
monster doesn't even flinch. Frustration floods Jinwoo. He realizes the power isn't enough. So, he pushes himself harder, using the gem to boost his healing and raw strength. Just then, the monster lunges forward. It strikes, this time landing a keen blow. Jinwoo screams in agony. While he reels from the pain, the monster mocks him. It sneers and asks if he's
Oh,
finished.
God, EDF, I don't want to play this. Let's
Questions how
go.
someone like him could have ever believed he
This is
was
bullshit.
He moves in to deliver another brutal hit. Desperate, Jinwoo cries out for Chatterbox. In
Yeah,
response,
goddamn right it
Chatterbox
deploys. Go to 4.1. I need hard mode and I need to kill some
strikes
shit on
the monster's
extreme.
hand while forcing it to retreat a step. The monster stares at the wound, clearly surprised. For a moment,
Stream elements, welcome to the Fluffy Dragon's Den. Come sit, chill, and game a while. Enjoy the show and have some snacks and drinks. I hope you all enjoy your chill and relaxing time here. Carrot W carrot.
then he mentions how Oh Hunil was bitten by a spider. He admits that he's become used to people dying around him, but says that losing friends always feels different. This time, he believes they must save
I'll
whoever
try,
is
but if I
left.
die more
Jinwoo
than
then
twice, I'm
reveals the
quitting and going to
heartbreaking
4-point
truth.
run.
Everyone else is gone. The monster killed him. He tells Chatterbox they must get revenge. He points out that the creature was swallowed.
I don't like the art of 6. I still think 4.1 looks better.
After a moment, Chatterbox agrees. He too wants revenge. Together they prepare for what might be the final battle. Jinwoo
All
believes
of it
this is
is
the
better
grand
on
finale.
4.1
The emotional
to me.
The monster snarls. Now furious, it realizes that if these two fight together, it might actually lose.
Room's
It hurls
open.
insults at them and attacks again. The battle resumes. Powerful blows are exchanged.
Get out of crab, we're playing
The monster
this.
kicks Chatterbox hard while knocking him aside. Still,
Because I can't fucking play crab, apparently!
Then it looks directly at
Some
Jinwoo.
bullshit that I was the only one that had to die.
Jinwoo has used everyone around him like tools to fulfill his own dream. It tells him he
It
was
left,
never defeated.
I
Only
couldn't
a little
move.
jealous of those who
And when I was finally able to move, all the enemies were on me and I
He
died.
yells back that he is not just an extra. The monster, however, agrees.
Why is there a smoke detector on my underboob?
He calls him a villain, the worst kind. Suddenly, the monster lunges forward for the killing blow.
Wait, what?
Jinwoo knows this might be the end.
No, you'll get
Yet
a
in that
Gold
exact
Leopard,
moment,
the ads cut
Chatterbox
you off
jumps
before your voice box said anything, so whatever you said I didn't get to hear it. After I enter I'm making a castle.
But Chatterbox
Uh,
he says he doesn't want to lose another friend. Jinwoo is all he has left, and no matter what happens, he'll protect him from the monster. At that moment, the monster remains completely calm. He shows no fear toward Chatterbox. With a mocking tone,
I
he
didn't
begins
want to go in a
taunting
6-bag
again.
or
He points out how
recommended it.
Chatterbox they all worked so hard to save has just thrown away his life for the protagonist. Then, he wonders what kind of snack Chatterbox will scream about next. Is he going to explode with rage? Will his hair suddenly change color and he will turn into little Goku? Maybe they'll finally witness his true powers. Suddenly, before anything else can happen, Chatterbox collapses to the ground. He loses all consciousness. Meanwhile, Jinwoo quietly agrees with Jinwoo's earlier words. He admits to himself that he isn't the true protagonist. At that moment, his heart sinks, and he begins to accept everything he's done wrong. He confesses within that he's nothing more than a desperate villain who only wanted to feel special. As the monster listens, confusion flashes across his face. He questions why Jinwoo is suddenly admitting everything. It doesn't amuse him. Instead, he complains that this is no fun. He urges Jinwoo not to stop now. In his view, Jinwoo should keep fighting until his last breath, even if it means struggling in the most pitiful and disgraceful way possible. That's what he believes a protagonist does. So, he dares him to continue while hoping some new power might awaken. Eventually, Jinwoo responds. He explains that even if he fights on, it won't matter because the true protagonist is already standing right in front of him. Then he gently points toward Chatterbox. With trembling hands, he places a gem into Chatterbox's body to make him stronger. Immediately after, the present timeline returns. Everything around them begins to shift. Everyone nearby turns in shock as they notice the gem glowing inside Chatterbox. The demon in charge, alarmed, shouts out for everyone to stay clear of Jinwoo. His body launches into the air at incredible speed. Multiple explosions burst out around him. He begins transforming while screaming as the monsters blow. Lee nearby screams in fear while begging the demon to stay away. He insists it
How
wasn't
dare
his
you,
fault.
Ash.
Observing
Yeah, I don't have any
closely,
weapons on, and that's why
remarks that
I didn't know I was
Jinwoo
going to watch this.
exactly what he had intended. However, the result is far more intense than she had anticipated.
Because I don't
The
have
wild
anything
storm
that's
now begins
like
to surge.
hard level
Anyone else
difficulty
in
to
this
do
place
this.
would have been torn apart. Yet Jinwoo, even as a child, somehow survives and returns to the surface.
Nope.
It
I don't
means he's
have a
controlling
dog.
the mana storm by himself. The in charge desperately hopes he can hold on long enough to reach
I
the
know,
memories
but I
that
don't
he
have any
accomplished this
weapons.
before.
I only
But
just
then,
played
they
this
all
the
notice
one
something
time,
strange
all of this last week.
The immense power is overwhelming. The in charge focuses all her effort on helping him survive. Her voice trembles. She warns that the connection is fading fast and the
I don't
memory
know.
can't hold on. Her frustration deepens. She feels completely helpless while her partners suffer. Just then, a massive monster charges toward her. However, someone jumps in front to shield her from the attack. A moment later, Heejin arrives while planting herself firmly beside them. She's there to protect the in charge. Everyone begins working together to defend her. Heejin raises her voice while assuring that they'll handle the hideous monster. She urges the in charge to act fast. The giant worms are already closing in. It looks like every level 10 beast is heading straight for them. At the same time, the monster's expression twists with confusion. The in charge feels the same. She stands frozen in place. So many enemies, so much chaos. She doesn't know what to do next. Then, a thought crosses her mind. Maybe the memory sync has been restored. If so, all they need to do now is hold on until Jinwoo can make his next move. Suddenly, she notices something that Jinwoo has stopped screaming. She focuses on his eyes. For a second, she wonders if what she's seeing is Jinwoo's true ability. Then doubt creeps in. It doesn't seem like his own power. It feels external. Something closer to mind control. Just then, Jinwoo appears beside her. Then Lee tells Baron not to let the down gem destroy his body. Instead, he encourages him to use it fully. He urges him to feel the strength of every down gem and make that power his own.
Yeah, had to
Heartfelt
go
words
back some. I only have like 20 levels unlocked, and for starting on hard, I didn't want to start on 20.
Lee reminds him that life on the surface is waiting. He can live happily. There's nothing he can't do, and he is the protagonist. The hero. Moments later, Young-tae arrives at the scene. His eyes dart around, confused by what's happening. He mutters to himself while trying to figure out what they've done. Before he can act, the monster's voice cuts through the chaos while warning him to stay away. He calls it a death trap. Then, with a twisted grin, he scoffs at what Jinwoo has done. He mocks him for pushing the high-ranked down gem directly into a human body. In all his life, he claims he's never seen anything more foolish. He explains that starving beasts occasionally consume low-grade down gems to survive, but they always do so slowly, over days, just to avoid harm. The mana inside those gems isn't even there. Yet Jinwoo forced a high-grade down gem into a fragile human body. The monster expects all the mana to explode at once while tearing the boy to pieces and leaving no trace behind. However, a sudden realization hits him. He watches closely and gasps. Baron's body is regenerating. Young-tae hears it and responds quickly. He reminds the monster of what he just said Baron should have been torn apart. But the monster stammers, unable to accept what's happening. He claims it's impossible. He panics again while blaming the adult
Mr. Shock.
Jinwoo for interfering with the child's mind. In fear of what might awaken next, he demands the adults be killed. Young-tae throws his hands up in disbelief. He wonders if they're really blasting people into superpowers now. He still doesn't fully understand, but he makes up his mind. In a burst of motion,
I only
he
found
moves to
one.
destroy Chatterbox. As he charges forward and throws a
The rest
powerful
are health.
an unseen force pushes back with great intensity. The impact throws him onto the ground. He crashes hard, badly injured. His arm throbs in pain and he struggles to get up. At the same time, Jinwoo looks at Chatterbox. There's one last wish he wants to make. He admits that even now, despite everything, he still wants more. He acknowledges his past actions, quietly reflecting on his flaws. He had always wanted to be the protagonist. Even now, he doesn't want to be forgotten. He doesn't want to vanish like a meaningless extra or a pathetic villain. Then, he looks at Chatterbox and reminds him of how he once asked for a name. Jinwoo offers his own. He asks him to take it to the surface, his final wish. Moments later, his body rests still on the floor, eyes closed. He leaves the world behind. Chatterbox remains there, heart heavy.
Not
His friend
nap
is gone.
time, why
Through the
not?
pen, he whispers a promise. He swears to use the down gems to their fullest, to claim their energy, and to harness that power. He'll break free from the underground, destroy everything that stands in his way, and leave behind every painful memory. His voice echoes quietly that his name is Kim Jinwoo. He promises to honor his friend's final wish. Then, while stepping into the present, he rises once again. As the in-charge lays eyes on him, she lets out a sigh of exhaustion. She mutters that this is one big mess. Her frustration is clear. As soon as he arrives at the scene, Hyejin
what's that
immediately
called?
remarks on the overwhelming mana in the air. Meanwhile, Jungwon, who stands right in front
Hold
of him,
on, what? My
admits that it
fucking
sends
headphones
chills
fucked
through
up.
his body and makes him feel completely exposed.
You have
At that
a
moment, the in-charge reminds them that this isn't the time to be amazed, while urging them instead to prepare their defenses quickly. Then, as things escalate, Jungwon questions her urgency while wondering if an attack is really coming. She confirms his suspicion while explaining that the brainwashing plan has already begun. However, just as she finishes her sentence, she senses something moving behind her. Before she can react, a monstrous figure lunges forward and strikes her. As a result, she begins to bleed uncontrollably from the force of the monster's attack. In the next moment, Jungwon, overwhelmed with frustration, cries out. The monstrous version of Chatterbox proves to be far too powerful, relentlessly attacking everyone in sight. Since he realizes that he might be the next target, he quickly decides to face the monster. Nevertheless, the fight ends swiftly. Chatterbox throws Jungwon across the field with immense force while causing him to crash into the ground and suffer serious injuries. At the same time, Hyejin screams in panic, deeply worried for her friend. She knows she might be the next to be attacked. Yet, unexpectedly, Chatterbox halts in front of her, silently observing. Up next is Hyejin, who didn't even get the chance
Don't
to
think we
realize
won't
that
cut
her
them any
belly is
slack.
penetrated with the bare hands. The massacre that just unfolded wasn't actually a real thing. This ability allowed everyone to experience the reality where they were. I guess this is the power of the outcast's leader we are talking about. So don't take it lightly. Eventually, Hyejin expresses her gratitude to the captain while believing she was moments away from death. Without wasting time, Red Demon reminds them that they must stay focused. She also notices something strange that the
Well, I'm having deja vu again.
as if he had never moved in the first place. This makes her wonder whether this
Yeah,
is the
horse
ability of the
subject.
outcast's leader, something called reality denial. Even though she has heard of it before, this is the first time she's witnessing it with her own eyes. Therefore, she begins to question how such an unbelievable ability really works. However, her thoughts are soon interrupted. Chatterbox appears once again, still under the monstrous influence. Immediately, the in-charge notices and alerts everyone by shouting that he is coming Together, they begin moving away from the area. While they run, Fujin checks in with the captain while asking how he's holding up. He replies that the situation is worsening more quickly than expected. In fact, he reveals that he might only be able to push through one final time, and even then, he fears the consequences. He might not recover again. Surprised, she brings up that he's already used the ability more than 3 times. In response, he explains that the last time, he only needed to affect Baron's team. However, now that he's targeting both Demon and the Baron, the energy drain is unimaginably high. Meanwhile, the in-charge begins to realize that there's a serious cost to using this power. So, the captain turns to Demon while urging her to explain the situation further. He trusts her deeply and believes that she can shed light on what's really going on. Accordingly, she explains that Baron has indeed awakened, just as they planned. However, his sanity appears to have disappeared in the process. Additionally, she reveals that she had set up a sensory sync while allowing him to feel every aspect of the awakening and learn from it firsthand. Unfortunately, she never imagined that the awakening would result from a self-inflicted brainwashing. At that point, Lee, still trying to process everything.
Pokemon Community Game: A Wild Corviknight appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
He finds it difficult to believe while insisting that such an enormous amount of mana couldn't have come from just one gem. Indeed, he is right. As a child, Baron's mana stall measured about 2 meters in width. Now it has expanded beyond 10 meters. As she begins to reflect, she wonders whether this is due to natural...
Kaito Destiny 2 raiders from Didelbrat have joined. Botrix official at Didelbrat, thank you for raiding me with 2 spectators. Frosty Tools, so at Didelbrat is raiding in from Streaming Pal World. At Kaito Destiny 2 raiders from Didelbrat have joined. Kaito Destiny Didelbrat, welcome to my channel. Kaito Destiny, so to Didelbrat.
Look at that. Yeah,
Stream Elements, look, it's Didelbrat, they were playing Pal World. Go check them out and give them some fluffy cheers and support. Didelbrat at URL. At Kaito Destiny Didelbrat, welcome to my channel.
How you doing, Brad? Thank you for your raid. Everyone is doing well. Come for the cuddles and snuggles and hanging out with the chill vibes.
Pokemon Community Game: Corviknight escaped. No one caught it.
Oh, I didn't blink for so fucking long.
For anyone who's new here, I'm currently playing the game called Lightyear Frontier. Basically a sandbox crafting survival game. I'm on a planet that looks like the Earth, and just trying sources to send it to other colonies so they can survive. Staying alive, staying alive. I'm out right now trying to look for some veggies and
You're so
stuff.
funny.
Watching out for the frickin' onion bombers.
Can't wait to get a better long-range laser.
Fire in the hole.
Or a long-range, like the sniper or something.
Another onion bomber explodes.
I can't wait to get a better long-range laser. Or a long-range, like the sniper or something. Sad about crab.
Stream Elements, hi everyone. As a heads up, I have sleep apnea and tend to fall asleep sometimes in my streams. Please be patient with my disorder or try waking me up with my redeems.
I was really happy with the stuff that I had. I'm so sad about crab. Thanks. I know. You guys could all play it great.
Big boom boom. The onion bomber strikes again!
Thanks, Bitches love cannons. Oh, Maxie, I need help. I don't know what I did. Never mind, I fixed it. Oh, fuck, okay. I don't know what I did, but I like made it such big super zoom screen that I couldn't do anything.
Alright.
Three core commands of the Down's mind. Absorb the power of the Down Gem, escape the underground, and eliminate any obstacles in his way. These commands push him toward the surface. While this might seem like a solution, she stresses that they can't let Baron rampage through the levels unchecked. Then, the captain asks how long they need to hold him on. She answers that it's only until Baron's original self reaches the surface. But the captain doesn't accept her response easily. He yells out that it's impossible while asking if she understands how long it would take to get from the deeper levels all the way up. In response, she promises to speed up the process, already holding something in her hands that could help. At that moment, they spot Jinwoo approaching. He questions how someone like him could possess enough raw power to crush
Good old super
She
zoom.
informs Lee that it feels as though the boy could step in at any moment. Despite her calm tone, she stays alert, clearly reading the situation with care. As Lee calls out her name again, she assures him that she will begin immediately. Thus, they all resume moving forward. Jun-Won, while stepping up, tells the others to stay out of the fight. He wants to handle things alone. Though the situation is frustrating, he prefers not to face death again. He mentions that it hasn't even been half a day
Where is
since
it?
they
Where's
last
the
sparred.
picture?
Even though the other party wasn't conscious at the time, Jun-Won believes he must now pay for harming his family. Finally, Jinwoo arrives again, this time much stronger than before. As everyone turns to look, they can't help but shout out in surprise while wondering just how powerful he has become. Lee and Jinwoo are standing face to face, lost in a fierce battle. Neither of them backs down. To begin with, Lee makes the first move while blowing air as he moves in to kick Jinwoo. From that moment on, the fight between them continues with relentless intensity, both throwing punches and kicks. They're equally strong and powerful, and it's hard to tell who has the upper hand. Clearly, each of them gives their all while making it obvious they're both skilled in their own ways. Lee believes he's taken no damage. He wraps himself in mana like it's a suit of armor while protecting his body. Meanwhile, while attacking Jinwoo repeatedly, he wonders how Jinwoo is still standing without a scratch. As a result, he decides to strike again. In his mind, Lee compares Jinwoo's wild attacks to brute strength alone. He thinks Jinwoo is no different from an underground beast and reflects that nothing has changed since their last fight. According to him, battle also requires skill, not just strength. He doubts Jinwoo can hear his thoughts anyway, and without delay, he launches another attack. Jinwoo
No, I am not.
is ready to counter. Lee, confident, believes it's useless and that his armor will protect him. But Jinwoo focuses all his strength and lands a blow directly to Lee's eye, completely damaging it. Surprisingly, Lee isn't shocked. He suspects it's a feint. Right away, he commands Parasite to heal his eye, and just like that,
Anybody got
his vision
rocket launchers to
returns,
break
fully
the
restored.
house?
The scene flashes back to the past life. Yurite arrives at the scene. He's confused and turns to Parasite while asking what to do.
Man, I just saw you get ragdolled like no tomorrow.
Seems impossible. Human reigning inside the Manifold, a force that should have torn him apart. Yet this human has made it his own. Parasite can't believe it. He questions how such an inferior species could possess such power. In his mind, there must be a limit. Soon after, as he prepares to attack with his full strength, he shouts that it's impossible to dodge everything and calls for the human to die. But then, he sees something shocking. Chatterbox. He can't believe the abilities this being holds. He cries out in disbelief while calling Chatterbox a mere inferior being, a lowly creature. Then, the monster decides to launch an attack on Chatterbox. However, Chatterbox is using all his power while pouring every ounce of force into the fight. Yunte takes wound after wound as Chatterbox presses on, not slowing down. The monster screams in agony, but Chatterbox doesn't stop. His heart is filled with vengeance for all the friends he's lost. Now alone, he fights for them while deciding to end it, no matter the cost. Eventually, Chatterbox strikes with everything he has while forcing the monster
Did you guys
to
grab
fall.
the loot from over there already?
The monster lies helpless. Yunte calls out, pleading
From
for
the
his
first
life,
ones?
but Chatterbox doesn't stop. Just as he's about to throw the final punch with all his strength, determined to teach a lasting lesson.
Oh, well, there's
the
more
monster
of them now.
speaks. Yunte's voice breaks through while accepting his fate. If it's Chatterbox who kills him, he's okay with that. He repeats that it will be fine if Chatterbox is the one to survive. These words stop Chatterbox in his tracks. He sees the broken state of his friend and realizes Yunte is still alive. Overwhelmed, Chatterbox thanks the heavens. Yunte stares at them, confused and dazed. Chatterbox, desperate, promises to save him to hold on. He wants to destroy the monster inside Yunte, not his friend. But Yunte, full of sorrow, believes he must die. He feels responsible for the deaths of so many because of the monster inside him. Meanwhile, the monster keeps whispering dark thoughts to Chatterbox while telling him to kill, to eliminate all obstacles, to get rid of anything in his path. He tries to convince him to destroy Yunte, but Chatterbox shouts back while refusing. He cries that Yunte is his friend and he won't kill him. Conflicted and overwhelmed, he doesn't know what to do. Yunte begs for his help. Chatterbox, full of frustration, screams that he doesn't want to kill his friend. He can't do it. He won't. His mind is torn apart by the pressure. Yunte keeps pleading while telling him to come back, to end it. But Chatterbox can't bring himself to do it. In the end, he turns and runs away from the place, leaving his friend behind. Yunte, desperate and broken, screams for him to return while begging not to be left alone. He shouts that he doesn't want to die alone and not again. As one of the spears comes flying and strikes Lee's eye, a sharp spear shoots through him. However, he quickly becomes aware that his sight remains intact, and he can still move forward next time. But then, his parasite speaks to him while warning that he'll eventually lose the eye, and questioning how long he plans to deny his true self. It reminds him that rejecting it is pointless, since it flows within his bloodstream. They are now one and the same. Yet, Lee tells it to stay silent while calling it nothing more than a parasite that forced its way into his body. The being responds calmly while letting him label it however he likes, while urging him to wield its strength like he did during the earlier duel on the surface. But Lee counters while explaining that the choice to use it back then wasn't about needing the power. It was to show that even a parasite isn't something to rely on as a privilege. The parasite quietly responds while reminding him that without its support, he and his allies would have perished and turned to dust long ago. It insists that had he embraced its power fully, he wouldn't have lost his left eye or his left arm. It urges him once more to accept its strength to protect himself. Still, Lee pushes back while ordering it to remain hidden. He refuses to accept it and insists he'll survive on his own. He tells it to return to where it came from and never appear again. In response, the parasite softly remarks to the shadows that it will wait, just as it always has. Suddenly, Jinwoo appears and charges forward with a swift strike. Lee collapses to the ground. Once again, the parasite murmurs that if he had used its arm, he might have been able to stay on his feet. But Lee firmly reminds it of his earlier warning to remain inside. Then, while lying there,
Giant frog thing?
powerful strides forward. Lee understands there's no time to pause. As he lifts his gaze, he notices a giant worm emerging before him. A thought crosses his mind that could this be the one Suk Yang had mentioned. He quickly checks in with her while wanting to know how many giant worms are approaching. She responds while explaining she can't give a precise number. When he questions what she means, she clarifies that there are simply too many to count. While they exchange words, a sudden force strikes him while causing him to hit the ground. In that instant, he realizes that the nearby worms have already entered the area. He reaches out while searching for his weapon, only to discover it's useless. He can't even locate it. Meanwhile, the demon responsible for level 10 is locked in battle alongside a beast while facing an enemy with fierce resistance. Observing this, Lee instructs the outcast to shield the demon from the swarm, while offering to distract the worms himself. However, right then, Jinwoo arrives and urges him to use the down gems, all of them, before their power slips away. Suddenly, a bright flash bursts through the air. Lee stands stunned, watching a storm of mana form before his eyes. He quickly notices that Jinwoo has embedded a down gem into his own body. The scene leaves Lee at a loss. He's no longer sure what Jinwoo even is anymore. He's even more taken aback as the worms begin to react violently to the mana.
So crazy!
Fall back while thinking that if they could just delay the worms a bit longer, it might shift things in their favor. In the background, the parasite silently begins scanning the nearby down gems.
I am getting a lot more plasma cores, which is the only thing I'm really getting new, but that's kind of cool.
Manages to destroy. Lee watches in disbelief as Jinwoo tears the down gems straight out of the worm's body. In another instant, a massive flash lights up the field, and Lee finally grasps the truth that this is no longer a human standing before them. Lee at first believes what he sees is still a human body, but shortly after, it becomes clear to him that even an underground human couldn't possibly survive something like this. In truth, Jinwoo has become something far beyond that, a monster in every sense. However, the demon in charge steps in and explains that Jinwoo's flesh is still no different from that of a normal underground human. What makes this possible, the demon reveals, is the deep conditioning buried in his
Pokemon community game A Wild Pumpkaboo appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
tearing itself apart as it pulls in unfamiliar mana from outside, only to rebuild again and again using his own flesh. Before long, it will completely collapse and dissolve into dust.
Frosty Tools sticking through these ad breaks supports the stream. Thank you. For more fluffy madness. Frosty Tools. The USA boasts the world's longest road network, but which populous country comes in second with its vast web of highways and streets? Find out when the ads end in about a minute.
After hearing all this, Lee reflects quietly that if this doesn't qualify as a monster, then what does? His eyes remain fixed on Jinwoo, but due to the parasite's complete grip on Jinwoo and the overwhelming force of the mana, Jinwoo begins moving toward him with deadly intent. Realization slowly sinks in for Lee that what stands before him is no longer bound by the truth. Everything around him now feels like an illusion. At that moment, his own parasite triggers fibrosis while reacting
Ah,
to the
damn it,
gravity.
kitty cats.
As the parasite inside Lee begins
Now
to
what?
apply fibrosis, it prevents him from consuming the
He's
damage.
dead.
It completely seizes control of his body. At that moment,
digging
Jinwoo steps forward and positions himself in front of Lee's parasite. Meanwhile, Lee questions the parasite's actions while feeling furious as it starts wrapping around his entire body. He's overwhelmed with anger, unable to stop it. The parasite, in response, explains that it didn't select him just to perish in a place like
Kofi
this.
Streambot.
For its
Visit
own survival,
Kaito Destiny's
it begins overriding
KO5 page
his
at
control.
URL.
Lee starts to realize that the parasite's
Pokemon
real
community
motive was to
game
steal his body
Pumpkaboo
from the
escaped.
beginning. It
No
continues
one
to
caught
mentions
it.
that it's been a while since it last emerged outside. The underground's cold atmosphere, it remarks, remains unchanged. Observing this, Hyejin yells out that the captain has just been devoured. Yet the parasite urges her to
Frosty
stay put.
Tools India
It
has the
insists that
second
it's only
longest
borrowing
road
the body
network
for a short
globally,
time,
connecting
not
its
permanently.
diverse
With the
landscapes
energy
and
it has
bustling
gathered,
cities.
It can only sustain this state for 10 minutes at most. Later on, it addresses the demon in charge while remarking that restraining or capturing
What?
Jinwoo
That's
completely is
'cause,
now
remember
impossible.
my thing
Elimination is
glitched.
the only option. However, the demon warns that any reckless move would cause the black market merchants to chase it down to the farthest depths of the underground. The parasite then questions whether keeping Jinwoo alive is truly necessary, while expressing that it's a tough demand. But since it has no choice, it decides that removing Jinwoo's arms and legs might help in making him more manageable. Suddenly, Jinwoo launches forward while charging at Lee with full force to land a powerful punch. Nonetheless, the parasite controlling Lee doesn't react, as physical hits have no effect on it. In retaliation, it slams Jinwoo back without hesitation. After the strike from Lee's parasite, Jinwoo crashes down to the ground. He's forcefully pushed and lands hard against the rough stones. Yet, despite the blow,
One of my
Lee
cats
calmly
is
remarks
being a
that
dick.
no real harm is done, so he plans to target the joints until the limbs break off. He then aims for Jinwoo's hands and drives a sharp hit through them. As he notices the impact, he
Amanda,
starts to
what does your
understand
stream
that
time
his method
say?
is working. Amid the clash, with the parasite's face still hidden, recognition remains unclear. But then, something about its form becomes familiar. Lee's parasite soon questions
No,
that could this
it
be a
did.
prototype?
That's why I'm
It once
asking.
believed those
Because
were wiped
we'll
out.
probably
Yet
do
now
maybe
one
like
stands
3 or
right
4 more
before it.
missions,
It
but
assumes
then I
this
want to make
must be the last of its kind. Without holding back, it lashes out at Jinwoo's parasite while calling it an arrogant,
Stream
selfish
elements,
asshole.
welcome to the Fluffy Dragon's Den. Come sit, chill, and game a while. Enjoy the show and have some snacks and drinks. I hope you all enjoy your chill and relaxing time here. Carrot W carrot.
Unable to grasp why the captain is speaking this way, but the demon in charge quietly explains to her that something deeper seems to be happening between the parasites. At that moment, Jinwoo's parasite questions whether Lee's parasite has become so desperate to keep living that it has forgotten its real duty and now only wants to survive. They were once given a mission to carry out. They are the seeds of the king. It urges the other to return to the hive and complete what they were created for. In response, Lee's parasite wonders if Jinwoo's parasite now parasite firmly denies that while pointing out that Lee's parasite must be the last one remaining, but who else would hold that role? He explains that he is separated from the hive and
Oh, I
becomes his
died
own
in one
demon.
hit.
He pushes the other to face reality and accept defeat. The order is collapsing.
Aggro, it's just you, friend.
And the mission has come to its end. Yet, Jinwoo's parasite then challenges the meaning of that failure. He questions whether one can still call it failure after witnessing the strength of his host. Accusing Lee's parasite of betrayal, he declares that it is soaked in loss and insists on taking it back while forcing it to become a prototype again.
Damn it,
Soon,
Blue,
the parasite
hi.
starts absorbing loose fragments scattered around. As the pieces merge, it begins preparing for analysis. Once that process finishes, it will gain access to fibrosis.
Alright.
The duration
Bandit,
for this
grab me your
analysis
Maxi
shortens
whenever
if the
you
target
can.
already carries fibrosis. Now Jinwoo's parasite reflects quietly. It realizes the prototype can consume and take in others' abilities.
How are
This makes it
you?
incredibly dangerous. At this point, there's no choice left. He must depend entirely on his host. At that point, Lee's parasite
No!
warns him that something dangerous
Tell me
is
that
very
broke too and I
beside
lost
him,
it in a
while
minute.
urging him to end the fight by killing him. However, the demon
Oh,
in charge
well.
quickly blocks the move while insisting that it can't be done. In response, Lee's parasite turns toward her and reminds her sharply while calling her a young demon not to ignore what she's trying to protect.
I closed the
It
wrong
reveals the
thing.
truth. The one they are defending is the Demon King himself. It continues while explaining that the Demon King
Don't bring me back yet.
the underground, and urges its host to strike the human before he has the chance to destroy the Demon King's vessel. Just then, Lee speaks up. He tells the parasite that while he was trapped deep inside it, he spent every moment thinking of how to disgrace it in the worst way possible. Hearing this, the parasite becomes visibly shaken, but Lee continues. He recalls what the black market merchants told him that those living above ground call this thing a giant nest. He reflects further while saying they had spent their entire lives buried in the shadows while turning away from paradise until the day this one showed them the light. Still, the parasite keeps insisting he must kill Jinwoo while warning him not to make a mistake. Yet, Lee responds calmly.
Oh, I
Although
killed
he
my
never
VTube
expected
Studios
he'd get the
and
chance
my
to recreate
Twitch
his death
and a
so
couple
soon.
other
He
things.
now believes this is the moment. With determination, he promises to remove the darkness from the parasite's path, while declaring that everything
I'm ready
in
if
his
somebody
past
wants
has
to
been
bring me
lost.
back.
While sitting on the ground, Jinwoo slowly wonders when he lost consciousness. A moment later, Lee mentions that he's finally awake and checks how he's feeling. Confused, Jinwoo asks if he got hurt and what exactly happened. Lee calmly explains that it probably feels like being pierced by 1,000 needles, but he should think of it like regular muscle pain. He adds that the other men collect healing herbs and food. Sadly, part of their team was lost during the event. For now, they're taking shelter in a nearby cave, but there's no need to worry. They've already recovered all of Jinwoo's gear. Still puzzled, Jinwoo asks which event Lee is referring to. Lee suggests he step outside the cave to see for himself. Once he does, he's met with a huge mess lying before him. Staring at the scene, Jinwoo questions whether a battle or something similar took place. Seeing all the worm corpses scattered around, he assumes they must have
Like,
gone
damn,
down.
I would really love some healing right about now.
Reveals that all of it was caused by Jinwoo himself. Hearing that, Jinwoo seems frozen in disbelief. Lee then guesses that Jinwoo has no memory of it. He refers to the destroyed landscape, the bodies of the worms, and even his own missing eye. As Jinwoo sees the injury, shock spreads across his face. Lee gently offers to explain everything. After listening carefully, Jinwoo finally learns the full story. He then asks if Lee really used all of his skills to erase the part of the past where Jinwoo had been brainwashed, and if losing an eye was part of that price. Lee quietly confirms it. It's already been 2 days since the event. Now, for the first time, Jinwoo feels truly indebted to someone. Words don't come easily. He doesn't know how to express his feelings, but Lee brushes it off while telling him not to worry. He says he was bound to lose the eye eventually, it just happened now. And to him, while using it to repay the one who showed him paradise feels worth it. So, he has no regrets. Jinwoo sits with a heavy feeling in his chest, guilt slowly creeping in. To him, while losing this, it seems like a huge sacrifice. But Lee calmly reassures him that his vision isn't completely gone.
One
He
hit,
explains that
dude!
he now depends on the power of his parasite, which allows him to sense down gems. Whenever Lana moves through an object, it becomes clearer than ever before. At this moment, he describes Jinwoo as shining like the sun. The mana radiating from Jinwoo reflects off nearby surfaces.
At least I got my freaking specialty weapon out, so it's like doing damage to you bitches while I'm still dead. As they board my corpse.
Charge jumps in, relieved that Jinwoo is finally awake. She admits she's
Stop
worried about
stepping
her
on
schedule,
me!
and since Jinwoo hasn't fully healed, she jokes about carrying him herself, but he quickly assures her that he's fine. She then mentions that it's too late to visit the laboratory,
Can I get a revive
so
here?
it's best to rest for now and leave first thing tomorrow. Jinwoo nods and asks about their next destination. She responds that it's Baron Forrest's labyrinth. She believes he'll be cooperative since Jinwoo handled the giant worms in the area. Lee agrees with the plan and asks if he can continue explaining while saying there's still a lot Jinwoo needs to know. Jinwoo tells him to proceed. Lee begins by revealing the true goal behind everything. It was to help Jinwoo revisit his past, to relive his awakening. He was supposed to remember the exact feelings at that moment, to learn how to control mana in the present. But the issue was that during the awakening, Jinwoo lost his mind completely. Jinwoo, now reflecting, admits he doesn't remember any of it. To him, it feels like everything was meaningless. Lee sacrificed his eye for nothing. But Lee responds honestly that if one looks only at the outcome, then maybe,
Oh, I didn't
yes.
blink.
However, he quickly adds that there's still one last chance.
You sure?
And asks if it's ready. She confirms and hands Jinwoo a low-ranked down gem. Lee explains that his friend Jinwoo was capable of taking on gems even before the brainwashing. Just 2 days ago, he even forced multiple intermediate ones into his body. This shows that Jinwoo has the ability to absorb raw down gems. Still unsure, Jinwoo reminds him that he was unconscious when he happened. But Lee encourages him while saying that even if his mind wasn't aware, his body should remember. He urges Jinwoo to trust himself, to follow the natural rhythm, and to master the ability. He hopes Jinwoo doesn't let his sacrifice go to waste. With quiet determination, Jinwoo slowly reaches out and takes the down gem into his hand. Jinwoo, without hesitation, decides there's no point in choosing the longer route. Observing him, Lee silently reflects that since it's only a low-ranked down gem, a mana storm likely won't occur, but the pain will be unbearable nonetheless. As Jinwoo consumes the down gem, an intense ache shoots through his arms. Lee, while staying focused, urges him to block out the pain, keep control, and center all attention. At the same time, Lee senses the unfamiliar mana beginning to rampage inside Jinwoo's body. His wild energy will try to break free while destroying whatever lies in his path. Right now, Jinwoo is overwhelmed. He still lacks the skill to steer mana properly, and without that knowledge, self-healing remains out of reach. His parasite also lies dormant, unable to offer support. In this condition, the body is unlikely to last more than a few hours. That's the usual fate of anyone who absorbs a down gem. Still, Lee continues while explaining that the feeling is like having countless glass shards trapped inside the body. Those shards represent raw power. Instead of fighting them, he urges Jinwoo to take them. He shouldn't force them to stop, but rather guide their movement. He tells him to leave one shard to rotate gently in one spot once one follows, the others can follow along. The goal is to build a flow while moving from the fingers up to the shoulders, while imagining the energy as blood moving through the veins. That's what forms the mana pathway. Gradually, the glass-like pieces inside Jinwoo begin shifting while becoming a stream guided by his will. But Lee knows there's even more mana inside Jinwoo than what the down gem alone gave him. He instructs him to push that stream further while letting it travel into his chest, while heading toward the heart. He must treat it like discovering an endless well and follow where the flow leads within. However, Jinwoo struggles. He admits he can't see anything clearly, as if the stream is vanishing into a thick fog. Lee, while remaining calm, tells him to keep focusing. It doesn't need to be a continuous stream. Even a single drop will help. He encourages Jinwoo to stay with that one drop until the very end. Once that droplet reaches the bottom of the unseen well, it will make all the difference. At that moment, Lee quietly wonders if this is what Yujin once witnessed. He finds it stunning, like catching a glimpse of something sacred. Looking at Jinwoo, he remarks with admiration that Jinwoo carries a paradise within his chest, and with a calm smile, congratulates him. Jinwoo has finally touched the blessing of Geyser. As everyone keeps searching for the gem, Lee urges them to look upwards too, while pointing out a large one located just to the right of Hyejin. While she continues to explore a different area, he mentions that she's wandered off too far. She responds, mentioning that there is nothing useful in her spot. After studying a nearby wall, he remarks that the gem must be hidden within it. Eventually, Hyejin discovers a mid-level down gem beneath the surface. Soon after, they begin locating more on the cliffs. During their search, Jinwoo notices Lee that he immediately steps off the edge. Lee expresses his thanks, and admits he can't clearly see the ground. Jinwoo, however, offers to guide the way using mana. Still, Lee refuses gently while explaining that too many beasts nearby could detect magic damage.
Trying,
He knows that he
Manda.
can still follow the people walking ahead, and mentions that Junwon will remain behind him for safety. Then, another gem catches his eye, and he retrieves it. After that, he reflects on how many down gems are scattered in the area, eventually realizing that this place must be Baron Horus's labyrinth. The demon in charge confirms this while admitting she thought they had already entered his territory. She wonders aloud if it's alright to collect down gems while being here. She adds that the Baron likely wouldn't mind or even notice their disappearance. Jinwoo calmly explains that Baron Horus is one of the wealthiest figures on the 10th floor. At the center of his labyrinth lies a vast mine. He recalls how the goblins on the 9th floor were also mining, but they didn't seem very successful. The demon nods and mentions their mine only holds iron, occasionally yielding small traces of mithril or the occasional down gem. Meanwhile, Baron Horus's labyrinth is rich with gold, various precious stones, down gems, and even adamantium. In fact, she mentions how some rumors claim that down gems naturally fall from the ceiling and land directly on the altar. Still, Jinwoo feels uneasy. When asked if it's due to the Baron's ability to fund a massive army with perfect gear and access to endless down gems, he confirms his concern while acknowledging that they may eventually need to face him in battle. At this point, the demon pauses thoughtfully and assures him that there is little need to worry. She quietly adds that it's unlikely Baron Horus would go all out, perhaps even more accurate to say that he can't use his full strength. When Jinwoo asks her to explain, she simply tells him he'll understand soon enough. Soon after, they all approach a glowing sight, and Jinwoo wonders aloud if it's pure gold. However, Lee stops him and hands over a mask of bandages soaked in beast scent. Before they step forward, he advises him to wear them so the Baron won't discover that he's human. Soon, within the dark corridors of the Shadow Labyrinth, Jinwoo steps inside alongside Lee and the rest of their group. As he glances at the guards stationed nearby, he remarks that they seem like nothing more than
I don't
black
know if I'm
smoke
gonna like
wrapped
this
in
weapon,
armor.
but I'm gonna
In
try
response,
this.
Lee
I didn't
informs
really
him
care
that
for it
those are
before
Baron
it
Horus's
this
soldiers.
sounds better than
Although
it
Jinwoo
did.
observes their gear, he mentions he can't tell whether the equipment is genuinely high quality or just appears impressive. At that point, the
Agro,
demon in
you know a
charge
lot about
clarifies
all
that all of
classes.
them
How
wear
is
top-tier
Geist in
gear,
this?
even noting a few pieces crafted from mithril. Still, she reassures them there's nothing to fear, those guards can't even swing a blade.
Pokemon community game a wild Gurgeist appears catch it using Hope Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Once their bodies lose form, they vanish completely. Therefore, their armor serves no actual purpose. Jinwoo then questions the reason behind carrying weapons, while wondering if it's only for display. The demon eventually admits that's exactly the case. With that, Jinwoo begins to notice the strange lack of security. None of the soldiers seem bothered by their presence, and he hasn't spotted any proper guards so far. However, as they walk further,
Get him, Ray.
he finally notices someone who seems like a real fighter. The demon quietly identifies it as a zealot. Naturally, Jinwoo asks what a zealot is, and the demon in charge explains they are the lowest ranked warriors from Count Parthenon's priesthood. The Count places one of them in each labyrinth under his control. Jinwoo reflects that it looks quite powerful for being such a low-tier unit. The demon agrees while pointing out that since it serves the Count directly, the weakest among them are formidable. Then, she leads them toward two massive doors, the entrance to the owner's chamber. Just before they move ahead, Lee pauses and reminds Jinwoo
I'll give it a try and see if I like her or not.
He warns him not to attempt anything reckless against Baron Horus just because he has a lot of mana at his disposal. Jinwoo acknowledges the advice while recognizing that this is the Baron's stronghold and that Horus is a noble. He calmly admits that he wouldn't act impulsively, especially when he hasn't even mastered full control over his mana. He understands Lee's concern, but believes there's no need to worry so much. Lee nods while apologizing gently for the warning. At last, the demon in charge confirms that they're ready and leads them forward while stating that Baron Horus should be inside as usual.
Pokemon community
As they
game
step inside,
Gurgeist
Lee
escaped.
greets Baron Horus,
No one
known as
caught it.
Scorch, an immense figure who radiates in the dark depths of the abyss. He is called the Scorched, the one who absorbs all light around him. Watching him, Jinwoo finds it hard to believe that he's truly seeing such a legendary being with his own eyes. His gaze shifts to the accessories the Baron wears while wondering if they hold some kind of hidden power or if they're simply for decoration. Baron Horus addresses them kindly while inviting them to lift their heads and make themselves at ease. He remarks that they've arrived earlier than usual while noting that he wasn't expecting visitors today. Meanwhile, the demon in charge quietly reflects that they're actually 3 days late. However, in a place like Geyser, where time flows strangely, it's no surprise the Baron's sense of time is off. She quickly responds while explaining that they've been rushing after obtaining some rare accessories from the surface. Their goal was to present them as quickly as possible, especially since Baron Horus is the only one who truly recognizes the value of such unique ornaments. Pleased by her words, the Baron expresses delight. He affirms that
What's that pink laser you're using? Your
many lesser beings are driven by greed.
Amanda, what are you using?
According to him, it's only proper for a noble to uphold elegance and grace. He then asks where the rare accessories are. Without delay, the demon in charge begins summoning them while revealing the unusual ornaments they've collected. Observing the items, Lee quietly thinks they're of very poor quality, even spotting a few made of plastic. He silently questions what the demon was thinking when deciding to present such things. Still, the demon explains with confidence that these items were crafted by the royal palace goldsmith of a nation on the surface called North Korea. They were originally meant as a tribute to the king, but the black merchant...
Wisebot 1 viewers, -2, alarm clock 4 hours 20 minutes and 32 seconds.
...intended for royalty. Now convinced of their value, the Baron declares that these must be the most luxurious accessories available on the surface. He can't allow any other aristocrat to possess something this rare. Eagerly, he offers to purchase all of them and asks about the price. The demon answers that they cost 10 top-tier down gems, but they had planned to give them to him for 8. Jinwoo, while listening to the conversation, feels stunned by the outrageous deal. The demon further mentions that they faced major losses during the raid. The Baron then reflects that although humans may be weaker, The king's army would certainly be strong, something the demon calmly confirms. Since such rare items are nearly impossible to find in Geyser, the Baron says he's willing to pay that much, especially for their generation. To their surprise,
yeah, I
the
remember
demon
this
graciously
weapon
offers
sucks and I
12 of
don't
the
like it.
highest grade down gems. He proudly declares that this is what defines a true aristocrat of the Abyss. Grateful, the demon thanks him sincerely and promises that from now on, all jewelry from the Black Merchant Group will be made exclusively for him. As Jinwoo watches everything unfold, he grows uneasy. He starts to wonder if this is really what an aristocrat is supposed to be. How has someone like this survived in the Abyss? How did he even earn the title of Baron? At last, Jinwoo realizes why the demon in charge keeps calling him a fool. Deeply disappointed, he begins to consider whether this moment might be the right time to eliminate him. Jinwoo quietly reflects while observing that the attendant and the vampire are playing with the human child. Nearby, officers and soldiers continue with their drills. Workers remain focused on their tasks, and even the beasts are playfully interacting with that same foolish slime returning once again. He figures the elf must be out on scout duty. Truly, the area feels lively and full of motion. Despite the labyrinth's master being absent, life here is very on. He muses to himself that living beings really are strange. Thinking further, he realizes it's been quite some time since he last looked around properly. He recalls how the labyrinth of the dead used to be during quieter times. Those were long stretches, days, months, sometimes even years, wrapped in a suffocating stillness. Often, without any breakthrough in his research, he would lose all track of time and simply drift through the silence. This rare moment of peaceful symmetry now feels unfamiliar. Meanwhile, on the other side of the labyrinth, Felicius and Pinky spend time together. Pinky turns to him and wonders aloud about what they should do next. Felicius responds with a hint of confusion while pointing out that all their tasks were already finished earlier that morning. She then suggests that they could continue their date inside the house. He mentions it's time to return home. As she appears puzzled, he reminds her of the contract they agreed to, one that guarantees his personal time. She argues that he always ends up working alone right after she leaves. He firmly declares that he values his privacy, then gently sees her off. Watching him go, Pinky quietly thinks to herself that although he calls it privacy time, she always finds many of the corpses from the evening already cleared by the time she arrives the next morning. Clearly, he just keeps working instead of truly taking a break. Still, she believes that despite his cold attitude, he's actually being thoughtful while trying to make sure she doesn't push herself too hard. Smiling softly, she quietly calls him a gentleman in her heart. Back in his
I
workspace,
was on my way to get that, sir.
because of that troublesome little pink lizard, he's had to cut down his chimera crafting hours. He knows he'll be working late again tonight. In his previous life, he never felt tired, so this kind of setback frustrates him. He admits that the creation of chimera soldiers remains far beyond his reach right now, but even so, he feels satisfied knowing that the body is Meanwhile, Pinky suddenly remembers the lunch earlier. She made it especially for him, and now realizes she won't be able to eat it herself. Determined, she heads toward his room. However, she suddenly stops while remembering that it's just after his private hours. So, thinking it should be alright to simply drop the lunch off, she steps inside quietly while intending only to greet Felicius. She softly calls out his name, mentioning that she has brought something for him. However, as she looks around, she notices his lunch. Wondering if he might be in the bathroom, she decides to leave the meal on the table. Yet, a small part of her still wishes she could hand it to him in person. As she gently places the lunch down, her eyes wander toward the bookshelf. A curious thought crosses her mind that it feels like it has been moved slightly. She doesn't remember it standing in that exact position before. Then, as her gaze follows the change, she notices something unusual. A passage leading down into the basement, previously hidden from view. At the same time, elsewhere, Jinwoo finds himself in deep thought while questioning
Alright, I'll head back to base.
His hand quietly rests on his sword. Lee also senses that the enemy leader is exposed, vulnerable in a way that makes the situation tempting. It could all end with a single surprise strike. If the Baron dies, all of the beasts he summoned would vanish. That would give Jinwoo complete access to every resource he made, while including the labyrinth core. However, Lee quickly cautions him not to attack the Baron. Even so, Jinwoo keeps pondering the consequences. If he claims this labyrinth by force, what follows? Technically, he's still considered a member of the Black Merchant Group. By acting against Baron Horus, he would trigger suspicion and possibly cause every other labyrinth to question the group's neutrality. Eventually, the news would spread. The details of the Naga labyrinth would be known to his enemies. Moreover, the labyrinth master from the 9th floor assassinated the noble of the 10th floor and sneaked away, especially without proof of any invasion. It would only give Horus a reason to launch an assault. Worse, being the one who initiated the conflict, we find it nearly impossible to create alliances with others.
Well, there goes the Titan again.
Still caught in thought, the demon in charge shifts the conversation toward Baron Horus. She casually asks him what he thinks about the 9th floor of Geyser. The Baron seems puzzled by the question while wanting to know why she asks. She She responds that she heard an aristocrat was recently placed there and is curious about his opinion. Baron Horace shrugs off the topic while assuming it's just another fool who decided to follow Anatolius. He remarks that the title of aristocrat is not something that should be handed out lightly, especially not to someone treated like a pet. He makes it clear that he doesn't consider that individual worthy of his attention. The demon in charge then mentions that he seems completely unbothered by this new aristocrat's presence. Hearing this, the Baron bursts into laughter, amused by the idea. He mocks the notion of being threatened and boldly claims that he could wipe out that labyrinth using only 2 of his soldiers. She agrees with his words while offering a slight nod of understanding. After hearing their conversation, Jinwoo quietly reflects. It becomes clear to him that Baron Horace is completely unaware that his guard is down. He knows nothing about the 9th floor, and he doesn't even seem ready to engage if conflict begins. However, despite the tempting opportunity, Jinwoo realizes that killing him now would be a serious mistake with lasting consequences. Meanwhile, near the entrance of the Shadow Labyrinth in the dim cave, Lee turns to Jinwoo, still catching his breath. He admits he nearly had a heart attack earlier while having been completely startled. Jinwoo, slightly curious, asks if Lee truly sensed it. Lee responds without hesitation that there's no way he wouldn't notice, especially with an aura as sharp and hostile as Jinwoo's, filled with the intent to destroy everything nearby. Soon after, Gaijin steps in while commenting that Jinwoo must have seen it as the perfect chance to seize control of the labyrinth. But she also acknowledges he made the right call by holding back. Jinwoo agrees while adding that striking Horace would have brought more loss than gain. Lee nods, but then adds something more important that it's a very big if, because Jinwoo might not have succeeded in killing Horace at all. This surprises Jinwoo, and he asks if there's something deeper he hasn't understood yet. Lee answers calmly, while knowing exactly what Jinwoo is thinking. He admits that although Horace appears foolish on the surface, there's a reason why he alone dominates the most fertile regions of the 10th floor and still carries the title of Baron. Until the shadow surrounding him is cleared away, no one can bring him down. Jinwoo wonders out loud that even Anatolius can't. Lee firmly responds that only Anatolius himself is capable of doing so. He explains that if Jinwoo had really gone through with the attack, it would have looked like Horace's body was split clean in half. But once that illusion faded, all that Jinwoo would have seen was endless darkness. Eventually,
The fuck?
swallows him whole. That is the cursed flame of darkness tied to Baron Horace. Jinwoo mutters while half joking, but it sounds easy. Maybe all he'd need is a flashlight while swinging his blade. But deep down, he knows the truth is far more complicated. At that very moment, somewhere else, Felicius stands still, pleased and quietly proud. He looks over what he has crafted with his own hands. Felicius feels pleased now that he's finally completed crafting his new body. However, as he reflects, he realizes that a container formed from all the miasma he could gather in the area, while excluding what lies within the hidden chamber, holds only around 60% of the strength his original body once had. Still, he figures he can gradually make up for that shortfall after he takes control of the vessel. Yet there's a setback. He lacks the miasma necessary to transfer himself into another form. It dawns on him that he may have rushed the process simply because the finish line had been so near. If he fails, it will mean his end. He only gets one chance. So, with a sense of urgency, he decides to concentrate on regaining miasma for a while longer. Once he returns to his undead state, all senses will fade away. That would also mean parting from the Naga workers.
Yeah, I like Popo with music a lot more.
The Naga labyrinth. Just then, unexpectedly, he notices something. It's Pinky. A sharp jolt of alarm strikes him as he wonders if he's been discovered. He questions whether she witnessed everything. The thought quickly turns grim. He believes he must eliminate her. Without delay, he moves in her direction and leaps toward her. At that moment, she begins coughing, clearly in pain. He realizes that the energy he's using is already enough to kill an average Naga worker, and he won't escape unharmed either. If this takes much longer, the damage will build up. He thinks if he uses his full strength, he could end her in an instant. The time is now, he must act quickly. He demands to know why she returned while reminding her that she was supposed to respect his private time and leave him be. Yet, even while attempting to strike her down, his hand pauses mid-action. A strange hesitation grips him. Each second of delay costs him precious miasma. Then, another wave of suspicion hits him. He demands to know if the labyrinth sent her to observe him, and whether others are aware of his plans. Still, even as the words leave his mouth, urgency churns inside him. He must end this before it's too late. But then, confusion takes over that why can't he follow through? She responds gently while telling him she only returned to drop off a meal she prepared. He doubts her and believes it's a lie. After all, who would care about delivering a lunch at such a time? He suspects she's broken their contract, but she assures him that she made the food herself and was only thinking about him. She swears there was no bad intention. She simply wanted to spend more time with him. And if her presence means her death, then she's willing to accept it. Those words sink in deeply. And in that very moment, Felicius becomes aware that he's completely drained of miasma. Worse, his body has taken serious harm. He feels he should have ended her right then. And a wave of deep frustration washes over him toward all living beings. How truly revolting they are, he thinks. Time slips by, and now Velicious lies on a bed.
I guess
in a
I am
quiet
not
room where the
wanted
head
to
of the
play.
temple remarks that the affliction is definitely caused by miasma corruption. He slowly begins to wonder that could this be the healing center inside the Naga temple. Just then, the head turns to Pinky and remarks that although she had been near the cemetery, the miasma there was so thin and scattered that it shouldn't have caused her such severe damage. In response, she explains it was due to the new undertaker, the same worker currently resting nearby. She mentions she's heard of him before and quietly admits that it must be the end now. Pinky then explains further. The undertaker had warned her to avoid the high-risk corpses he had separated, but her curiosity grew stronger after she lost consciousness. Despite everything, he ended up saving her, even if it meant wounding both his arms. The temple head quietly nods while understanding what unfolded. With a firm tone, they mention that he's already aware Velicious
Yeah,
is awake,
rookies.
so there's no point in pretending. As expected, Velicious slowly rises to a seated position on the bed. Right then, Dominique steps closer and reminds him gently to be cautious with his arms. His injuries, in fact, are more serious than Pinky's. Velicious, still confused, asks what truly happened. In reply, the head explains that Pinky had dragged herself all the way to the temple while carrying him on her back. Her own skin had burned off from the miasma, yet she received no assistance since the cemetery stands far from the labyrinth. They go on to add that all essential treatment has
Pokemon community game A Wild Morpeko appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Though there's no risk of further infection, the pain will persist for a while. The head assures him that some medicine will be given, and he should keep them informed on how
Good
the pain
job,
progresses.
baby.
After that,
Frosty Tools sticking through these ad breaks supports the stream. Thank you. For more fluffy madness, Frosty Tools attention. Coming soon to a chat near you. In a world where elusive Pokemon roam free, the chat of Kaito Destiny faces the ultimate challenge. A wild Gourgeist appears, but alas, it escapes into the night. Rigged. Cries the crowd. Just as hope wanes, a Morpeko emerges. Will our he?
They wish what is seen on the surface was the whole truth. Curious, Dominique turns to the head and asks what they truly mean. With a serious look, the temple head explains that there's something that needs to be reported. Pinky, they say, had suffered second-degree burns across her entire body due to miasma exposure. Meanwhile, the undertaker had endured third-degree burns on both arms while trying to save her. Dominique nods slowly while admitting that they've already heard that part. Still, a sense of guilt lingers. Dominique admits that perhaps it was a lapse in their own judgment, not realizing how dangerous the area had become. They almost lost 2 workers who simply couldn't be replaced. Everything had been left to them alone, and no one had checked in on the undertaker's condition. With a heavy heart, Dominique admits they must inspect the site themselves and improve the safety measures immediately.
Pokemon community game Morpeko escaped. No one caught it.
They were truly getting it. They explain further that it's not unusual for someone like Pinky to receive second-degree burns in a space filled with miasma. But what doesn't make sense is the extent of Velicious' injuries. To suffer burns that severe, he would have needed to expose his arms to miasma so potent that it could be seen with the naked eye, lethal levels of concentration. And yet, that raises a troubling question. How could he end up
Kofi
with
Streambot visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
realizes how strange that sounds, but the temple head isn't finished. They add that there's more to consider. Based on what they were told, Velicious rescued Pinky from inside a room full of miasma, yet only his arms are harmed. That detail doesn't add up. With a calm but firm tone, the head concludes that it points to one thing, magic. More specifically, they believe Velicious used necromancy spells. As such, magic uses miasma as its energy source instead of mana. Velicious is walking beside Pinky and he notices how tired she looks. She can barely keep going. So while seeing her struggle, he tells her to climb on her back. He offers because she's injured and clearly not able to walk anymore. Although he himself is worn out and wounded, he still wants to help. Pinky, aware of his condition, brings up his injuries while pointing out they're worse than hers. He insists that it's in order. He explains that her burns cover her whole body while his torso and tail are still fine. The only issue is that his arms hurt too much, so she'll need to hold on herself. Eventually, while understanding her condition and secretly wanting to rest, she agrees and gets on his back. As they continue on, Velicious suddenly throws a question at her. He wants to know why he didn't tell anyone about his experiment. Pinky, confused, asks what he means. He clarifies that he's talking about his underground facility and how he once tried to kill her. She answers calmly while saying she didn't think it was worth reporting. His eyes widen.
Stream Elements, welcome to the Fluffy Dragon's Den. Come sit, chill, and game a while. Enjoy the show and have some snacks and drinks. I hope you all enjoy your chill and relaxing time here. Carrot W carrot.
She doubts it was anything others would approve of. That must be the reason he kept it hidden underground. However, even so, she believes whatever it wasn't something that would harm the labyrinth. The Elysius pushes back while pointing out she has no proof of that. But Pinky proudly reminds him that they're Naga workers. She beams with confidence while trusting in her knowledge and instincts. She explains that if anything were to happen to the labyrinth, they wouldn't be safe either. He pauses while realizing something that he's a Naga worker, part of the labyrinth. That alone makes
Buddy, I got no health.
his mind starts racing while trying to understand what someone as dedicated as him could be doing
Yeah, I'm
secretly
lucky
in the
too.
cemetery. Pinky, while picking up his thoughts, explains her theory. She concludes that while he was doing his job as an undertaker, the bodies were releasing dark energy. When she mentions this, he whispers the word miasma. She's surprised that he knows it, but she continues. She believes he had been exposed to it for so long that it gave him a unique power. Fearing he might hurt others, he secluded himself in the cemetery and turned down any help. He chose to work alone. Then she showed up while offering her help. He suppressed the miasma during the time they worked together, but would release it all at once when he was alone in his underground space. She had happened to walk in during one of those moments. She pieces everything together while recounting it all to him. He's amazed by how well she remembers and puts things together. He compliments her, impressed. But she's not finished yet. She moves on to the next part. His power is strange and dark. No one else has something like it. He must have thought deeply about how to use it. And in that pursuit, he began researching how to create an undead beast for Balzac. She remembers seeing a humanoid figure and questions it. Why a human shape? Does Sir Balzac ride humans? That wouldn't sit well with their labyrinth owner, who's human too. Elysius responds that it was just a practice model. Pinky nods, slowly understanding what the beast is doing. Her cleverness shines as she connects the dots. Then, he takes a moment and proposes something unexpected that he wants her help to create an undead horse. Her eyes widen at the offer. He adds some conditions. She must keep it a secret. They'll work together only 4 out of 8 hours. She must never seek him out during the other hours, not for lunch or even an emergency. She agrees without hesitation while accepting all the terms. Elysius reflects. He thinks the Naga attendants must have felt something strange. It would be more believable to say they're working on research together. If he had actually killed Pinky, things would have gotten out of hand. Still, he doesn't understand why he failed to kill her. In any case, he knows it'll be a while before he can move into the corpse. His miasma is drained. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lee and his team are discussing Jinwoo. Lee starts by pointing out that an endless flow of mana runs through Jinwoo. The demon in charge jumps in while noting that they're unsure how much, but it's definitely more than a baron's worth, maybe even that of a count. Jinwoo listens carefully, then questions if he has more mana than Lee quickly grounds him while warning not to get ahead of himself. He reminds Jinwoo that he's been taught the basics of reinforcing his body with mana. He asks him to try it now. Jinwoo focuses and starts circulating mana through his body while doing exactly what Lee instructs. Watching closely, Lee tells him to keep it up and now attempt to strike that boulder nearby. Jinwoo uses all parts of his body while moving carefully and using his steps as he attacks the boulder. Lee observes and remarks that someone like Anatolius would have been defeated. He explains Jinwoo's movements are stiff because he's too
It's
close
funny,
to
I'm
the
using
boss.
roof pieces as ramps to get up to the higher part of the
Should come as naturally as a river
to where my base
The
is.
demon in charge adds that it should feel like a passive ability. Lee compares it to having a new set of arms and legs. Since humans don't use mana from birth like the beasts of Geyser, it feels foreign. Controlling it like a part of one's own body is the key. Jinwoo slowly begins to understand. After taking it in, he asks if that means with enough training, he'll be able to move normally while reinforced. Lee lets him know that's not all. He's told to hit the wall again while reinforcing his body. Following instructions, Jinwoo rushes at the wall and strikes it with his hands. He mutters that it doesn't feel too different from usual. He's using all his energy. But the strike doesn't succeed. The wall stands strong, unaffected. Jinwoo's frustration builds. He shouts about the massive gap and insists it can't just be due to mana amount. Lee clears the confusion. It's about how efficiently one can use mana. Having an ocean of it means nothing if you can only use a handful. Jinwoo needs to draw a whole waterfall from the paradise within him, not just a small stream. Only then can he face someone like the Baron of the Abyss. Jinwoo realizes his mana now only flows like a trickle when it should be a flood. He's confused and overwhelmed. The demon in charge comforts him while reminding that no child
Oh,
starts
what
well
the
with
fuck
blood.
is that?
He probably used all his mana during the time he was brainwashed, so training is the only way forward. Jinwoo reflects on his strength.
I'm
This
concerned.
power, this new one has no upper limit. While moving is still hard with mana wrapped around him, while focusing all his energy while standing still seems possible.
I'm concerned.
Strange question.
I'm concerned.
Tsunami is right after the
Why is there a golden egg?
Lee wonders silently whether this is truly the strength of a human. Meanwhile, Eugene and the others arrive while shouting in confusion. They question whether it's an ambush, clearly startled by Jinwoo's unstable state. They are unable to make sense of what's happening. Pigeon glances around while nervously joking about whether a giant worm just passed through. In response, Lee explains that everything occurred during the Baron training. She gasps in disbelief and raises her voice after realizing Jinwoo caused the chaos. Internally, Lee reflects that he never thought Jinwoo could reach this level from just a few words of advice. However, despite the impressive display, there's a major flaw. Soon after, Jinwoo approaches Lee and admits that even though he caused it himself, it still feels unbelievable. As he stands there, his leg suddenly clamps onto his arm. He cries out in pain and wonders why his arm is so damaged. Lee tells him that he should be thankful it's still attached. Without delay, he commands Yujin to assist. Yujin follows Lee's instructions and begins using her healing skill. Jinwoo, still in pain, brings up how he heard that quick regeneration has to do with mana. He wonders if he can test that theory himself. Lee quickly clarifies that Yujin can manage it, especially not him. As things settle, Jinwoo sits down and agrees, though he mentions that an explanation wouldn't hurt. Yujin catches on and begins thinking about how to describe the process. After a brief pause, she compares Mana to a team of kind doctors, each assigned to a wounded cell. She tells him she leaves the healing to them. Meanwhile, Lee shifts the conversation while commenting on the sheer force of Jinwoo.
Someone took my building down,
If
damn it.
someone finds this spot later, they might assume a noble battle took place here. Nevertheless, he points out there is a flaw in Jinwoo's method. Jinwoo, confused, asks about the flaw. He assumes it has to do with his body not handling the power well. Lee agrees that it's one issue, but then asks what Jinwoo was thinking before the attack. Jinwoo explains that he was focusing all his power into one point. Upon hearing this, Lee understands and elaborates further. He explains that for a few seconds after the strike, Jinwoo's strength dropped to that of a regular human. All mana users have stronger bodies naturally, and their strength grows in proportion to their mana. This is why those closer to the abyss are sturdier. An engineer's attack that might be fatal on the surface would only scratch the ceiling. He goes on while describing how the down gem inside Jinwoo works as storage for mana. But that's not the whole picture. There's always a layer of mana surrounding his body. During the attack, Jinwoo drew energy from paradise and also concentrated his body strengthening mana into a single spot. This reduced his attacks. For about 3 seconds afterward, his body became vulnerable. Then, over the next 10 seconds, it slowly returns to its normal state. Although it seems like a short time, Lee emphasizes that 3 seconds is dangerously long in an abyss-level fight. He warns Jinwoo to use that technique only as a last resort. If he must use it, then it should be a finishing move to ensure victory in one blow. Jinwoo nods, finally understanding the risk. Lee's careful explanations help him realize the danger of Jinwoo's strength if misused. Just then, June-Won approaches while reminding everyone that although training is important while skipping meals isn't wise. He has food ready and invites them all to eat together. Yujin joins in while mentioning the food is prepared. As they begin eating, Jinwoo frowns at the sight of the same giant worm meat they've been eating for days. He expresses frustration, clearly tired. Yujin quickly reminds him that he's the one who blew up their food storage. She jokes that he should be grateful it's not cave moss. Trying to lighten the mood, Jinwoo promises he'll bring them food from the surface next time using the storage. Young Lee is pleased and forgives him for the earlier damage. Excitedly, the others react. Pigeon asks if they'll get surprising too. Jinwoo reassures her that they will. The demon in charge arrives while reminding them to move quickly since they're behind schedule. He adds that the earthquake he caused. He's unsure how to respond, but Pigeon interrupts while saying she doubts anyone would really care. 3 days later, the group arrives at a new labyrinth located in the wasteland. Jinwoo knows that it's underground. Since he hasn't visited in a while, he wonders if this is the 11th floor, the dry pit. The labyrinth is clean and made of marble while lacking color or decoration. The soldiers are beetles, bulky due to their marble-covered exoskeletons, but generally sluggish. Compared to Horus Baroni, this place is much simpler. It's clear the owner doesn't care for the poor. Eventually, Antlion Baroness Valadas appears. Though she's an insect, she resembles a human. Antlion Baroness Valadas appears. The name nearly choked me, but anyways. Though she's an insect, she resembles a human. She remarks that they're late and asks about new games while recalling how much she enjoyed the one you brought last time. Like many intelligent beasts, she's evolved to appear more human. The demon in charge steps forward and mentions there's a new game called Tears of the Kingdom. Valadas rarely leaves her shell while living like someone curled under a blanket. She often buys electronics and games from the black merchant group while including her generator. She rarely ventures outside. She offers to show her latest scheme. The demon in charge politely declines while reminding her they're behind schedule. Valadas, who only plays offline games due to the lack of internet, hasn't even heard about the earthquake. 4 days later, they arrive at another labyrinth deep within a lush jungle. Jinwoo notes it resembles something from the surface, possibly Angkor Wat. While the 9th floor has forests, this one feels more like a road. The soldiers here are all workers, and surprisingly, every one of them is extremely dangerous. Jinwoo wonders how they manage to fly.
Fire in the hole!
The blue sky shows up and mentions they're right on time. The moon feels ironic to them. It makes the scenes here
Kaboom.
just like her soldiers, the Baroness is large and more arrogant. She complains about food shortages while saying the creatures here aren't enough for her appetite. She too buys food from the black merchant. The demon in charge approaches her while explaining that all her food, like last time, comes from Michelin 3-star restaurants. Xanax tells her to warm it up, but grumbles about how little there is. Most of it is frozen meals, but she still treasures them. On the surface, such meals are usually reserved for royalty. Unfortunately, they leave the labyrinth without gaining any useful information. Jinwoo admits he no longer feels nervous.
Alright, save the health in case we possibly need it later.
The demon in charge hears this and comments that the ninth floor has been encircled, so it's not surprising he feels that. Jinwoo then asks whether all aristocrats are like this.
And
At that moment, Lee jumps in
kaboom.
and asks if they're heading to Boreas' home. She explains that Baron Boreas' eternal frozen land is next. Lee sighs and now understands why the pay for this job was so high. Boreas, he notes, is the only true Baron on the 10th floor. Before they go, he gives a warning. A powerful voice echoes through the air that do not bare your teeth no matter what, even if he attacks. 4 days later, near the entrance to the eternal frozen land on the 10th floor of Geyser, Jinwoo and his team arrive. As they look over, he notices the strange condition of the place. Everything is frozen. There's no trace of water, and it's not even slippery. He finds it unnatural and wonders aloud if it's something beyond what he knows. At that moment, the
And boom.
Pokemon community game A Wild Lomber appears. Catch it using Hope Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Yeti or something similar. He responds that he's actually a frost ogre. Additionally, he mentions that he rules over several Yetis too. Jinwoo mutters about another muscle-headed guy camping out being trouble, and points out that they won't be able to handle this kind of cold with just a campfire. Suddenly, Lee raises his voice while alerting everyone to put on their masks. They've spotted something suspicious. Jinwoo also sees the strange figure and thinks it might be a beast, though he's unsure. Lee responds that he can't confirm either, but it does look like the corpse of a recently hunted beast. Quickly, the group hides behind some rocks to avoid being seen and observes the figure closely. Jinwoo notices a spear embedded in its back. In response, Lee explains that the amount of mana infused in the spear is abnormal. This might mean Boreas is close. Hearing this, Jinwoo speaks up while pointing out that this might be Boreas' territory, but it's only the outskirts. He wonders if it's likely that Lee shares what he knows that Boreas is known for sacrifice. He's been killing all the beasts in the area, driven by boredom and long peace. He also mentions that Boreas often eliminates his own
There should be lots of health for you for that.
He's treated out to scouts.
Same with Agro, there's health if you need it.
The demon in charge, who has been listening, tells them their team is overanalyzed. She recognizes the spear. It belongs to Baron Boreas. Moments later, Baron Boreas arrives, and he recognizes them and realizes that it's the Black Merchant group, and they're earlier than expected. The group greets
Yeah,
Baron
I
Boreas
kind of
as
like
the North
this
Wind.
laser.
Pokemon community game Lomber escaped.
Boreas turns
No
to
one
the
caught
demon,
it.
coldly telling her that if
Nah,
not for her
that
red
goes
suit,
laser.
he would have killed her on the spot. He reminds her that they were
solid
supposed to
fucking
carry a
damage.
flag with their symbol when visiting. Trying to explain, she mentions that they lost most of their freight after being ambushed by giant worms. Boreas raises a brow at this. He questions her story. With people like them, it shouldn't be hard to kill a few worms. He accuses her of taking him for a fool. At this point, the air changes. The effect of the Baron Seal triggers low aristocrats' dignity. Because of it, those affected are unable to resist. Boreas scans them and mocks them for standing with their heads raised. He questions if they are challenging his authority. In response, they all bow and sit on the ground. Seeing this, he realizes they are paralyzed and comments on it. The demon in charge steps forward and apologizes. She tries to explain that one of their team is new, from the 9th floor, and hasn't yet let go of his old habits. Boreas cuts her off, uninterested in her excuses. He reminds her that he doesn't care about their circumstances. Ashamed,
Give me
she
the last
lowers
one
her
for
head
me.
and admits
I
her
wanna
mistake.
go.
With fury, Boreas declares that she'll be punished for both lying and her insolence. He decides on 5 strikes without the use of the spear, 2 for the demon and 3 for the mercenary. Shocked, the demon protests. She calls out to him while offering to take all 5 strikes herself. She claims responsibility for her subordinates' actions. She knows they won't survive the punishment,
welcome in,
so she makes the sacrifice. Boreas accepts her offer and announces the punishment, 5 strikes for the demon. She begins the strikes and he counts them out one by one. After the 7th strike, he roars that she is too slow. By now her body trembles from the pain. She gasps out an apology and she has no choice but to obey, or else face death.
welcome in, Raiders.
To keep going. Meanwhile, Jinwoo watches hard-headed.
File
He
reboot.
blames himself that this is his fault. If he hadn't spaced out, if he had just kneeled in time, none of this would be happening. He knows she is suffering for his mistake. As the 8th strike lands, Jinwoo observes how much she's endured. She's holding on longer than he thought possible, but she's nearing her limit. He remembers Lee's warning, do not bare your teeth, no matter what, even if Boreas attacks. Jinwoo clenches his fists in
Copy paste the
frustration.
read message.
He wants to protect her, to strike down the one hurting her, but he knows there's a reason for restraint.
Oh
He
man,
places
that
his
makes me
trust
want to
in
play
her
Repo again.
However, she collapses. Her body can no longer move. She lies on the cold
Yeah,
ground.
fuck off!
Her condition is dire.
No,
Boreas
hush!
eyes her pitiful
Copy
state
paste the read
and
message.
she no longer has the
So
strength to
rude.
stand. He tells her
Can't
she should be
escape it.
grateful he accepted her instead. She
Oh
tries to
man,
lift
that
her head
makes
to
me want to
find
play
her.
Repo again.
He
See you
fails her.
tomorrow!
He bellows again while demanding more strikes. Jinwoo
Yeah,
feels his
fuck
anger
off!
burning. Boreas is trying to kill her.
No,
Jinwoo
hush!
moves to attack, but Lee stops.
Hush!
He pleads with Jinwoo
So
to
rude.
attack. They can't risk
Can't
this turning
escape
into a
it.
bloodbath. The demon in charge doesn't respond.
Bye guys, see you tomorrow!
Boreas observes her weakness and announces that she'll die from the next attack. He looks at Jinwoo and questions him that weren't they hired by the Black Merchant Group to protect her? Is it alright for them to do nothing? He grants Jinwoo permission to speak. He admits she did hire them, but Boreas' orders hold more power than Lee. But if she dies now, they'll fail as mercenaries and worse, it would break the He argues that Boreas gains nothing.
Let's fucking go!
However, Jinwoo has a solution. He begs forgiveness for speaking out of turn and asks to take the 10th strike in her place. Boreas studies him for a moment. He admits he thought Jinwoo was just a fool, but now he finds him rather eloquent. He gives Jinwoo a chance to explain, and so Jinwoo
hello.
let him take the 10th strike instead.
Oh, sorry for everyone who's watching on Blaze. I don't have text-to-speech bot up there yet. Sorry. And it's not notifying me on OBS. My apologies. Good day to you, Julia Media and Super Roster. Thank you very much.
However, he may try to block it. If he manages to do so, Karen.
Oh, what?
Sorry, I'm reading.
Oh, you're fine. I'm going through my old madness here. Got that new streams platform up, and well, so far, yeah, it's running decent, but I just need oh, I got new followers. Oh, okay, that here. I need to look this up real quick. Let's see. Okay, let's see.
Yes.
Let's see.
Let me tell you what my grandpa told me when I
No, that ain't it.
Every single time we have to really fight a hell drake, we pretty much get a dreadnought to assist us. Yeah, but that was just basically letting it go back to hell.
Oh, there's speech chat, but that doesn't show up. Platform.
Oh, that one. Okay.
That doesn't show up either.
Fight me, you cowards! Okay, you're asking me to solve a riddle while I'm busy fighting a bunch of demons. This is not the best time to be asking. I appreciate the input, but I'm a little busy at the moment, darling. I'm about to get my ass out to... No, quit trying to shoot me, you bitches.
Okay, here we go. Okay, that did nothing. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
So you just found out about Blaze streaming, and you saw that we have opened it up to the public. So if you've ever wanted to stream on Blaze, you can now do so. In this video, I'll show you how to get in here. You do have to sign in. Once you are signed in, you can on the left-hand side that literally just says Go Live. Actually, where are we plugging into OBS? It just depends on how you run your chat. On the stream tab. And then where it says service, your stream. Everyone enjoyed this short and sweet tutorial.
Blaze, control play and package. No, I don't need that. Okay, so it's basically the same thing as the other one. Here, let me refresh my thing here, because it's not telling me. Apparently I have 3 followers. Oh, you're doing crypto?
How was Florida? You back home yet?
Alright. So...
Sure, yeah, totally. You're home? Hell yeah, let's go. I heard you got a new puppy.
Okay, live chat.
Or the Emperor, that's right, Andy.
Kaito Destiny Destroyer of Tuts, welcome to my channel.
Melee and range damage taken least.
Alright,
At
chat.
Kaito Destiny Destroyer of Tuts, welcome to my channel.
I can imagine. Yo, Shane, you get that cookie.
There, pop out chat. Copy that. Let's see, Doc, Blaze. Custom browsers. Paste. Apply. Refresh. Currently cannot load page. Okay, copy, paste, apply. Make sure the address is correct, and the site isn't having
Pokemon
issues.
Community Game A
fucking did
Wild
it.
Spupa appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s. Frosty Tools sticking through these ad breaks supports the stream, thank you. For more fluffy madness. Frosty Tools. This dazzlingly lit thoroughfare earned its luminous nickname in the early 20th century. What famous street is known as the Great White Way? Find out when the ads end in about a minute.
Okay. I don't get it. I don't know why it's not. Oh, this is irritating. I'm trying to. Blaze needs a text-to-speech bot. I can't fucking keep turning my head just to check. Stream settings. Okay, let's show you.
Pokemon Community Game Spupa escaped. No one caught it. Frosty Tools. The Great White Way is a famous nickname for Broadway, the renowned theater district in New York City, known for its brilliant lights.
That is a tiny alert. Okay, where's the sound for that? Okay. Here, browser. Please alerts. Alright, let me try this.
Ko-fi Streambot. Visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
Okay, so we got that. Let's see.
Stream Elements. Welcome to the Fluffy Dragon's Den. Come sit, chill and game a while. Enjoy the show and have some snacks and drinks. I hope you all enjoy your chill and relaxing time here. Carrot W carrot.
Okay, let's see. More info. Enabled. Yeah. Real-time alerts. Okay, so those will go off.
On their last straw. Almost 8 years. They had a good run. I mean,
Yeah, I don't really know what to do here to make it so people can see more. Here, let me try another window.
It's too big, they don't write. It's too messy.
Yeah, even the notifications won't show up yet.
2 to 3 years.
these headphones for me were the first ones I bought before I moved from home. Earphones. Because I have the laptop.
Okay, now that's as best as I can do.
Promises to overlook any future incidents of misbehavior. Without hesitation, both parties agree. Jinwoo knows full well he doesn't have the luxury of rejecting anything. At this point, they all have to obey the Baron's commands. He then turns his gaze toward the weapon in Baron's hand. Based on what the demon mentioned earlier, that spear is probably Boreas' main weapon. Considering his status as an aristocrat, it must be powerful, possibly even legendary. Moreover, Jinwoo figures Boreas will use mana to amplify the attack. He realizes that the Baron won't hold back. If he fails to block the strike, he will die. He briefly considers using hardening, but quickly dismisses the thought. The parasite hasn't activated since the memory recall, and dodging isn't an option. He must block the blow somehow. As he stares at the spear, his mind drifts. That's the captain's method, he remembers. The captain once told him that even a shabby iron pickaxe can block an adamantium sword if it's infused with mana. The idea lingers in his mind to imbue his weapon with mana. He becomes lost in thought while trying to focus. Suddenly, Baron's voice yanks him back to reality. The noble asks if he's ready. Baron prepares to strike while radiating confidence. He's sure that Jinwoo won't be able to block the attack. Meanwhile, Jinwoo steadies himself. Fortunately, he realizes that Baron's weapon is a spear. Since thrusting is the most concentrated and powerful type of spear attack, that means Boreas will focus his power on one single point. Jinwoo believes he can do the same. Still, it's far different from simply letting mana flow through his body. He struggles to concentrate it into one place. It keeps scattering. Time is running out. Baron is already charging toward him at full speed. Jinwoo sees the spear flying at him with deadly force. He quickly makes his move. He decides to fill the surrounding area with mana, and then direct it toward a single point. Their weapons finally clash. In an instant, a massive shockwave erupts. Explosions ripple outward. Debris and wind tear through the field.
Alright,
The attack unleashes destruction all around them. Meanwhile, someone runs to Lee and the others while asking if they're okay. They nod and thank him. When he asks about the captain, they reply that he went to protect their employer. Soon after the clash ends, Jinwoo slowly returns to the others. As he surveys the aftermath, he mutters about the destruction. Just one attack caused all of this. He remarks that if a real war ever breaks out, the geyser could collapse. He then hurries to check on the demon. Her condition worries him. She's unconscious, but at least she's breathing. At that moment, Baron's voice cuts through the air again. The noble walks toward him while shouting about how refreshing that attack was. He can't believe a mere mercenary managed to block something that was meant to be lethal. Although surprised, Baron is amused. He notes that Jinwoo couldn't avoid internal damage. That, to him, is expected. He confirms that the punishment is complete. As promised, he'll overlook their earlier offenses. Baron also observes that Jinwoo isn't in any state to negotiate, so he offers to keep the path open. He invites them to visit once treatment is done. With a nod, Jinwoo agrees. They all follow the Baron. Several hours later, Jinwoo is resting while Yujin tends to him. She informs him that the internal wound is pretty serious. She's done first aid for now, but he'll need time to recover. He thanks her sincerely. As he leans back, Jinwoo
Plant
recalls what the
500
captain once
seeds.
mentioned, how focusing all mana into one point leaves a person vulnerable afterward. Yujin confirms his suspicion. She explains that while he looks okay from the outside, it's like being stabbed internally. He quietly admits that things could have gone very badly if she hadn't been there. She simply nods. Just then, Lee walks in. He comments that what happened might not have been all bad. He reasons that if a regular mercenary had blocked Boreas' attack and remained unharmed, the noble's reaction would have been far less pleasant. He believes Boreas now sees Jinwoo as someone valuable, someone who gave everything and still survived. Jinwoo agrees while saying it makes sense. After a brief pause, he brings up something that's been bothering him. He recalls how Lee had warned him not to provoke Boreas. He admits he didn't listen, but Lee waves it off. He confesses that he was wrong. He admits that he's not good at adapting to unexpected situations. He tends to cling to the rules of Geyser too stubbornly. Sometimes his choices lead to people getting hurt. Lee reflects on the moment. If Jinwoo hadn't stepped in, the demon would have died. Even if they had a second chance, he admits he still wouldn't have done anything differently. They, the failures, have survived by avoiding danger while taking the safest paths, and ignoring others in need just to keep themselves alive. It's a selfish way to live, and they've taken that comfort for granted. Just then, the demon walks in. Jinwoo looks up and is surprised to see her. He asks if she's alright to be moving already. She doesn't answer right away. Instead, she walks over and pulls him into a quiet, heartfelt hug. She thanks him softly but clearly. She knows that without him speaking up to the Baron, she would be dead. She's fully aware of what
Wisebot
he
6
did.
viewers, plus 5. Alarm clock 5 hours 12 minutes and 35 seconds.
While expressing how she thought everyone in the Black Merchant group was tough-skinned. However, she finds it refreshing to see a different side and warmly apologizes. She clearly appreciates what he did, especially since he saved her life. If he hadn't taken the last who, she definitely would have died given her terrible condition. Now that she's fully healed, she smiles with gratitude. In return, Jinwoo reassures her, simply pointing out that she could have died otherwise. Meanwhile, as their conversation continues, Lee suddenly steps in and wonders aloud if Jinwoo knows why the merchant in charge of the Abyss changed
Kaito
the
Destiny Paper Dragon, welcome to my channel.
Others kept dying. He's seen it himself, and unlike them,
At
demons
Kaito
can
Destiny
endure
Paper
far.
Dragon,
Jinwoo
welcome to
listens
my
carefully,
channel.
and then points out how that seems to violate the Black Merchant Group's
Hey,
contract.
Paper
In
Dragon.
response, Lee explains that aristocrats don't bear responsibility if a merchant can't withstand punishment and dies. Moreover, the demon in charge adds that it's up to the aristocrat to decide whether any crime even happened. Then, Lee reflects that he could kill a merchant just because he dislikes them. She quietly agrees. Lee continues while noting how the Black Merchant Group is strong enough to take down barons. However, they usually ignore such things, because avenging a dead merchant would break the balance of the long-standing system. As a result, all three of them exchange ideas while Jinwoo quietly absorbs everything. Eventually, he acknowledges their points. The demon in charge gently reminds everyone that consequences might still come regardless. For a moment, there's silence. Then Lee suddenly remembers a beast approaching from behind and offers to take care of it with Jinwoo while telling the demon to rest. At that moment, Hyejin questions his warning while claiming she doesn't feel anything strange. Hyejin, clearly tired, snaps at her to stop talking and just follow along. So, the group begins moving again. During the walk, the demon in charge turns to Jinwoo and brings up his preparation for war while assuming that's why he's traveling with them. He agrees without hesitation. In response, she promises to give him all her information on Boreas. She explains that the price for that information was once her life, and now that he saved her, it's time for her to pay it back. The next day, after taking some rest in Boreas' territory, they start moving again before the cold stiffens their bodies. According to Yujin, the demon is now fully healed. However, she still feels weak, so she rides on Jinwoo's back the entire time. 3 days later, they arrive at a fortress near Boreas' labyrinth. Jinwoo remembers how Boreas only showed mild interest in surface firearms while treating them like toys. However, when shown bombs, his reaction shifts. Despite that, he ends up buying them, and so they leave his territory. Afterward, Jinwoo questions why they made the long trip if Boreas wasn't going to buy anything. The demon in charge explains that this is why they usually skip his labyrinth. Jinwoo realizes this makes 4 labyrinths on the 10th floor and notes it seems too few. In response, she apologetically reveals that 2 more remain. This revelation surprises him, as he's already tired from carrying her. He had assumed Boreas would be the final one based on his ominous vibe. Still, she reassures him by saying the remaining aristocrats are harmless. She nearly says something negative about them, but Lee interrupts while warning her to stay respectful and avoid acting out like she did with Horace. Jinwoo nods and admits he's learned a lot. Then he suggests they keep moving. Over the next 4 days, they travel across the vast
Okay,
ashlands to reach the remaining 2
so I
labyrinths. The
need
first one lies on the rocky left side and is called the Fallen Dragon's Nest. At first, Jinwoo expects
Polyberry.
dragons, but instead finds gargoyles, distant relatives. The labyrinth is ruled by a huge 3-headed creature, Baron Barbarotos, who calls himself the Lord of the Fog. His appearance and behavior remind Jinwoo of someone else. He begins to wonder if all dragons are actually foolish due to their bloodline. Later, the demon explains that the Baron gave himself the title just because his labyrinth is surrounded by fog, not because of any fog-related abilities. Still, she admits he's strong due to inherited dragon blood. Jinwoo then thinks about how to counter his petrifying breath. When they offer him rare dragon-related artifacts, Barbarotos becomes excited, especially at the mention of Blue Eyes White Dragons and Red Eyes Black Dragons. Apparently, he's thrilled with anything dragon-related. He even shouts his love for the Black Merchant group when given weapons. Their visit ends smoothly and without trouble. Again, after another 4-day journey, they reach the final labyrinth. It stands at the entrance to the 11th floor and is known as Mentelos Chamber. On the surface, it looks like a simple fortress built to stop beasts from crossing over. However, it also serves as the gateway to Count Parthenon's domain. Jinwoo recalls that the wall was recently constructed, and it reminds him of his visit to the Naga Labyrinth when all nearby scouts were killed rather than captured. Unlike the others, this labyrinth lacks splendor, possibly because Count Parthenon visits it more often. It's guarded by ancient people and giants. Jinwoo observes that while they resemble humans, they aren't related at all. These beings were driven underground after losing the survival battle above in the Middle Ages. Apparently, they're the reason witch hunts once happened on the surface. At the same time, Jinwoo notices the zealots under Count Parthenon's control. There are enough of them to form an entire company. He even spots vampires, relatives of Angela, who possess
Pokemon
unique
community
legendary
game A
abilities.
Wild
Nearby,
Watchog
a
appears
girl
catch it
comments
using
the smell
Poke
while
Catch.
recognizing it as the
Winners
Black
revealed in
Merchant.
90s.
A boy with her whispers about making an excuse to capture one of them. Internally, Jinwoo admits he expected Boreas to be the biggest threat. However, this place's military power is overwhelming. He concludes it's more like an outpost of the 11th floor than a part of the 10th. In his mind, the labyrinth feels like the most
Demi
dangerous
FY,
thing
hello and
the owner,
welcome. Thank you for the
Mentelos, who's known
flames.
for schemes and occultism, doesn't come across as foolish.
Oh,
Like
I'm
the
glad I got that on
when
there.
they meet,
Now I got a
Mentelos mentions that he
notification
only allowed their
system
visit
that
to
actually
the
tells me when
Black
someone's
Merchant
here on
contract.
Blaze.
Jinwoo notices that Mentelos doesn't radiate the
Yay!
terror
I
of
just set it up
He
toward the
also
setting
lacks the
too.
dignity one would expect from a noble. Mentelos then announces that they have no intention of buying anything and instructs them to leave. To Jinwoo, he feels more like a soldier under Parthenon than an independent ruler. Before they go,
Hello
Mentelos
and
delivers a
welcome.
final
My name is
warning.
Kaito Destiny.
These are
I'm the Blue
sensitive
Fluffy
times.
Dragon. Nice to
Count
have you
Parthenon is in a
here.
bad mood, and they should stop
Hope
making
you're all
visits
doing
to the 9th
well.
and 11th
Currently I'm
floors.
playing
For Jinwoo,
Light
this moment confirms
Year
what he feared all
Frontier.
along. Count Parthenon is preparing for war.
Just
An
enjoying
invasion of
the
ninth
chill
floor is coming.
vibes.
While they are all eating, Jungwon doesn't like the food as he resembles it from water on dried vine. Lee becomes shocked and brings up how there's no mana in the food and thinks it's a shame he can't see it. Meanwhile, Hyejin suddenly exclaims that it tastes amazing, excited that they're finally having
Here we
proper
go.
food after so long. She remembers how they had been eating the same thing day after day and had grown tired.
Still trying to figure
At
out
that moment,
things with
the girl
this.
nearby scolds her for being messy while pointing out that Hyejin is getting
Pokemon
food
community
everywhere.
game
Just then,
Watchog
Jinwoo shows
escaped.
up and asks if the
No
food
one
tastes
caught
all
it.
right, a bit uncertain since he's the one who prepared it. Lee quickly responds that the taste is heavenly while calling it food from paradise. However, he grows curious when he notices Jinwoo packing up his luggage. He asks where he had gone in such a hurry. Jinwoo explains that after promising to treat them, he realized he only had cup noodles at home. Therefore, he went out to buy proper food and bring back some clothes. As Jinwoo prepares to leave, the rest continue enjoying the meal. Suddenly, Lee grows suspicious and brings up the idea that maybe there are beasts here too, ones that use delicious smells to lure in prey. He insists he's never smelled anything so good
Let's
before and
see.
warns everyone to block their noses. In response, Hyejin is visibly confused and worried while questioning what's wrong with them. It's just food after all. Lee
Parts.
throws
I
a dramatic
need
comment while claiming
Pulberry
Hyejin has already
oil.
fallen for
Just
it,
that.
which causes everyone to panic. To calm them, Jinwoo steps in and reassures them that it really is just food. However, he mentions there's a small ritual they need to follow before eating it. Lee grows curious and wonders if they need to give thanks to someone. Jinwoo shakes off the idea and clarifies that they simply need to take a shower, change into clean clothes, and not eat with dirty hands. Eventually, the group agrees and heads off to shower. Soon, joyful voices echo from inside. Someone marvels at the warm water. Someone else reminds not to eat the bubbles. They're clearly enjoying the bath after a long time without one. Meanwhile,
Alright,
Jinwoo
let's
is busy
see.
arranging the best food on the table while making everything. He murmurs to himself that he's done setting up, then decides to check on the demon in charge. He heads toward the cave, where he finds her warming herself by the fire. He greets her while bringing food, clothes, and a blanket. Her face lights up as she expresses her
So,
happiness,
4,
remarking that it's been a long
8,
time since she's had
12.
surface food. Jinwoo tells her to leave before it gets cold, and to change into the clothes. As he turns to leave, she softly calls out and wonders if it's okay to make holes in the clothes for her wings and tail. Jinwoo responds with a smile while saying it's completely fine, and adds that he would love it if she could rest with them on the surface. But she replies that she's not allowed to go up there while reminding him of the Heaven-Earth Agreement. Jinwoo realizes that must mean angels exist too and asks her about them. She explains that angels haven't shown themselves for over 1,000 years, but it's not strange to think they exist if demons do. Jinwoo then wonders aloud if she could visit just for a short while, but she tells him that unless a special spell used by Satan worshippers is performed, she would be punished the moment she sets foot on the surface. While he's still talking, she calls his name and shows him how she looks in the clothes he brought. Jinwoo glances at her and admits she looks beautiful, even teasing that she could pass as a succubus. Suddenly, voices echo from outside. Someone warns others not to approach while claiming the smell is too good and suspicious. Another voice insists it's just food. The demon in charge urges Jinwoo to go back while seeing that his friends are starting trouble. Jinwoo apologizes while explaining that he's anxious about what they're up to and promises to return soon. She quietly agrees and watches him leave. Outside, Lee voices his concern, unsure about the colorful food in front of him. He says just being on this upper level doesn't mean it's safe and warns everyone to stay alert. Hyejin shouts back, still insisting it's just food. The girl joins in, also expressing doubt that something so colorful could really be edible. At that moment, Jinwoo arrives and explains everything. He understands their suspicion while admitting that letting one's guard down in the
carrots,
abyss can be
go over
dangerous.
here.
He assures them there are wild beasts around, but even the strongest ones are only slightly more dangerous than horned rats, and they're rarely encountered. This place, he tells them, is safe, and they should relax. His partner expresses an interest in learning more about the area. Jinwoo agrees while saying they can talk while they eat. He reflects that their journey on the 10th floor ends with a short trip to paradise through the portal, heading toward the 9th floor near the Naga Labyrinth. Later, they're gathered with the demon in charge as she announces their arrival. Jinwoo thanks her for her help and says it's time to split up since they've already had their farewell party. He encourages them to visit the Naga Labyrinth if they want to return to the surface. Lee remarks that the path from the 10th floor isn't easy, but it's worth it. Hyejin bursts with excitement and yells thanks for everything. Jinwoo smiles while telling her she's welcome anytime. He includes the demon in that too. She looks at him and promises to visit him, but then their farewell is cut short when a terrifying presence arrives. They all freeze as a monster appears and someone shouts to Parasite. The creature speaks while revealing that it is the prototype Parasite and still dormant. It explains that despite using all its strength, it failed to fully take control and knows its time is running out. It accepts its fate, but insists it has come to speak directly to Jinwoo. Jinwoo is stunned and can barely believe the Parasite is talking. The Parasite continues while revealing that it wants to warn Jinwoo about his own parasite, known as the Prototypes. The entire crew feels a wave of fear wash over them at the sight of this entity. The demon in charge warns Jinwoo to be cautious while explaining that this parasite had previously tried to eliminate him when it had possessed the captain. Jinwoo, puzzled, questions if that occurred during a time when he was unconscious. The parasite then addresses Jinwoo again, while expressing that the simplest and most reliable way to eliminate the prototype would be through Jinwoo's death. However, it clarifies that it currently holds neither the desire nor the capability to harm him. Sensing the fear around it, the parasite urges everyone to remain calm. Then, while turning to Jinwoo, it explains that this is his only opportunity, while the prototype remains inactive within him. Curious, Jinwoo asks what exactly the warning is. The parasite decides to begin with an explanation while describing that their kind is a branch from the original prototype colony. They are a subspecies created with a mission. Parasites choose their hosts and nurture them to grow stronger, all with the dream of bringing about the king's return. This revelation leaves the group visibly shaken. The parasite then openly confesses that they are fragments of the king, the very seeds of his rebirth. Jinwoo is left stunned by this revelation and repeats the words that the king's remains. He begins to reflect internally. The existence of aristocrats in Geyser is already a known fact. He himself is one. Yet, no one has ever brought up
appearance can stay the
same.
same.
In charge while asking who currently governs Geyser. She admits that she doesn't know either while stating that such knowledge is beyond her reach. Listening to their exchange, the parasite responds, uncertain if the king it refers to is the same as the one ruling over Geyser. It describes itself as just a minor piece of the colony. Jinwoo then asks if their goal is to transform their vessels into a new king. The parasite confirms that was their original purpose. Jinwoo questions if that has changed.
Okay.
The parasite affirms and elaborates that initially they possess
left arm and both
their
legs.
sole instinct is to bond with the first host they encounter while evolving that host into the king. As the host develops, so do the parasites while gaining power, awareness, and independent thought. Eventually, they grow detached from the prototype and turn against it. This revelation takes Jinwoo by surprise once more. The parasite continues while explaining that, naturally, they begin to develop their own minds and thoughts. It claims to be content with its existence, despite being confronted confined within its host. Although it cannot fully coexist due to the host's resistance, it still experiences every sensation the host does. Referring to its own vessel, it recalls how it enjoyed the flavors of the surface world, particularly pizza. It describes how the sensations of taste, touch, and emotions, such as love and affection, are enough to abandon their original mission. This is why many have cut ties with the colony and forsaken their purpose. The parasite further reveals that the prototype, after losing most of its followers, rapidly weakened and vanished for many years. They believed it was gone until now. Pointing at Jinwoo, it reveals that the prototype's main body resides within him. The room falls into deep shock at the statement. Jinwoo then questions whether it's possible for the prototype to have changed, just like the others. The parasite immediately denies it while revealing that the being inside Jinwoo is the core of the prototype. Jinwoo disagrees while remembering that it seemed like an insect when it first entered him. The parasite suggests it might have split itself into several parts, eventually choosing to awaken within the most promising host. That would imply that several fragments of the prototype now exist. Suddenly, the parasite senses something urgent. With panic rising, it says that its time is running short, and that the explanation has gone on long enough. It moves to deliver its warning. It cautions Jinwoo not to rely on the prototype's powers, while emphasizing that the more he uses them, the more he risks losing himself to it. It warns him not to feed brains to the prototype, neither his own nor those of his enemies. The parasite explains that while the prototype can draw on the active mana within him, it cannot reach the down gem inside. That access is limited to external sources. Therefore, Jinwoo must not allow it near the down gem or give in to the lure of becoming the king. The parasite insists that the being who remains standing in the end will be the prototype, not Jinwoo. Yet, it acknowledges Jinwoo as the strongest human host it has ever seen. That is why the prototype selected him. But that also means Jinwoo is capable of keeping it in check. It urges him not to forget that the creature sleeping inside him is a merciless king, one without any sense of virtue. Suddenly, the parasite departs, and Lee regains control of his body as the parasite returns inside him. Jinwoo quickly asks if Lee is back in control. Lee confirms, except for the fact that a bothersome creature still lives inside him. Jinwoo remarks that the parasite was able to speak, and that it seems Lee already knew. Lee apologizes for hiding it while explaining that he had his reasons. The feeling of another consciousness watching his every move is deeply disturbing, and he admits he can't remove it. Lee continues while saying he stayed silent because Jinwoo's parasite never spoke to him before. Jinwoo agrees that it's an unpleasant experience and asks when it started talking to Lee. Lee reveals that it began after he lost his arm. He suspects that the parasite's influence strengthens when it inhabits a damaged part.
Okay,
of the body.
underarm,
Though it
leg,
talks about
left and
coexisting,
right.
he remains unsure of its real intentions. He still doesn't know what it meant by evil king, but he's certain that the being inside Jinwoo is no ordinary parasite. He urges Jinwoo not to trust it and not to fall for its tempting words, or he may end up like him, frequently losing control of his body. Jinwoo reflects silently. It appears the captain's parasite genuinely desires coexistence. Still, it's not his place to interfere. What he does know is that he wouldn't have survived without his own
Okay,
parasite. Placing a hand on his neck, frustration seeps through as he mutters to himself about yet another concern added to his list. Internally, he assures himself to stay cautious, but also confesses that he has no plans of suppressing his power. Jinwoo responds that while he doesn't feel great about the situation, it's manageable. He reminds her that her labyrinth still awaits. Meanwhile, in a desolate wasteland at the Horned Rat Watch House, one rat stirs another awake. The sleepy one apologizes while saying he always dozes off toward the end of his shift. The other reminds him that being alone out here makes it risky. However, the sleepy one argues that ever since they've been stationed at the entrance to the 10th floor, staff shortages have been an issue. He adds that they're in the Black Line, and there's no labyrinth in this barren zone. It's more of a communication post than a true watchtower. He admits it's one of the easiest posts to guard. The other rat accepts the excuse and asks if there's anything to report. The sleepy rat claims the place is living up to its reputation and there's not even a bug around. As the other keeps watch, he reflects that though horned rats lack good vision due to living underground, they were assigned to monitor the 9th floor for a reason. First, they can navigate small tunnels easily. Second, being a frail species makes them highly sensitive to danger. As the sleepy rat prepares to leave, the other suddenly detects a powerful presence quickly closing in. Alarmed, he yells that something incredibly strong is approaching fast. That figure turns out to be Jinwoo, who arrives and wonders about the noise. Meanwhile, at the northern gate of the fortress wall, everyone stays alert, aware of the ambush. Qantas orders his troops to take positions and prepare to attack to tackle the threat. Dominique moves forward, but Qantas warns her not to come, that it's too dangerous. Still, she persists, wanting updates. Qantas points to the great force already invading their territory, now rushing toward the fortress at significant speed.
Oh,
Dominique is
I'm over
baffled to learn
limit.
they have
God
already
damn it.
invaded, yet no one knows about it. She asks about the watchtowers, specifically created to handle situations like this. Qantas assumes the horned rats on duty must have perished since they haven't sent any signals, unaware of their carelessness. Dominique worries that they don't have Rikshasha or Jinwoo to handle the situation. At that moment, Lucio reminds her how they have already defeated 2 great labyrinths on the 9th floor. He calls himself the Great King of Gluttony, which Angela disagrees with. Ignoring her, he adds that since they had a good relationship, he can help defeat anything that dares breach their territory. By the look on everyone's faces, it's clear that they don't agree with him. Lucio hasn't even maintained his position for 3 weeks, and his subordinates are waiting for him impatiently. Still, he's determined to defeat this troop. Ignoring him, Qantas analyzes the enemy force and guesses it's of noble level, maybe a count leading the troops. They consider it could be a steel golem again, but then reject the idea, thinking it might be something else. Meanwhile, Lucio casually talks to himself about going to his labyrinth to bring his subordinates. Before he can move, our boy grabs him, stopping him from going further. Everyone freezes, realizing he is finally here. After a while, our guy sits on his throne with a very bored expression while everyone greets him. He then addresses Yuseo, asking about his gluttons, which number 8,000. He doesn't understand why Yuseo came to his territory. Yuseo explains that almost 1,000 of his gluttons die daily. To cover up his mistake, he came to flatter him, which our guy clearly doesn't buy. At the same time, our dude has a headache but is grateful for practicing mana manipulation and uses it around himself to ease pain. Dominique notices the change since he went patrolling the abyss, that they can clearly sense that he has grown stronger. Qantas agrees with her. However, Jinwoo dryly asks if this is their reason to cause chaos, to which she immediately apologizes. He brushes off her apology, reminding them they need to
You
prepare
wanna
to tackle
cuddle?
the invasion
Come
as well.
cuddle.
The thing is, he's become too powerful, and sometimes it feels difficult for him to control it. Dominique is curious whether he earned this power in the abyss, but he's not sure. It feels more like he had this power from the very beginning. He's only now realized how to use it. Qantas, as expected, cheers for his master's power, which annoys Angela.
Pokemon Community Game A Wild Ribami appears catch it using Hope Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
At that moment, she also shares the new map with her master, and his map updates. Meanwhile, she adds that the army has
Frosty Tools sticking through these ad breaks supports the stream. Thank you. For more fluffy madness. Frosty Tools now, a verse from our collective tale in Kaito's realm, a dragon so fluffy, welcomes all with vibes quite puffy. A watchog wild, in chat did flee, rigged. They cried, in jest, you see. Then Ribami buzzed into the fray, catch commands flew, come what may. But alas, no capture.
There.
Part of the Naga labyrinth to guard the southern gate alone.
Okay,
Angela
last 2 there, last 2
replies
there.
that she has her reasons and reminds him that she left Draken and Hoya there with Balzac. Jinwoo isn't interested in hearing her reasons right now and asks Dominique to continue her report. She informs him that Rikshasha is guarding the building of the Horned Rat community underground. He then asks about the other labyrinths. She explains that they avoid certain areas, as shown on the map. Specifically, the construction of underground tunnels connecting the Naga labyrinth. Besides the Labyrinth of Gluttony, the ruins of the Scaly Dragon Labyrinth and the entrance to the Abyss have been completed. They continue to avoid the Labyrinth of Hammers and Anvils, fearing it might alert the enemy to their presence, especially since they are already within the Black Lines. Not only that, they also avoid the part of the Westland due to the risk of collapse. Then she points out the swamp region, which they have intentionally avoided.
Pokemon Community Game Ribami escaped. No one caught it.
All that's left is Jinwoo's permission to proceed. Jinwoo then recalls they recruited 200 horned rats, but Dominique corrects him that it's actually 176. He asks if that's enough to manage the tunnels. Dominique nervously explains that the rats are quite happy there, causing their population to grow 12-fold. Jinwoo's eyes bulge as he learns they now have 2,000 horned rats, 40% adults, 20% teens, and the rest children tasked with labor. Jinwoo faces another problem: how to feed such a large population. Yuseo sheds light on the breeding process, but Angela sassily remarks that it's something everyone can do, except Yuseo. Meanwhile, Dominique continues her report, stating that 70% of the horned rats, except the children and their mothers, are on active posts. They're currently stationed by the lake and in the Great Plains. Not only that, Rikshasha has trained these horned rats to specialize in hunting. Jinwoo considers how this solves his food supply problem. From another perspective, it seems the horned rats have built their own force throughout the 9th floor after breaking free from the Scaly Dragon King. Dominique agrees that this is why they stay here, to avoid being hunted down and to prevent people from suspecting they're part of the Naga labyrinth. Jinwoo then gives her permission to continue the construction, but warns her to stay clear of the Labyrinth of Wanderers and the Labyrinth of Dream. Dominique complies and proceeds. At that, Jinwoo grows quite worried about the rats because their population has exploded, but their lives are short. He notes that the new generation likely doesn't know the oppression their ancestors faced under the Scaly Dragon King, so they might take these facilities for granted. Overall, he thinks the loyalty of the horned rats is fickle. They might even build their own
Ko-fi
labyrinth
Streambot
on the
visit
outpost.
Kaito Destiny's
Dominique protests that
KO5
he's
page
thinking
at
too far ahead.
URL.
He dryly reminds her that these are just hypotheses. Getting to the point, he asks about the supervisors of the rats. Dominique answers that the first-generation horned rats, Beano, Twitch, and Snitch, are in charge. He asks if there's anything else. Dominique replies that everything is peaceful besides that. Then he mutters aloud that he needs to attend the Roundtable Conference in 4 days. After that, he'll likely go above ground, in case the 10th floor tries to take over the 9th floor's labyrinth. He expects a lot of work ahead and just hopes to have a month before the war breaks out. Everyone tenses at the confirmation that the 10th floor is preparing to attack the 9th floor. Jinwoo admits
No,
that
you
it's
can
just a
just
hunch, but he's certain of it.
lay down.
Angela asks if that means
You
they're
keep
going
on
to fight
moving.
the Noble Alliance.
You
Jinwoo
start
tells her
moving,
not to worry,
you
as
get
he's
off.
already preparing for it. That's why he
Good
went
job.
to the abyss with the Black Merchant. He reminds them this isn't just any ordinary war between two floors, but a battle between floors that can crush them like rats. However, they must be cautious not to reveal to the other 9th floor labyrinths that he is the one behind this war. Then he rises from his seat and declares that the war is coming soon. He announces that he will now debrief the plan they have already prepared in advance. When he comes above ground, the first thing he does is turn on his phone, though he has forgotten which button to press after being away for a while. He tenses up as he sees numerous missed calls from his family. Unfortunately, he doesn't have much time to spend with them, so he decides to come up with some excuse and beg for their forgiveness later. It's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. He sends his dad a message filled with fabricated lies, while claiming he's on holiday in a remote part of Australia where the signal is weak. He rejects the idea of calling Bayek, knowing she'll chew him out. It's smarter to focus on what he needs to do and call Jun Young instead. When he tries to remind her who he is, she shouts over the phone, demanding how he dares to miss all her calls. Jinwoo quickly spins another excuse about war and his work as a merchant keeping him too busy, which earns him the title Sly from her. He then asks about the weak signal on her end, and she explains it's because she's on the 5th floor of the geyser facility where she now works. Jinwoo is stunned to learn she can receive calls from underground. Jun-young informs him about some new military equipment that's still in the trial phase but is specialized for underground communication, provided one is near the right vicinity. He is stunned to realize that she has managed to get her hands on military equipment again. Getting to the point, she asks him why he's calling. He casually
That
tells
way
her
I
he needs some equipment,
stuff.
just like last time.
Merchant
She grows suspicious
landing.
and asks what happened to the previous ones. He carefully replies that they weren't enough. She is furious to hear this. It's been a month since his last call, and now he's asking for more gear. He tries to reason with her, saying he can't explain the details. Angrily, she demands to know if he's in a war. He admits he is, with the beasts of the geyser. She reminds him again that, as Dungeonborn, they are not allowed to harm humans on the surface. That confirms our guy isn't doing anything illegal, at least. She is still frustrated, but reluctantly asks him to list the things he needs. He tells her to grab a pen and paper because the list is long, as our boy clearly needs a lot. As she listens to the never-ending list of items, she finally snaps and yells at him in utter frustration, asking if he's completely lost his mind. Hearing her yelling, Chansik opens the tent flap and asks if there's a problem. She quickly explains that she's just on a phone call and asks him for some privacy, which he respects, and steps away. Turning back to Jinwoo, she demands how he can ask for such a massive amount of supplies. She can't just take those out without raising suspicion. He suggests crossing off the tank from the list, but even that doesn't make things much easier for her. Eventually, he compromises and asks her to at least arrange bombs and communication devices. She tries to reason with him, explaining that it's not a simple task. She has to get approval from the Geyser's general for such items, but the entire process is riddled with corruption. There's a long procedure just to acquire the supplies. She not only has to pay for the equipment, but also cover labor costs and bribe people to stay quiet about the transaction. Altogether, it would cost a huge sum of money. Jinwoo cuts into her rising frustration, asking bluntly how much she needs. She's taken aback, but he assures her he can arrange the money, that he just needs to know the exact figure. After a moment of mental math, she estimates that compared to last time, which cost 100 million, this time it would take around $1.5 billion. Thinking quickly, Jinwoo asks about the current rate of down gems. She replies that a thumb-sized one costs between 4 to 8 million, while a fist-sized gem goes for 50 to 100 million. He notes that the prices have dropped. She explains that down gems are no longer in demand in the fashion industry, so they're now mostly used in laboratories, hence the drop in price. Jinwoo then asks if he can pay her in down gems, to which she agrees. Then he stuns her by revealing that he's planning to give her double the amount. She pauses to confirm if he can produce 20 low-quality intermediate down gems, and he agrees without hesitation. In the background, Dominique is completely mesmerized, seeing the above-ground world for the first time. Meanwhile, she reflects on how Jinwoo is a lower-floor dungeon baby, which explains why it's easier for him to descend further and gather more down gems. She quickly decides to use this situation to her advantage. She agrees to help him, but declines the offer of double payment. Instead, she presents a condition. She asks if he'd be willing to join the secret mission they're working on. Jinwoo asks if it's authorized by the geyser. She confirms it is. She can't reveal much, but she tells him that they've discovered a unique labyrinth. He replies that he's currently tied up with urgent work that will take about 2 months. After that, he can join. She agrees to the timeline. They exchange schedules for the delivery of the equipment and end the call. She steps out of her tent and informs her team that she's heading to the surface for 3 weeks. They're baffled, too, that she rarely goes up these days. She then reveals that she has managed to convince someone reliable to join their mission. Though initially resistant to bringing in someone new, the team goes silent the moment she mentions it's Jinwoo. Still, she warns them not to spread the news, as his participation isn't confirmed yet. The team's mood lifts with excitement at the prospect of Jinwoo joining because they all know that he's the best when it comes to dealing with monsters. However, their excitement dips slightly when she mentions that he'll only be available after 2 months. She explains that Jinwoo's current situation and urges them to maintain the same enthusiasm they've been showing. Besides, they must continue keeping the existence of this labyrinth, which is a place now accepting humans, to an absolute secret. Meanwhile, Jinwoo breathes a sigh of relief, glad to have wrapped up the conversation. Deep down, though, he's still itching to ride a tank. Just then, Rikshasha greets him and asks about Hoya, who has been acting wild. She informs him that she nearly lost her earlier. Their conversation shifts to the current situation, which Dominique updates him on. She notes that he's already relayed their war strategy. Dominique also asks about the state of the abyss, which remains quiet for now. Jinwoo instructs her to tell the horned rats to stay hidden and report immediately if they detect anything unusual. At that moment, Rikshasha informs Jinwoo that the horned rats are facing difficulties with reporting, as their burrow is located far from the labyrinth. It takes them considerable time to reach and deliver messages. Still, Jinwoo agrees to be patient for a few days. He then decides to lay electric wires and provide the rats with a radio set as soon as he receives one. Rikshasha looks confused about the radio set but doesn't question him further. Dominique then updates him that the horned rats have something important they wish to discuss with him. Jinwoo doesn't get a good feeling from this news. They proceed forward, with Dominique leading the way to hear what the rats have to say. After a short while, they arrive at the horned rats' shelter. 3 rats stand in front of Jinwoo. He asks if there's any problem. They respond that they are happy and thriving in their new home. Jinwoo is relieved to hear it. However, he quickly notices that Twitch is not among them. Instead, there is another unfamiliar rat. This rat steps forward and introduces himself as Tretch, who is a son of Bino and Twitch. The name strikes a memory as Jinwoo recalls fighting a horned rat named Tretch during his early days. Tretch confirms that he is named after his grandfather, and declares that he is ready to atone for his ancestors' sins and devote his life to Jinwoo and the Naga Labyrinth. He comments that he's heard they breed too quickly and mature just as fast, which brings a blush to the poor horned rats. Then Tretch gets ready to explain his father's absence, and Jinwoo agrees to listen. Tretch states matter-of-factly that his father is currently fighting and eliminating the rebel rats. Meanwhile, deep in the underground of the Scaly Dragon Labyrinth, an old rat named Morth stands on a stage in front of hundreds of rats. Twitch addresses him. Morth is pleased to see him, assuming that Twitch has
Gold
come to
leopard,
fulfill
I'm
his
going
purpose.
to bed.
However, Twitch clearly dislikes that this is happening under the Scaly Dragon.
Okay, Gold. Sweet dreams to ya.
Everyone is present. Morth replies that the current numbers aren't enough.
Could someone need a hug?
He explains that he has brought 70 elites, each with a unit under their command. Twitch comments that Morth seems to be playing nobility here, but Morth insists that he will join the battle as well, declaring himself the general because of his hero status among the rats. Twitch vaguely replies that he has been doing a lot of work lately. Then Morth notices a cutter in Twitch's hand, and Twitch explains that he plans to use it. Twitch abruptly changes the subject, saying he wants to ask something. Morth gives him permission. Twitch explains that he is a close confidant of the Naga Labyrinth and is fully devoted to it, so much so that he follows every command without question. He asks Morth what he's thinking by bringing him here. What if he had reported this to Jinwoo? Morth asks if he did, to which Twitch denies. Morth was already confident that he wouldn't. The answer to his question, Morth says, lies in the name he gave his son, Tretch, after his own father. Morth knows that Twitch is following Rikshasha to gather information about their oppressors. He is the one who laid the foundation for the revolution, so that his son could one day take over the 9th floor, which is something his father once attempted to do. Then Morth turns to him with a serious expression and says that he's not the only one. He recalls the time he first entered the Naga Labyrinth, where he saw the bones of his fellow kinsmen and horned, stripped of flesh, their flesh devoured by Nagas. It was in that moment he realizes that no matter how prosperous their lives become, they will always remain slaves. In this vast place called Geyser, their position is at the bottom of the food chain. That day, he understands that he wants to change their fate. Now, he knows that he doesn't have much time left to see that dream fulfilled, but at the very least, he wants to be the one who kindles the flame of revolution. With conviction, he proclaims that today will be the day they mark as the beginning of their freedom from slavery. He urges everyone, they will no longer be food, no longer be servants. From this day forward, They will be horned rats who rise up against monsters and claim their rightful place. They will free their brothers on the other floors and defeat their enemies. This is their path to becoming the rulers of Geyser. Then, in a solemn tone, he declares himself the founder and first offspring of this revolution. He officially names this era the Morth Dynasty. At his declaration, the entire crowd chants his name. Then Morth calls his son Quig to stand beside him. Twitch notices that Morth has passed down his own name to his son, and Morth confirms it. He did this because he feels too old to see the end of their journey, so he wants Quig to complete the revolution. Quig is desperate and ready to take on the responsibility. Morth tells his son to become king who will be someone above all the horned rats. However, he warns that this path is full of burdens. The revolution won't be easy. He rambles about the suffering the rats have endured, suffering that Twitch can't fully understand because he was raised in the prosperity of the Naga Labyrinth. But Morth reminds Quig that he must understand their pain. He also points out that their kin affiliated with other labyrinths are suffering as well. Quig assures his father that he will face everyone who stands in their way. Meanwhile, Twitch watches all of this unfold. Then Morth asks Twitch to help him support Quig. Twitch turns to Morth and tells him to protect his son. Twitch softens his tone, adding that Morth just gave a sentimental speech. Morth brushes off the praise, saying he only spoke what everyone secretly desires. Twitch thoughtfully repeats whether this is the desire of everyone. Then he asks to go on stage, adding his own words as well. Morth allows him, calling him their great general. When Twitch climbs the stage, everyone is chanting Morth's name. He looks at his weapon and then at Morth. He initially wants to speak to Morth, but quickly decides it won't work now. Instead, he declares that he is conservative, which stuns everyone. Then he yells at the crowd that anyone who wants revolution is given time to atone for their mistakes. He asks anyone who wants forgiveness to come to the stage and cut their horns so they will be pardoned. The rest will perish by his hand. He gives them 30 seconds to decide. Morth is furious hearing this and warns Twitch about his actions, but Twitch has already started his countdown. The crowd, angry for Twitch to side with the Naga Labyrinth, grows restless. Morth calls out to anyone who can fight to come down and eliminate this minion of the Naga.
Pokemon Community Game A Wild Swablu appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Because he was off duty. The other rat is furious, telling him to stay calm despite the traitor among them. This horned rat remains composed. Suddenly, the first rat notices that this calm one didn't have a horn. He asks Twitch how someone without a horn, a symbol of the horned rats, could cut off a horn. Is this a sign his sins were forgiven? Suddenly, everyone shouts that there are many hornless rats among them. Twitch states that the horn is the symbol of the horned rats. No matter how much they try to hide their desires under authoritarian rule, in the end, those without horns have no place in an arrogant, aristocratic society. Then he unsheathes his weapon, declaring that the 30 seconds were up. Now he will begin the execution, despite never wanting to raise his weapon against his own kin. After a while, every rat with a horn are started to be killed as rebels. Meanwhile, Twitch orders the others that no one would escape from there. After killing each rebel, one of the rats asked their leader why they had to kill them all. He argued that these rebels belonged to the old generation who had already suffered, so it would be better to find another way, saying that these rebels had endured decades of suffering under the Scaly Dragon King, while watching their siblings being eaten and being enslaved. Yes, they now had a better life under the Naga Labyrinth, but they remained mere workers. During that time, their anger exploded, and they decided to rebel. But they never realized they couldn't succeed in rebellion under the Scaly Dragon King. In conclusion, a better life just doesn't suit them. He then asked the rat if he was also from the Naga Labyrinth. The rat confirmed, but said he was an adult when he arrived
Pokemon
there.
Community
Another rat
Game
claimed to be from
Swablu
the first
escaped.
generation of the
No
Naga
one
Labyrinth.
caught it.
The leader nonchalantly told this first-generation Naga rat that they were primary food for snakes, which stunned him. But now the Naga are protected, so the first-generation rat was uncertain if they would be eaten someday or not. The old generation rat affirmed this, explaining it's the reason to kill these rebels, to prove to Jinwoo that they can be controlled. In this way, they can maintain a good relationship with the Naga. They need to replace the old, rusty parts of the system before they cause a breakdown. Therefore, they decide to be friendly with the Naga so they'll be treated equally. He knows they can't have a horned rat's labyrinth because the Naga labyrinth already has their home. He was there under the Scaly Dragon King, so he knows the despair of the past. That's why he decided to eliminate the old, rusty, and sick generation. The blood on his hands is the price so that other rats can live happily. Then a new generation rat asked whether the new generation will think their choice was right. The leader replied that this is peace built on blood, and decided to inform the new generation about this truth. Morth, furious at the massacre happening before him, ordered his allies to attack. Meanwhile, Twitch fought each of the enemies. One rat, terrified, decided to cut his own horn. Twitch warned him it would hurt like hell, but he explained the horns are not just for defense or offense. It's shameful for someone like him to cut his horn out of cowardice. Twitch challenged the rat to come at him, but the rat fled. The next moment, the rat was killed by another